Aldino sense of sense. Jesus, I'm having a meltdown here. What's wrong with me, man? Come on, man. Come on. My lungs are raisins at this point. Holy crap. I'm dying here. Hey everyone, it's your boy Ken, and if you've been living out in space or been living under a rock a recent couple of days, I've made it big time. I've hit 100 subs. So yeah, I'm kind of a big deal in my room. So it's only appropriate to celebrate, and what better way with arguably the most idiotic conceivable idea I've had. I'm going to read aloud every single Pokedex entry available. Currently, that is. So I'm going to go through every single current up-to-date Pokedex entry available based off the Sword and Shield games. The problem is, a majority of the Pokemon have two Pokedex entries, one for Sword and one for Shield. So the simple, easy fix would be just read both of them. Just to make this stupid challenge even dumber, I'm going to go through every single form variant. I'm talking about Galar, Alolan, Dynamax, and even Megas, which don't really count, but they still show up in the damn Pokedex. Speaking of which, the Pokedex I'm using, or the entries I'm using, are directly from Pokemon.com. Literally doesn't get more official than that. So I went on YouTube and I looked up if anybody else has done something similar to this, and I only saw a robot that did this with like one of those AI robotic voices, and he went through like the regional Galar Pokedex, which doesn't cover all the Pokemon, and especially all the entries. So yeah, don't have sympathy for a robot, have sympathy for me and my tonsils. So no breaks for water of any kind, no breaks for bodily functions of any kind. Yeah, please like, comment, share this with everyone you've ever come in contact with. And without any further ado, let's witness my cause of death. Here we go. Okay. Bulbasaur. There is a plant seed on its back right from the day this Pokemon is born. The seed slowly grows larger. And then you see there's the sword version, and then here's the shield version. While it is young, it uses the nutrients that are stored in the seed on its back in order to grow. Ivysaur. When the bulb on its back grows large, it appears to lose the ability to stand on its hind legs. Exposure to sunlight adds to its strength. Sunlight also makes the bud on its back grow larger. Oh boy, here we go. Venusaur. Its plant blooms when it's absorbing solar energy. It stays on the move to seek sunlight. A bewitching aroma wafts from its flower. The fragrance becomes those engaged in battle. And then here we have a drop-down menu to go over the different forms. Okay. In order to support its flower, which has grown larger due to Mega Evolution, its back and legs have become stronger. And there's no... Okay. Gigantamax. In battle, this Pokemon swings around two thick vines. If these vines slammed into a 10-story building, they could easily topple it. Huge amounts of pollen burst from it with the force of a volcanic eruption. Breathing in too much of the pollen can cause fainting. Jesus Christ. Speaking of fainting, goddamn. Almost there. Charmander. It has a preference for hot things. When it rains, steam is set to spout from the tip of its tail. From the time it is born, a flame burns at the tip of its tail. Its life would end if the flame were to go out. Charmeleon. It has a barbaric nature. In battle, it whips its fiery tail around and slashes away with sharp claws. If it becomes agitated during battle, it spouts intense flames, incinerating its surroundings. Jesus Christ. Okay. Charizard. It spits fire that is hot enough to melt boulders. It may cause forest fires by blowing flames. Its wings can carry this Pokemon close to an altitude of 4,600 feet. It blows out fire at very high temperatures. Mega Charizard X. The overwhelming power that fills its entire body causes it to turn black and create intense blue flames. Okay. Mega Charizard Y. Its bond with its trainer is the source of its power. It boasts speed and maneuverability greater than that of a jet fighter. Gigantamax Charizard. The flame inside its body burns hotter than 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. When Charizard roars, that temperature climbs even higher. This colossal flamed wind figure of a Charizard was brought about by Gigantamax energy. Squirtle. When it retracts its long neck into its shell, it squirts out water with vigorous force. When it feels threatened, it draws its limbs inside its shell and sprays water from its mouth. War Turtle. It is recognized as a symbol of longevity. If its shell has algae on it, that war turtle is very old. It cleverly controls its furry ears and tail to maintain its balance while swimming. Blastoise. It crushes its foes under its heavy body to cause fainting. In a pinch, it will withdraw inside its shell. The rocket cannons on its shell fire jets of water capable of punching holes through thick steel. Whoops. Mega Blastoise. The cannon on its back is as powerful as a tank gun. Its tough legs and back enable it to withstand the recoil from firing the cannon. Gigantamax Blastoise. It's not very good at precision shooting when attacking. It just fires its 31 cannons over and over and over. Water fired from this Pokemon's central main cannon has enough power to blast a hole into a mountain. Caterpie. For protection, it releases a horrible stench from the antenna on its head to drive away enemies. Okay, just one. Oh, no, wait, what? Okay, there's two. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. Metapod. It is waiting for the moment to evolve. At this stage, it can only harden, so it remains motionless to avoid attack. Okay. Even though it is encased in a sturdy shell, the body inside is tender. It can't withstand a harsh attack. Butterfree. In battle, it flaps its wings at great speed to release highly toxic dust into the air. It collects honey every day. It rubs honey onto the hair on its legs to carry it back to the nest. Gigantamax Butterfree. Once it has its opponents trapped in a tornado that could blow away a 10-ton truck, it finishes them off with its poisonous scales. Crystallized Gigantamax energy makes up this Pokemon's blindingly bright and highly toxic scales. Weedle. Beware of the sharp stinger on its head. It hides in grass and bushes where it eats leaves. Oh, just one. Okay, just one Pokedex entries. Okay. Kakuna. Able to move only slightly. When endangered, it may stick out its stinger and poison its enemy. Beedrill. It has 3 poisonous stingers on its forelegs and its tail. They are used to jab its enemy repeatedly. Okay. Its legs have become poisoned stingers. It stabs its prey repeatedly with the stingers on its limbs, dealing the final blow with the stinger on its rear. Okay. Pidgey. Very docile. If attacked, it will often kick up sand to protect itself rather than fight back. Okay. Pidgeotto. This Pokemon is full of vitality. It constantly flies around its large territory in search of prey. Okay. Pidgeot. This Pokemon flies at Mach 2 speed, seeking prey. Its large... Jesus. Its large talons are feared as wicked weapons. Mega Pidgeot. With its muscular strength now greatly increased, it can fly continuously for 2 weeks without resting. Rattata. Will chew on anything with its fangs. If you see one, you can be certain that 40 more live in the area. Okay. Alolan form. Its whiskers provide it with a keen sense of smell, enabling it to pick up the scent of hidden food and locate it instantly. Raticate. Its hind feet are webbed. They act as flippers so it can swim in rivers and hunt for prey. Alolan form. It makes its Rattata underlings gather food for it, dining solely on the most nutritious and delicious fare. Spearow. It not that flying high, however, it can fly around very fast to protect its territory. Fearow. A Pokemon that dates back many years. If it senses danger, it flies high and away instantly. Ekans. The older it gets, the longer it grows. At night, it wraps its long body around tree branches to rest. Arbok. The frightening patterns on its belly have been studied. 6 variations have been confirmed. Pikachu. Pikachu that can generate powerful electricity have cheek sacs that are extra soft and super stretchy. When Pikachu meet, they'll touch their tails together and exchange electricity through them as a form of greeting. Gigantamax Pikachu. When it smashes its opponents with its bolt-shaped tail, it delivers a surge of electricity equivalent to a lightning strike. A Gigantamax power expanded, forming its supersized body and towering tail. Raichu. Its long tail serves as a ground to protect itself from its own high voltage power. If its electric pouches run empty, it raises its tail to gather electricity from the atmosphere. Alolan form. This Pokemon rides on its tail while it uses its psychic powers to levitate. It attacks with star-shaped thunderbolts. Sandshrew. It loves to bathe in the grit of dry and sandy areas. By bathing, the Pokemon rids itself of dirt and moisture clinging to its body. It burrows into the ground to create its nest. If hard stones impede its tunneling, it uses its sharp claws to shatter them and then carries on digging. Alolan form. It lives in snowy mountains on southern islands. When a blizzard rolls in, this Pokemon hunkers down in the snow to avoid getting blown away. Life on mountains covered with deep snow has granted this Pokemon a body of ice that's as hard as steel. Sandslash. The drier the area Sandslash lives in, the harder and smoother the Pokemon spikes will feel when touched. It climbs trees by hooking on it with its sharp claws. Sandslash shares the berries it gathers, dropping them down to Sandshrew waiting below the tree. Alolan form. Many people climb snowy mountains, hoping to see the icy spikes of these Pokemon glistening in the light of dawn. Okay. It uses large hooked claws to cut a path through deep snow as it runs. On snowy mountains, this Sandslash is faster than any other Pokemon. Nidoran female. Females are more sensitive to smell than males. While foraging, they'll use their whiskers to check wind direction and stay downwind of predators. It uses its hard incisor teeth to crush and eat berries. The tip of a female Nidoran's horn is a bit more rounded than the tip of a male's horn. Nidorina. The horn on its head has atrophied. It's thought that this happens so Nidorina's children won't get poked while their mother is feeding them. If the group is threatened, these Pokemon will band together to assault enemies with a chorus of ultrasonic waves. Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen is better at defense and offense. With skills like armor, this Pokemon will shield its children from any kind of attack. It pacifies offspring by placing them in the gaps between the spines on its back. The spines will never secrete poison while young are present. Nidoran male. The horn on a male Nidoran's forehead contains a powerful poison. This is a very cautious Pokemon, always straining its large ears. Small but brave, this Pokemon will hold its ground, even risk its life in battle to protect the female it's friendly with. Ooh, okay. Juicy stuff. Nidorino. With a horn that's harder than diamond, this Pokemon goes around shattering boulders as it searches for a moonstone. Okay. It's nervous and quick to act aggressively. The potency of its poison increases along with the level of adrenaline present in its body. Nidoking. When it goes on a rampage, it's impossible to control, but in the presence of a Nidoqueen it's lived with for a long time, Nidoking calms down. Nidoking prides itself on its strength. It's forceful and spirited in battle, making use of its thick tail and diamond-crushing horn. Clefairy. It is said that happiness will come to those who see a gathering of Clefairy dancing under a full moon. Okay. Clefable. A timid fairy Pokemon that is rarely seen. It will run and hide the moment it senses people. Vulpix. While young, it has 6 gorgeous tails. When it grows, several new tails are sprouted. As each tail grows, its fur becomes more lustrous. When held, it feels slightly warm. While young... Jesus, I almost read it again. I'm losing it already. Christ. Alolan form. After long years in the ever snow-capped mountains of Alola, this Vulpix has gained power over ice. If you observe its curly hairs through a microscope, you'll see small ice particles springing up. Ninetales. It is said to live 1,000 years, and each of its tails is loaded with supernatural powers. Very smart and vengeful, grabbing one of its many tails can result in a 1,000-year curse. While it will guide travelers who get lost, Alolan form. While it will guide travelers who get lost on a snowy mountain down to the mountain's base, it won't forgive anyone who harms nature. A deity resides in the snowy mountain where this Pokemon lives. In ancient times, it was worshipped as that deity's incarnation. Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff has top-notch lung capacity, even by comparison to other Pokemon. It won't stop singing its lullabies until its foes fall asleep. Okay. By freely changing the wavelength of its voice, Jigglypuff sings a mysterious melody sure to make any listener sleepy. Okay. Wigglytuff. The more air it takes in, the more it inflates. If opponents catch it in a bad mood, it will inflate itself to an enormous size to intimidate them. It's proud of its fur, which is fine and delicate. In particular, the curl on his forehead has a texture that is perfectly heavenly. Zubat. It emits ultrasonic waves from its mouth to check its surroundings. Even in tight caves, Zubat flies around with skill. Zubat lives in caves down where the sun's light won't reach. Oh my gosh. In the morning, they gather together to keep each other warm as they sleep. Golbat. It loves to drink other creatures' blood. It's said that it finds others of its kind going hungry. It sometimes shares the blood it's gathered. Its feet are tiny, but this Pokemon walks skillfully. Okay. It sneaks up on sleeping prey before sinking its fangs and slurping up blood. Oddish. If exposed to moonlight, it starts to move. It roams far and wide at night to scatter its seeds. During the day, it stays in the cold underground to avoid the sun. It grows by bathing in moonlight. Really? Okay. Gloom. Its pistils exude an incredibly foul odor. The horrid stench can cause fainting at a distance of 1.25 miles. What appears to be drool is actually sweet honey. It is very sticky and clings stubbornly if touched. Vileplume. It has the world's largest petals. With every step, the petals shake out heavy clouds of toxic pollen. The larger its petals, the more toxic pollen it contains. Its big head is heavy and hard to hold up. Paris. Burrows under the ground to gnaw on tree roots. The mushrooms on its back absorb most of the nutrition. Okay. Parasect. The bug host is drained of energy by the mushroom on its back. The mushroom appears to do all the thinking. Venonat. Its large eyes act as radar. In a bright place, you can see that they are clusters of many tiny eyes. Venomoth. The powdery scales on its wings are hard to remove from skin. They also contain poison that leaks out on contact. Okay. Diglett. If a Diglett digs through a field, it leaves the soil perfectly tilled and ideal for planting crops. It burrows through the ground at a shallow depth. It leaves raised earth in its wake, making it easy to spot. Alolan form. Its three hairs change shape depending on Diglett's mood. They are a useful communication tool among these Pokemon. The metal-rich geology of this Pokemon's habitat causes it to develop steel whiskers on its head. Dugtrio. A team of Diglett triplets. It triggers huge earthquakes by burrowing 60 miles underground. These Diglett triplets dig over 60 miles below sea level. No one knows what it's like underground. Alolan form. The three of them get along very well. Through their formidable teamwork, they defeat powerful opponents. Okay? Their beautiful metallic whiskers create a sort of protective helmet on their heads. And they also function as highly precise sensors. Oh my god, Meowth. Okay. Meowth. It loves to collect shiny things. If it's in a good mood, it might even let its trainer have a look at its hoard of treasures. It washes its face regularly to keep the coin on its forehead spotless. It doesn't get along with Galarian Meowth. Alolan form. Deeply proud and keenly smart, this Pokemon moves with cunning during battle and relentlessly attacks enemies' weak points. It's accustomed to luxury because it used to live with Alolan royalty. As a result, it's very picky about food. Galarian form. Living with a savage sea-fearing people has toughened this Pokemon's body so much that parts of it have turned to iron. These daring Pokemon have coins on their head and foreheads. Darker coins are harder, and harder coins garner more respect among Meowth. Okay. Gigantamax. Meowth. Its body has grown incredibly long, and the coin on its forehead has grown incredibly large, all thanks to Gigantamax power. The pattern that appeared on its giant coin is thought to be the key to unlocking the secrets of the Dynamax phenomenon. Persian. Getting this prideful Pokemon warmed up to you takes a lot of effort and will claw at you the moment it gets annoyed. Its elegant and refined behavior clashes with that of the barbaric Berserker. The relationship between the two is one of mutual disdain. Alolan form. This Pokemon is one tough opponent. Not only does it have formidable physical abilities, but it's also not above fighting dirty. The round face of Alolan Persian is considered to be a symbol of prosperity in the Alola region. So these Pokemon are well cared for. Very well cared for. Psyduck. Psyduck is constantly beset by headaches. If the Pokemon lets its strange power erupt, apparently the pain subsides for a while. As Psyduck gets stressed out, its headache gets progressively worse. It uses intense psychic energy to overwhelm those around it. Golduck. This Pokemon lives in gently flowing rivers. It paddles through the water with its long limbs, putting its graceful swimming skills on display. What is wrong with me? Old tales tell of Golduck punishing those that defiled its river. The guilty were dragged into the water and taken away. Mankey. An agile Pokemon that lives in trees. It angers easily and will not hesitate to attack anything. Okay. Primate. It stops being angry only when nobody else is around. To view this moment is very difficult. Growlithe. It has a brave and trustworthy nature. It fearlessly stands up to bigger and stronger foes. Extremely loyal, it will fearlessly bark at any opponent to protect its trainer from harm. Arcanine. The sight of it running over 6,200 miles in a single day and night has captivated many people. A Pokemon that has long been admired for its beauty. It runs agilely as if on wings. Poliwag. For Poliwag, swimming is easier than walking. The swirl pattern on its belly is actually part of the Pokemon's innards showing through the skin. Okay. In rivers with fast-flowing water, this Pokemon will cling to a rock by using its thick lips, okay, which act like a suction cup. Poliwhirl. Staring at the swirl on its belly causes drowsiness. This trait of Poliwhirls has been used in place of lullabies to get children to go to sleep. Yikes. This Pokemon's sweat is a slimy mucus. When captured, Poliwhirl can slither from its enemies' grasp and escape. Poliwrath. Its body is solid muscle. When swimming through cold seas, Poliwrath uses its impressive arms to smash through and drift ice and plow forward. Poliwrath is skilled both at swimming and martial arts. It uses its well-trained arms to dish out powerful punches. Abra. This Pokemon uses its psychic powers while it sleeps. The contents of Abra's dreams affect the powers that the Pokemon wields. Abra can teleport in its sleep. Apparently, the more deeply Abra sleeps, the further its teleportations go. Kadabra. Using its psychic power, Kadabra levitates as it sleeps. It uses its springy tail as a pillow. This Pokemon's telekinesis is immensely powerful. To prepare for evolution, Kadabra stores up psychic energy in the star on its forehead. Alakazam. It has an incredibly high level of intelligence. Some say that Alakazam remembers everything that ever happens to it, from birth to death. Alakazam wields potent psychic powers. It's said that this Pokemon used these powers to create the spoon it holds. Okay. Cool. It's adept at precognition. When attacks completely miss Alakazam, that's because it's seeing the future. Okay, cool. Machop. Its whole body is composed of muscles. Even though it's the size of a human child, it can hurl 100 grown-ups. Always brimming with power, it passes time by lifting boulders. Doing so makes it even stronger. Machoke. Its muscular body is so powerful, it must wear a power-save belt to be able to regulate its motions. Its formidable body never gets tired. It helps people by doing work such as moving of heavy goods. Machamp. It quickly swings its forearms to rock its opponents with ceaseless punches and chops from all angles. With forearms that can react more quickly than it can think, it can execute many punches at once. Gigantamax Machamp. One of these Pokemon once used its immeasurable strength to lift a large ship that was in trouble, and they carried the ship to port. Wow. Okay, the Gigantamax energy coursing through its arms makes its punches hit as hard as bomb blasts. Okay. Bellsprout prefers hot and humid places. It ensnares tiny bugs with its vines and devours them. Weeping Bell. When hungry, it swallows anything that moves. Its hapless prey is dissolved by strong acids. Victory Bell. Lures prey with the sweet aroma of honey. Swallowed whole, the prey is dissolved in a day. Bones and all. Tentacool. Tentacool is not a particularly strong swimmer. It drifts across the surface of shallow seas as it searches for prey. This Pokemon is mostly made of water. A Tentacool out in the ocean is very hard to spot because its body blends in with the sea. Tentacruel. When the red orbs on Tentacruel's head glow brightly, watch out. The Pokemon is about to fire off a burst of ultrasonic waves. Its 80 tentacles can stretch and shrink freely. Tentacruel ensnares prey in a net of spread out tentacles, delivering venomous stings to its catch. Geodude, commonly found near mountain trails and the like. If you step on one by accident, it gets angry. Okay. Alolan form. Its stone head is imbued with electricity and magnetism. If you carelessly step on one, you'll be in for a painful shock, because it's angry. Graveler. Often seen rolling down mountain trails, obstacles are just things to roll straight over, not avoid. Alolan form. When it comes rolling down a mountain path, anything in its way gets zapped by electricity and sent flying. Golem. Once it sheds its skin, it turns tender and whitish. Its hide hardens when it's exposed to air. Alolan form. It uses magnetism to accelerate and fire off rocks tinged with electricity. Even if it does not score a direct hit, the jolt of electricity will do the job. Ponyta. It can run properly when it's newly born. As it races around with others of its kind, its legs grow stronger. If you've been accepted by Ponyta, its burning mane is mysteriously no longer hot to the touch. Galarian form. This Pokemon will look into your eyes and read the contents of your heart. If it finds evil there, it promptly hides away. Its small horn hides a healing power. With a few rubs from this Pokemon's horn, any slight wound you have will be healed. Rapidash. This Pokemon can be seen galloping through fields at speeds up to 150 miles an hour. Its fiery mane fluttering the wind. The fastest runner becomes the leader, and it decides the herd's pace and direction of travel. Galarian form. Brave and prideful, this Pokemon dashes airily through the forest. Its steps aided by the psychic power stored in its fur on its fetlocks. Little can stand up to its Psycho Cut. Unleashed from this Pokemon's horn, the move will punch a hole right through the thick metal sheet. Slowpoke. Slow-witted and oblivious, this Pokemon won't feel any pain of its tail if its tail gets eaten. It won't notice when its tail grows back either. Excuse me. What is wrong with me? God. When this Pokemon's tail is soaked in water, its sweetness seeps from it. Pokemon Slowpoke uses this trait to lure in and fish up other Pokemon. Galarian form. Because Galarian Slowpoke eats the seeds of a plant that grows only in Galar, their tails have developed a spicy flavor. Although this Pokemon is normally zoned out, its expression abruptly sharpens on occasion. The cause for this seems to lie in Slowpoke's diet. Slowbro. Slowpoke became Slowbro when a shoulder bit on it to its tail. Sweet flavors seeping from the tail make the shoulder feel as if its life is a dream. Being bitten by a shoulder shocked this Pokemon into standing on its two legs. If the shoulder lets go, it seems Slowbro will turn back into a Slowpoke. Oh my god. Mega Slowbro. Under the influence of Shelter's digestive fluids, Slowpoke has awakened, gained a great deal of power, and little motivation to boot. Galarian form. A shoulder bite set off a chemical reaction with the spices inside Slowbro's body, causing Slowbro to become a poison-type Pokemon. If this Pokemon sneezes, the tongue of a shoulder biting it... If this Pokemon squeezes the tongue of the shoulder biting it, the shoulder will launch a toxic liquid from the tip of its shell. A shoulder bite... Okay, moving on. Magnemite. At times, Magnemite runs out of electricity and ends up on the ground. If you give batteries to a grounded Magnemite, it will start moving again. It subsits on electricity. As Magnemite flies, it emits electromagnetic waves from the units on each side of its body. Magneton. This Pokemon is 3 Magnemite that have linked together. Magneton sends out powerful radio waves to study its surroundings. This Pokemon is constantly putting out a powerful magnetic force. Most computers go haywire when a Magneton approaches. Farfetch. The stalk this Pokemon carries in its wings serves as a sword to cut down opponents. In a dire situation, the stalk can also serve as food. They use a planked stalk as a weapon, but not all of them use it in the same way. Several distinct styles of stalk fighting have been observed. Galarian form. The stalk of leeks are thicker and longer in the Galarian region. Farfetch that adapt to these stalks took on a unique form. The Farfetch of the Galar region are brave warriors, and they wield thick, tough leeks in battle. Doduo. Its short wings make flying difficult. Instead, this Pokemon runs at high speeds on developed legs. Dodrio. One of Doduo's head One of Doduo's two heads split to form a unique species. It runs close to 40 miles per hour in prairies. Seal. Loves freezing cold conditions. Relishes swimming in a frigid climate of around 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Cool. Its entire body is snowy white. Unharmed by even intense cold, it swims powerfully in icy waters. Grimer. Made of congealed sludge, it smells too putrid to touch. Even weeds won't grow in its path. Alolan form. It has a passion for trash above all else, speedily digesting and creating brilliant crystals of sparkling poison. Muck. Smells so awful it can cause fainting. Through degeneration of its nose, it lost its sense of smell. Alolan form. Muck's coloration becomes increasingly vivid the more it feasts on its favorite dish, trash. Shelter. It swims facing backwards by opening and closing its two-piece shell. It's surprisingly fast. Its hard shell repels any kind of attack. It is vulnerable only when its shell is open. Cloister. Its shell is extremely hard. It cannot be shattered, even with a bomb. The shell opens only when it's attacking. Once it slams its shell shut, it is impossible to open, even by those with superior strength. Ghastly. Born from gases, anyone would faint if engulfed by its gaseous body, which contains poison. With its gas-like body, it can sneak into any place it desires. However, it can be blown away by a wind. Haunter. Its tongue is made of gas. If licked, the victim starts shaking constantly until death eventually comes. Oh my god. If you get the feeling of being watched in darkness when nobody's around, Haunter is there. Gengar. On the night of a full moon, if shadows move on their own and laugh, it must be Gengar's doing. It is said to emerge from darkness to steal the lives of those who become lost in mountains. Mega Gengar. It can pass through other dimensions and appear anywhere. It caused a stir one time when it stuck just one leg out of a wall. Okay. Gigantamax Gengar. Rumor has it that its gigantic mouth leads not into its body, but filled with cursed energy, but instead directly into the afterlife. Okay. It lays traps, hoping to steal the lives of those who catches. If you stand in front of its mouth, you'll hear your loved one's voices calling out to you. Oh boy, that's dark. Onyx. As it digs through the ground, it absorbs many hard objects. This is what makes its body so solid. It rapidly bores through the ground at 50 miles per hour by squirming and twisting its massive, rugged body. Drowsy. If you sleep by it all the time, it will sometimes show you dreams it had eaten in the past. Hypno. Avoid eye contact. If you come across one, it will try to put you to sleep by using its pendulum. Crabby. It can be found near the sea. The large pinchers grow back if they are torn out of their sockets. If it senses danger approaching, it closes itself with bubbles from its mouth so it will look bigger. Kingler. Its large and hard pincer has 10,000 horsepower strength. What the fuck does that mean? However, being so big, it is unwieldy to move. Its oversized claw is very powerful, but when it's not in battle, the claw just gets in its way. Gigantamax Kingler. The bubbles it spews out are strongly alkaline. Any opponent hit by them will have their bodies quickly melted away. Jesus. The flow of Gigantamax energy has spurred this Pokemon's left pincer to grow to an enormous size. That claw can pulverize anything. Voltorb. It is said to camouflage itself as a Pokeball. It will self-destruct with very little stimulus. Electrode. Stores electrical energy inside its body. Even the slightest shock can trigger a huge explosion. Execute. Though it may look like a bunch of eggs, it's a proper Pokemon. Execute communicates with others of its kind via telepathy, apparently. These Pokemon get nervous when they are not in a group of 6. The minute even one member of the group goes missing, Execute become cowardly. Executor. Each of the Executor's 3 heads is thinking different thoughts. The 3 don't seem to be very interested in one another. Okay. When they work together, Executor's 3 heads can put out powerful psychic energy. Cloudy days make this Pokemon sluggish. Alolan form. This Pokemon's psychic powers aren't as strong as they once were. The head on this Executor's tail scans surrounding areas with weak telepathy. Blazing sunlight has brought out the true form and powers of this Pokemon. Cubone. When the memory of its departed mother brings it to tears, it cries echoey mournfully within the skull it wears on its head. Aww. This Pokemon wears the skull of its deceased mother. Sometimes Cubone's dreams make it cry, but each tear Cubone sheds makes it stronger. Marowak. This Pokemon overcame its style to evolve a sturdy new body. Marowak faces opponents with bravely using a bone as a weapon. I am all over the place. When this Pokemon evolved, the skull of its mother fused to it. Marowak's temperament is also turned vicious at the same time. Alolan form. The cursed flames that light up the bone carried by this Pokemon are said to cause both mental and physical pain that will never fade. This Pokemon sets the bone it holds on fire and dances through the night as a way to mourn its fallen allies. Hitmonlee. This amazing Pokemon has an awesome sense of balance. It can kick in succession from any position. The legs freely contract and stretch. The stretchy legs allow it to hit a distant foe with a rising kick. Hitmonchan. Its punches slice the air. They are launched at such a high speed, even a slight graze can cause a burn. Its punches slices the air. However, it seems to need a short break after fighting for 3 minutes. Okay. Lickitung. If this Pokemon's sticky saliva gets on you and you don't clean it off, an intense itch will set in. The itch won't go away either. Bug Pokemon are Lickitung's main food source. This Pokemon paralyzes its prey with a lick from its long tongue, then swallows the prey whole. Coughing. Its body is full of poisonous gas. It floats into the garbage dumps, seeking out the fumes of raw, rotting trash. It adores polluted air. Some claim that coughing used to be more plentiful in the Galar region than they are now. Wheezing. It mixes gases between its two bodies. It is said that these Pokemon were seen all over the Galar region back in the day. It can suck in air quite as well as a Galar wheezing, but the toxins it creates are more potent than those of its counterpart. Galarian form. Long ago, during a time when droves of factories fouled the air with pollution, wheezing changed into this form for some reason. This Pokemon consumes particles that contaminate the air. Instead of leaving droppings, it expels clean air. Ooh, cool. Strong, but not too bright, this Pokemon can shatter even a skyscraper with its charging tackles. It can remember only one thing at a time. Once it starts rushing, it forgets why it started. Rhydon. It begins walking on its hind legs after evolution. It can punch holes through its boulders with its horn. Protected by an armor-like hide, it is capable of living in molten lava of 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. Chansey. The egg Chansey carries in it is not only delicious, but also packed with nutrition. It's used as a high-class cooking ingredient. This species was once very slow. To protect their eggs from other creatures, these Pokemon became able to flee quickly. Tangela. Hidden beneath a tangle of vines that grows non-stop even if the vines are torn off, this Pokemon's true appearance remains a mystery. Okay. The vines of a Tangela have a distinct scent. In some parts of the Galar, Tangela vines are used as herbs. Kangaskhan. Although it carries its baby in a pouch on its belly, Kangaskhan is swift on its feet. It intimidates its opponents with quick jabs. There are records of a lost human child being raised by a childless Kangaskhan. Cool. Mega Kangaskhan. Its child has grown rapidly. Thanks to the energy of Mega Evolution, mother and child show off their harmonious teamwork in battle. Horsey. Horsey makes its home in oceans with gentle currents. If this Pokemon is under attack, it spits out pitch black ink and escapes. They swim with dance-like motions and cause whirlpools to form. Horsey compete to see which of them can generate the biggest whirlpool. Seadra. It's the males that raise the offspring. While Seadra are raising young, the spines on their backs secrete thicker and stronger poison. Seadra's mouth is slender, but its suction power is strong. In an instant, Seadra can suck in food that's larger than the opening of its mouth. Goldeen. Its dorsal, pectoral, and tail fins wave elegantly in water. That is why it's known as the water dancer. Its dorsal pectoral fins are strongly developed and like muscles. It can swim at a speed of 5 knots. Pretty fast. Seaking. In autumn, its body becomes more fatty in preparing to propose to a mate. It takes on beautiful colors. Using its horn, it bores holes into riverbed boulders, making nests to prevent its eggs from washing away. Metal. Staryu. If you visit a beach at the end of summer, you'll be able to see groups of Staryu lighting up in steady rhythm. The fuck? Fish Pokemon nibble at it, but Staryu isn't bothered. Its body regenerates quickly, even if part of it is completely torn off. Starmie. This Pokemon has an organ known as its core. The organ glows in 7 colors when Starmie is unleashing its potent psychic powers. Starmie swims by spinning its body at high speed. As this Pokemon cruises through the ocean, it absorbs tiny plankton. Mr. Mime. The broadness of its hand may be no coincidence. Many scientists believe its palms became enlarged specifically for pantomiming. Okay. It's known for its top-notch pantomime skills. It protects itself from all sorts of attacks by emitting auras from its fingers to create walls. Galarian form. It can radiate chillness from the bottoms of its feet. It will spend the whole day tap dancing on a frozen floor. Its talent is tap dancing. It can also manipulate temperatures to create a floor of ice, which this Pokemon can kick up to use as a barrier. Cool. Scyther. As Scyther fights more and more battles, its scythes become sharper and sharper. With a single slice, Scyther can fell a massive tree. If you come across an area in a forest where a lot of the trees have been cut down, what you found is a Scyther's territory. Jinx. In certain parts of Galar, Jinx was once feared and worshipped as the Queen of Ice. The Jinx of Galar often have beautiful and delicate voices. Some of these Pokemon have even gathered a fan base. Okay. Electabuzz. Many power plants keep ground-type Pokemon around as defense against Electabuzz that come to seeking electricity. When the coming of a storm, many of these Pokemon gather under tall trees and sit there waiting for lightning to strike. Magmar. Magmar dispatches its prey with fire, but it regrets this habit once it realizes it has burned its intended prey to a charred crisp. These Pokemon's bodies are constantly burning. Magmar are feared as one of the causes behind fires. Pinsir. These Pokemon judge one another based on pincers. Thicker, more impressive pincers make for more popularity with the opposite gender. This Pokemon clamps its pincers down on its prey and then either splits the prey in half or flings it away. Mega Pinsir. With its vaunted horns, it can lift an opponent 10 times heavier than itself and fly about with ease. Tauros. When Tauros begins whipping itself with its tails, it's a warning that the Pokemon is about to charge with astounding speed. The Tauros of the Galar region are volatile in nature and they won't allow people to ride on their backs. Magikarp. It is virtually worthless in terms of both power and speed. It is the most weak and pathetic Pokemon in the world. This weak and pathetic Pokemon gets easily pushed along rivers when there are strong currents. Gyarados has an extremely aggressive nature. The Hyper Beam it shoots from its mouth totally incinerates all targets. Once it begins to rampage, a Gyarados will burn everything down, even in a harsh storm. Mega Gyarados. Although it obeys its instinct drive to destroy everything within its reach, it will respond orders from a trainer it truly trusts. Cool. Lapras. A smart and kind-hearted Pokemon, it glides across the surface of the sea while its beautiful song echoes around it. Crossing icy seas is no issue for this cold-resistant Pokemon. Its smooth skin is a little cool to the touch. Gigantamax Lapras. It surrounds itself with a huge ring of gathered ice particles. It uses the ring to smash any icebergs that might impede its graceful swimming. Over 5,000 people can ride on the show at once, and it's a very comfortable ride without the slightest shaking or swing. Ditto. It can reconstitute its entire cellular structure to change into what it sees, but it returns to normal when it relaxes. When it encounters another Ditto, it will move faster than normal to duplicate that opponent exactly. Okay. Eevee. It has the ability to alter the composition of its body to suit its surrounding environment. Thanks to unstable genetic makeup, this special Pokemon conceals many different possible evolutions. Gigantamax Eevee. Having gotten even friendlier and more innocent, Eevee tries to play with anyone around, only to end up crushing them with its immense body. Gigantamax energy up the fluffiness of the fur around Eevee's neck. The fur will envelop a foe, capturing its body and captivating its mind. Vaporeon. When Vaporeon's fins begin to vibrate, it is a sign that rain will come within a few hours. Its body's cellular structure is similar to the molecular composition of water. It can melt invisibly in water. Cool. Jolteon. If it is angered or startled, the fur all over its body bristles like sharp needles that pierce foes. It accumulates negative ions in the atmosphere to blast out 10,000-volt lightning bolts. Flareon. Once it has stored up enough heat, its Pokemon's body temperature can reach up to 1700 degrees Fahrenheit. It stores some of the air inhales in its internal flame pouch, which heats it to over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. Porygon. State-of-the-art technology was used to create Porygon. It was the first artificial Pokemon to be created via computer programming. In recent years, this species has been very helpful in cyberspace. These Pokemon will go around checking to make sure no suspicious data exists. Ammonite. Because some Ammonite manage to escape after being restored or are released into the wild by people, this species is becoming a problem. This Pokemon is a member of an ancient extinct species. Ammonite paddles through water with its 10 tentacles looking like it's drifting along. Amistar. Weighed down by its large and heavy shell, Amistar couldn't move very fast. Some say it went extinct because it was unable to catch food. Amistar's sharp fangs could crush rock, but the Pokemon can attack only the prey that come within reach of its tentacles. Kabuto. This species is almost entirely extinct. Kabuto molt every 3 days, making their shells harder and harder. While some say this species has gone extinct, Kabuto sightings are comparatively fairly common in some places. Kabutops slices its prey apart and sucks out the fluids. The discarded body parts become food for other Pokemon. The cause behind the extinction of this Pokemon is unknown. Kabutops were aggressive Pokemon that inhabited warm seas. Aerodactyl. This is a ferocious Pokemon from ancient times. Apparently, even modern technology is incapable of producing a perfectly restored specimen. Aerodactyl's saw-like fangs can shred skin to tatters. Even the skin of steel-type Pokemon. Mega Aerodactyl. The power of Mega Evolution has completely restored its genes. The rocks on its body are harder than diamonds. Snorlax. It is not satisfied unless it eats over 880 pounds of food every day. When it's done eating, it goes promptly to sleep. This Pokemon's stomach is so strong, even eating moldy or rotten food will not affect it. Gigantamax Snorlax. Terrifyingly strong, this Pokemon is the size of a mountain and moves about as much as one as well. Gigantamax energy has affected stray seeds and even pebbles that got stuck to Snorlax, making them grow to a large size. Articuno. It is said that this Pokemon's beautiful blue wings are made of ice. Articuno flies over snowy mountains, its long tail fluttering along behind it. This Pokemon can control ice at will. Articuno is said to live in snowy mountains riddled with permafrost. Galarian form. Known as Articuno, this Pokemon fires beams that can immobilize opponents that have been frozen solid. Its feather-like blades are composed of psychic energy that can shear through thick iron sheets as if they were paper. Zapdos. This Pokemon has complete control over its electricity. There are tales of Zapdos nesting in dark depths of pitch-black thunderclouds. Zapdos is a legendary bird Pokemon. It's said that when Zapdos rubs its feathers together, lightning will fall immediately after. Galarian form. One kick from its powerful legs will pulverize a dump truck. Supposedly, this Pokemon runs through the mountains at over 180 miles per hour. When its feather rubs together, they produce a crackling sound that like the zapping of electricity. That's why this Pokemon is called Zapdos. Moltres. It's one of the legendary bird Pokemon. When Moltres flaps its flaming wings, they glimmer with a dazzling red glow. There are stories of this Pokemon using its radiant, flame-cloaked wings to light up paths for those lost in the mountains. Galarian form. The sinister aura that blazes like molten fire around this Pokemon is what inspired the name Moltres. This Pokemon's sinister, flame-like aura will consume the spirit of any creature it hits. Victims become burned-out shadows of themselves. Okay. Dratini. Dratini dwells near bodies of rapidly flowing water, such as the plunge pools of waterfalls. As it grows, Dratini will shed its skin many times. This Pokemon was long considered to be no more than a myth. The small lump on a Dratini's forehead is actually a horn that's still coming in. Dragonair. This Pokemon lives in pristine oceans and lakes. It can control the weather, and it uses this power to fly into the sky, riding on the wind. This Pokemon gathers powers in the orb on its tail and controls the weather. When it's shrouded by an aura, Dragonair has a mystical appearance. Dragonite. It's kind-hearted Pokemon. If spotted a drowning person or Pokemon, Dragonite simply must help them. This Pokemon is known as a sea incarnate. Figureheads that resemble Dragonite decorate the bows of many ships. The bows of many ships. Oh, whatever. Mewtwo. Its DNA is almost the same as Mew. However, its size and deposition are vastly different. Mega Mewtwo X. Psychic powers has augmented its muscles. It has a grip strength of 1 ton and can sprint 100 meters in 2 seconds flat. Mega Mewtwo Y. Despite its diminished size, its mental power has grown phenomenally. With a mere thought, it can smash scary birds to smithereens. Mew. When viewed through a microscope, this Pokemon's short, fine, delicate hair can be seen. Chikorita. In battle, Chikorita waves its leaf around to keep the foe at bay. However, its sweet fragrance also wafts from the leaf, becoming the battling Pokemon and creating a cozy, friendly atmosphere all around. Bayleaf's neck is ringed by curled up leaves. Inside each tubular leaf is a small root of a tree. The fragrance of this shoot makes people peppy. Meganium. The fragrance of Meganium's flower soothes and calms emotions. In battle, this Pokemon gives off more of a becalming scent to blunt the foe's fighting spirit. Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil protects itself by flaring up the flames on its back. The flames are vigorous. If the Pokemon is angry, however, if it's very tired, the flames splutter fitfully with incomplete combustion. Quilava. Quilava keeps its foes at bay with the intensity of its flames and gusts of superheated air. This Pokemon applies its astounding nimbleness to dodge flame attacks, even while scorching the foe with flames. Typhlosion. Typhlosion obscures itself behind a shimmering heat haze that it creates using its intensely hot flames. This Pokemon creates blazing explosive blasts that burn everything to cinders. Totodile. Despite the smallness of its body, Totodile's jaws are very powerful. While the Pokemon may think it's just playfully nipping, its bite has enough power to cause serious injury. Croconaw. Once Croconaw has clamped its jaws onto its foe, it would absolutely not let go. Because of the tips of its fangs are forked back like barbed fishhooks. They become impossible to move when they have sunk in. Feraligatr. Feraligatr intimidates its foes by opening its huge mouth. In battle, it will kick the ground hard with its thick and powerful hind legs to charge at the foes at an incredible speed. Sentret. When Sentret sleeps, it does so while other stands guard. The sentry wakes the others at the first sign of danger. When this Pokemon becomes separated from the pack, it becomes incapable of sleep due to fear. Furret. Furret has a slim build. When under attack, it can slickly squirm through narrow spaces and get away. In spite of its short limbs, this Pokemon is very nimble and fleet. Hoot Hoot. It always stands on one foot. It changes feet so fast the movement can rarely be seen. It begins to hoot at the same time every day. Some trainers use them in place of clocks. Noctowl. Its eyes are specially developed to enable it to see clearly even in murky darkness and minimal light. When it needs to think, it rotates its head 180 degrees to sharpen its intellectual power. Ladybug. This Pokemon is very sensitive to cold. In the warmth of Alola, it appears quite lively. These very cowardly Pokemon join together and use Reflect to protect their nests. Ledian. It's said that the patterns on its back are related to the stars in the night sky, but the details of that relationship remain unclear. It flies through the night sky, sprinkling sparkling dust. According to some, if that dust sticks to you, good things will happen to you. Spinarak. With threads from its mouth, it fashions sturdy webs that won't break even if you set a rock on them. Impressive. Although the poison from its fangs isn't that strong, it's potent enough to weaken prey that gets caught in its web. Ariados. Every night it wanders around in search of prey, whose movements is restrained by spewing threads before it bites into them with its fangs. It spews threads from its mouth to catch its prey. When night falls, it leaves its web to go hunt aggressively. Crobat. Both of its legs have turned into wings. Without a sound, Crobat flies swiftly towards its prey and sinks its fangs into the nape of a target's neck. This Pokemon flaps its forewings skillfully. Crobat can fly through cramped caves without needing to slow down. Chinchou. Its antennae, which evolved from a fin, have both positive and negative charges flowing through them. On the dark ocean floor, its only means of communication is constantly flashing lights. Lantern. The light it emits is so bright it can illuminate the sea surface from a depth of over 3 miles. This Pokemon flashes a bright light that blinds its prey. This creates an opening for it to deliver an electrical attack. Pichu. Despite small size, it can zap even adult humans. However, if it does so, it also surprises itself. The electric sacs in its cheeks are small. Even if a little electricity leaks, it becomes shocked. Cleffa. According to local rumors, Cleffa are often seen in places where shooting stars have fallen. Igglybuff. Igglybuff loves to sing. Its marshmallow-like body gives off a faint sweet smell. Taking advantage of the softness of its body, Igglybuff moves as if bouncing. Its body turns a deep pink when its temperature rises. Togepi. The shell seems to be filled with joy. It is said that it will share good luck when treated kindly. It is considered to be a symbol of good luck. Its shell is said to be filled with happiness. Togetic. They say that it will appear before kind-hearted, caring people and shower them with happiness. It grows dispirited if not with kind people. It can float in midair without moving its wings. Natsu. It is extremely good at climbing tree trunks and likes to eat the new sprouts on the trees. Because its wings are fully grown, it has to hop to get around. It is always staring at something. Zatsu. They say that it stands still and quiet because it is seeing both the past and future at the same time. Yikes. This odd Pokemon can see both the past and the future. Its eyes the sun's movement all day. Mareep. Clothing made from Mareep's fleece is easily charged with static electricity, so its special process is used on it. Rubbing its fleece generates electricity. You'll want to pet it because it's cute, but if you use your bare hand, you'll get a painful shock. Flaffy. In the places on its body where fleece doesn't grow, its skin is rubber and doesn't conduct electricity. Those spots are safe to touch. It stores electricity in its fluffy fleece. If it stores up too much, it will start to go bald in those patches. Ampharos. The light from its tail can be seen from space. This is why you always tell exactly where it is, which is usually keeps the lights off. Its tail shines bright and strong and has been prized long ago as a beacon for sailors. Mega Ampharos. Massive amounts of energy intensely stimulated Ampharos' cells, apparently waking its long sleeping dragon's blood. Okay. Blossom. Plentiful in the tropics, when it dances, its petals rub together and make a pleasant ringing sound. Blossom gather at times and appear to dance. They say that the dance is a ritual to summon the sun. Marill. This Pokemon uses its round tail as a float. The ball of Marill's tail is filled with nutrients that have been turned into an oil. Even after Marill swims in a cold sea, its water-repellent fur dries almost as soon as Marill leaves the water. That's why this Pokemon is never cold. Azumarill. It spends most of its time in the water. On sunny days, Azumarill floats on the surface of the water and sunbathes. These Pokemon create air-filled bubbles. When Azumarill play in rivers, Azumarill will cover them with these bubbles. Sudowoodo. If a tree branch shakes when there is no wind, it is Sudowoodo, not a tree. It hides from the rain. It disguises itself as a tree to avoid attack. It hates water, so it will disappear if it starts raining. Politoed. At nightfall, these Pokemon appear on the shores of lakes. They announce their territorial claims by letting out cries that sound like shouting. The cry of a male is louder than that of a female. Male Politoed with deep, menacing voices find more popularity with the opposite gender. Ooh. Very metal. Hoppip. This Pokemon drifts and floats with the wind. If it senses the approach of strong winds, Hoppip links its leaves with other Hoppip to prepare against being blown away. Skiploom. Skiploom's flower blossoms when the temperature rises above 64 degrees Fahrenheit. How much the flower opens depends on the temperature. For that reason, this Pokemon is sometimes used as a thermometer. Jumpluff. Jumpluff rides warm southern winds to cross the sea and fly to foreign lands. The Pokemon descends to the ground when it encounters cold air while it's floating. Apom. As it did more and more with its tail, its hand became clumsy. It makes its nest high in the treetops. It searches for prey from the tops of trees. When it spots its favorite food, Bounsweet, Apom gets excited and pounces. Sunkern. Sunkern tries to move as little as it possibly can. It does so because it's trying to conserve all the nutrients it has stored in its body for its evolution. It will not eat a thing, subsisting only on morning dew. Almost said Mountain Dew. I subsist on Mountain Dew. Sunflora. Sunflora converts solar energy into nutrition. It moves around actively in the daytime when it is warm. It stops moving as soon as the sun goes down for the night. Yanma. Yanma is capable of seeing 360 degrees without having to move its eyes. It is a great flyer that is adept at making sudden stops and turning midair. This Pokemon uses its flying ability to quickly chase down targeted prey. Wooper. This Pokemon lives in cold water. It will leave the water to search for food when it gets cold outside. When walking on land, fucking print. Oh my god, my printer just scared the shit out of me. When walking on land, it covers its body with a poisonous film that keeps its skin from dehydrating. Holy Christ. Quagsire has an easygoing nature. It doesn't care if it bumps its head on boats and boulders while swimming. Its body is always slimy. It often bangs its head on the river bottom as it swims, but seems not to care. Espeon. By reading air currents, it can predict things such as the weather or its foe's next move. It unleashes psychic power from the orb on its forehead. When its power is exhausted, the orb grows dull and dark. Umbreon. When this Pokemon becomes angry, it pours its pores. Try that again. When this Pokemon becomes angry, its pores secrete a poisonous sweat, which it sprays at its opponent's eyes. On the night of a full moon, or when it gets excited, the ring patterns on its body glow yellow. Murkrow. It has a weakness for shiny things, and has been known to sneak into nests of Gabite, noted collectors of jewels in search of treasure. It searches for shiny things for its boss. Murkrow's presence is said to be unlucky, so many people detest it. Slowking. Miraculously, this former Slowpoke's latent intelligence was drawn out when the shelter poison raced through its brain. Slowking can solve any problem presented to it, but no one can understand a thing Slowking says. Galarian form. While chanting strange spells, this Pokemon combines its internal toxins with what it's eaten, creating strange potions. Combinations of toxins and the shock of evolving has increased Shelter's intelligence to the point that the Shelter now controls Slowking. Mischievous. What gives meaning to its life is surprising others. If you set your ear against the red orbs around its neck, you can hear shrieking. Yikes. What makes it happy is imitating the voices of weeping people and scaring everyone. It doesn't deal well with folks who are easily frightened. Unknown. This Pokemon is shaped like ancient writing. It is a mystery as to which came first, the ancient writings or the various unknown. Research into this topic is ongoing, but nothing is known. Wobbuffet. It hates light and shock. If attacked, it inflates its body to pump up its counter-strike. To keep its pitch black tail hidden, it lives quietly in the darkness. It is never first to attack. Girafarig. Girafarig's rear head also has a brain, but it's small. The rear head attacks in response to smells and sounds. Approaching this Pokemon from behind can cause the rear head to suddenly lash out and bite. Girafarig's rear head contains a tiny brain that is too small for thinking. However, the rear head doesn't need to sleep, so it can keep watch over its surrounding 24 hours a day. Pineco, motionless. It hangs from the trees, waiting for its bug Pokemon prey to come to it. Its favorite in Alola is Cutiefly. It sticks tree bark to itself with its saliva, making itself thicker and larger. Elderly Pineco are ridiculously huge. Fortress. When something approaches it, it fires off fragments of its steel shell and attack. This is not a conscious action, but a conditioned reflex. In the moment that this gulps down its prey, the inside of its shell is exposed. But to this day, no one has ever seen that sight. Dunsparce. This Pokemon's tiny wings have some scientists say that Dunsparce used to fly through the sky in ancient times. The nests Dunsparce live in are mazes of tunnels. They never get lost in their own nests, and they can tell where they are by the scent of the dirt. Gligar. Gligar glides through the air without a sound, as if it were sliding. This Pokemon hangs onto the face of its foe using its clawed hind legs and the large pincers on its forehead, then injects the prey with its poison barb. Steelix. It is said that if an Onix lives for over 100 years, its composition changes to become diamond-like. It is thought its body transformed as a result of iron accumulating internally from swallowing soil. Mega Steelix. Steelix lives even further underground than Onix. This Pokemon is known to dig toward the Earth's core. There are records of this Pokemon reaching a depth of over 6/10 of a mile underground. That's not a lot. Snubble. It grows close to others easily and is also easily spoiled. The disparity between its face and its actions make many young people wild about it. Oh, okay. In contrast to its appearance, it's quite timid. When playing with other puppy Pokemon, it sometimes gets bullied. Granbull. While it has powerful jaws, it doesn't care for disputes, so it rarely has a chance to display their might. Although it's popular with young people, Granbull is timid and sensitive, so it's totally incompetent as a watchdog. Quillfish. When faced with a larger opponent, it swallows as much water as it can to match the opponent's size. The small spikes covering its body develop from scales. They inject a toxin that causes fainting. Scizor. Bulky pincers account for 1/3 of Scissor's body weight. Its single swing from these pincers will crush a boulder completely. Although its body is slim, Scizor has a tremendous attacking power. Even Scissor's muscles are made of metal. Mega Scizor. It's better at beating things than grasping them. When it battles for a long time, the weight of its pincers becomes too much to bear. It stores excess energy from Mega Evolution, so after a long time passes, its body starts to melt. Oh, okay. Shuckle. It stores berries inside its shell to avoid attacks. It hides beneath rocks and remains completely still. The berries stored in its vase-like shell eventually become a thick, pulpy juice. Heracross. Heracross loves sweet sap and will go looking through forest for it. The Pokemon uses its 2 antennae to pick up scents as it searches. This Pokemon takes pride in its strength, which allows it to lift things 100 times heavier than itself with no trouble at all. Mega Heracross. A tremendous influx of energy builds it up, but when Mega Evolution ends, Heracross is bothered by a terrible soreness in its muscles. It can grip things with its 2 horns and lift 500 times its own body weight. Sneasel. Its paws conceal sharp claws. If attacked, it suddenly extends the claws and startles its enemy. It has a cunning yet savage position. It waits for its parents to leave their nests, and then it sneaks to steal their eggs. Teddiursa. This Pokemon likes to lick its palms that are sweetened by being soaked in honey. Teddiursa concocts its own honey by blending fruits and pollen collected by Beedrill. Ursaring. In the forest inhabited by Ursaring, it is said that there are many streams and towering trees where they gather food. This Pokemon walks through its forest gathering food every day. Slugma. Molten magma courses throughout Slugma's circulatory system. If this Pokemon is shielded, the magma cools and hardens. Its body turns brittle and chunks fall off, reducing its size. Slugma does not have any blood in its body. Instead, intensely hot magma circulates throughout this Pokemon's body, carrying essential nutrients and oxygen to its organs, which is also lava. Okay, Macargo. Macargo's shell is actually its skin that hardened as a result of cooling. Its shell is very brittle and fragile. Just touching it causes it to crumble apart. This Pokemon returns to its original size by dipping itself in magma. Macargo's body temperature is approximately 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Water is vaporized on contact. If this Pokemon is caught in the rain, the raindrops instantly turn into steam, cloaking the area in a thick fog. Swinub. It rubs its snout on the ground to find and dig up food. It sometimes discovers hot springs. If it smells something enticing, it dashes off headlong to find the source of the aroma. Piloswine. If it charges at an enemy, the hairs on its back stand up straight. It is very sensitive to sound. Although its legs are short, its rugged hooves prevent it from slipping even on icy ground. Corsola. It will regrow any branches that break off its head. People keep particularly beautiful Corsola branches as charms to promote safe childbirth. These Pokemon live in warm seas. In prehistoric times, many lived in the oceans around the Galar region as well. Galarian form. Sudden climate change wiped out this ancient kind of Corsola. This Pokemon absorbs other life force through its branches. Watch your step when wandering areas. Watch your step when wandering areas. Oceans once covered. What looks like a stone could be this Pokemon and will curse you if you kick it. Remoraid. The water they shoot from their mouths can hit moving prey from more than 300 feet away. Using its dorsal fin as a suction pad, it clings to a mantine's underside to scavenge for leftovers. Octillery has a tendency to be in holes. It has a tendency to want to be in holes. It prefers rock crags or pots and sprays ink from them before attacking. It traps enemies with its suction-cupped tentacles, then smashes them with its rock-hard head. Delibird. It carries food all day long. There are tales about lost people who were saved by the food it had. It has a generous habit of sharing its food with people and Pokemon, so it's always scrounging around for more food. Mantine. If it builds up enough speed swimming, it can jump out above the waves and glide for over 300 feet. As it majestically swims, it doesn't care if Remoraid attached to it to scavenge for leftovers. Skarmory. The pointed feathers of this Pokemon are sharper than swords. Skarmory and Corviknight fight viciously over territory. People fashion swords from Skarmory's shed feathers, so this Pokemon is a popular element in heraldic designs. Houndour. It cooperates with others skillfully. When it becomes your partner, it is very loyal to you as its trainer and will obey your orders. They they make repeated eerie howls before dawn to call attention to their pack. Houndoom, they spew flames mixed with poison to finish off their opponents. They divvy up their prey evenly among their members of their pack. Identifiable by its eerie howls, people a long time ago thought it was a Grim Reaper and feared it. Mega Houndoom. Houndoom's entire body generates heat when Mega evolves. Its fearsome, fiery breath turns its opponents to ash. Its red claws and the tip of its tail are melting from high internal temperatures that are painful to Houndoom itself. Kingdra. With the arrival of a storm at sea, this Pokemon will show itself on the surface. When a Kingdra and a Dragonite meet, a fierce battle ensues. Scales shed by this Pokemon have such a splendorous gleam to them that they've been given to royalty as gifts. Phanpy. For its nest, Phanpy digs a vertical pit in the ground at the edge of a river. It marks the area around its nest with its trunk to let others know that the area has been claimed. What's wrong with him, man? Phanpy uses its long nose to shower itself. When others gather around, they thoroughly douse each other with water. These Pokemon can be seen drying their soaking wet bodies at the edge of water. My body's having a negative reaction to this. Donphan's favorite attack is curling its body into a ball, then charging at its foe while rolling at high speeds. Once it starts rolling, this Pokemon can't stop very easily. If Donphan were to tackle with its hard body, even a house could be destroyed. Using its massive strength, the Pokemon helps clear rock and mudslides that block mountain trails. Porygon 2. This is a Porygon that was updated with special data. Porygon 2 develops itself by learning about many different subjects all on its own. After artificial intelligence was implemented in Porygon 2, the Pokemon began using a strange language that only other Porygon 2 understands. Stantler. Stantler's magnificent antlers were traded at high prices as works of art. As a result, this Pokemon was hunted close to extinction by those who were after the priceless antlers. Smeargle. The fluid of Smeargle's tail's secretions change the intensity of its hue as the Pokemon's emotions change. It draws symbols with the fluid that oozes from the tip of its tail. Depending on the symbol, Smeargle fanatics will pay big money for them. Tyrogue. It is always bursting with energy. To make itself stronger, it keeps on fighting even if it loses. Even though it is small, it can be ignored because it will slug any handy target away without warning. Hitmontop. It launches kicks while spinning. If it spins at high speed, it may bore its way into the ground. If it's doing a handstand to throw off the opponent's timing, it presents its fancy kick moves. Smoochum. If its face gets even slightly dirty, Smoochum will bathe immediately. But if its body gets dirty, Smoochum doesn't really seem to care. Okay. This is a very curious Pokemon. Smoochum decides what it likes and dislikes by touching things with its lips. Alakid. When a storm approaches, this Pokemon gets restless. Once Alakid hears the sound of thunder, it gets full-on rowdy. It is not a good storing electricity yet. This Pokemon sneaks into people's homes looking for electrical outlets to eat electricity from. Magby. This Pokemon is still small and timid. Whenever Magby gets excited or surprised, flames leak from its mouth and its nose. Same. This Pokemon makes its home near volcanoes. At the end of the day, Magby soaks in magma, resting and recovering from the day's fatigue. Blissey. Miltank. What? Miltank. Miltank produces highly nutritious milk, so it's been supporting the lives of people and other Pokemon since ancient times. This Pokemon needs to be milked every day, or else it will fall ill. The flavor of Miltank milk changes with the seasons. Blissey. Whenever Blissey finds a weakened Pokemon, it will share its egg and offer its care until the other Pokemon is all better. Blissey lays mysterious eggs that are filled with happiness. It is said that anyone who eats a Blissey egg will start acting kindly to all others. Raikou. Raikou embodies the speed of lightning. The roars of this Pokemon send shockwaves shuddering through the air and shake the ground as if lightning bolts have come crashing down. Entei. Entei embodies the passion of magma. This Pokemon is thought to have been born in the eruption of a volcano. It sends up massive bursts of fire that utterly consume all they touch. Suicune. Suicune embodies the compassion of a pure spring of water. It runs across the land with gracefulness. This Pokemon has the power to purify dirty water. Larvitar. Born deep underground, it becomes above ground and becomes a pupa once it has finished eating the surrounding soil. It feeds on soil. After it has eaten a large mountain, it will fall asleep so it can grow. What? Pupitar. Even sealed in its shell, it can move freely. Hard and fast, it has outstanding destructive power. It will not stay still, even while it's a pupa. It already has arms and legs under its solid shell. Tyranitar. Its body can be harmed by any sort of attack, so it is very eager to make challenge against enemies. The quakes caused when it walks make even great mountains crumble and change the surrounding terrain. Mega Tyranitar. The effects of Mega Evolution make it more ferocious than ever. It is unclear whether it can even hear its trainer's orders. Due to its colossal power poured into it, this Pokemon's back split right open. Its destructive instincts are the only thing keeping it moving. Lugia. Lugia's wings pack devastating power. A light fluttering of its wing can blow apart regular houses. As a result, this Pokemon chooses to live out of sight deep under the sea. Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh's feathers glow in 7 colors depending on the angle at which they are struck by light. These feathers are said to bring happiness to the bearers. This Pokemon is said to live at the foot of a rainbow. Okay. Celebi. This Pokemon came from the future by crossing over time. It is thought that so long as Celebi appears, a bright and shining future awaits us. Trico. Trico has small hooks on the bottom of its feet that enable it to scale vertical walls. This Pokemon attacks by slamming foes with its thick tail. Trico is cool, calm, and collected. It never panics under any situation. If a bigger foe were to glare at this Pokemon, it would glare right back without conceding an inch of ground. Ooh. Grovyle. The leaves growing out of Grovyle's body are convenient for camouflaging it from enemies in the forest. This Pokemon is a master at climbing trees and jungles. This Pokemon adeptly flies from branch to branch in forests. In forests, where no Pokemon can ever hope to catching fleeing Grovyle, however fast they may be. Sceptile. The leaves growing on a Sceptile's body are a very sharp edge. This Pokemon is very agile. It leaves all over the branches of trees and jumps on its foe from above and behind. Sceptile has seeds growing on its back. They are said to be bursting with nutrients that revitalize trees. This Pokemon raises the trees in your forest with loving care. Mega Sceptile. Sceptile has seeds growing on its back. They are said to be bursting with nutrients that revitalize trees. This Pokemon raises the trees in the forest with loving care. The leaves growing on Sceptile's body are very sharp edged. This Pokemon is very agile. It leaves all over the branches of trees and jumps on its foe from above or behind. I just read Sceptile twice. Whatever. Torchic. Torchic sticks with its trainer, following behind with its unsteady steps. This Pokemon breathes fire over 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, including fireballs that leave the foe scorched black. Torchic has a place inside its body where it keeps its flame. Give it a hug and it will be glowing with warmth. This Pokemon is covered all over by a fluffy coat of down. Combuskin. Combuskin toughens up its legs and thighs by running through fields and mountains. This Pokemon's legs possess both speed and power, enabling it to dole out 10 kicks in 1 second. Combuskin's battle with intensely hot flames. It spews from its beak with outstanding destructive kicks. This Pokemon's cry is very loud and distracting. Blaziken. In battle, Blaziken blows out intense flames from its wrists and attacks foes courageously. The stronger the foe, the more intensely this Pokemon's wrists burn. Blaziken has incredibly strong legs. It can easily clear a 30-story building in 1 leap. This Pokemon's blazing punches leave its foes scorched and blackened. It's the same thing again. I'll read it, whatever. Blaziken has incredibly strong legs. It can... Mega Blaziken. Blaziken has incredibly strong legs. It can easily clear a 30-story building in 1 leap. This Pokemon's blazing punches leave its foes scorched and blackened. In battle, Blaziken blows out intense flames from its wrists and attacks foes courageously. The stronger the foe, the more intensely this Pokemon's wrists burn. Mudkip. The fin on Mudkip's head acts as highly sensitive radar, using this fin to sense movements of water and air. This Pokemon can determine what is taking place around it without using its eyes. In water, Mudkip breathes using the gills on its cheek. If it is faced with a tight situation in battle, this Pokemon will unleash its amazing power. It can crush rocks bigger than itself. Marshtomp. The surface of Marshtomp's body is enveloped by a thin, sticky film that enables it to live on land. This Pokemon plays in mud on beaches when the ocean's tide is low. Marshtomp is much faster at traveling through mud than it is at swimming. This Pokemon's hindquarters exhibit obvious development, giving it the ability to walk on just its hind legs. Swampert. Swampert is very strong and has enough power to easily drag a boulder weighing more than a ton. This Pokemon also has powerful vision that lets it see even in murky water. Swampert predicts storms by sensing subtle differences in sounds of waves and tidal winds with its fins. If a storm is approaching, it piles up boulders to protect itself. Mega Swampert. Swampert predicts storms by sensing subtle differences in the sounds of waves and tidal winds with its fins. If a storm is approaching, it piles up boulders to protect itself. Swampert is very strong and has enough power to easily drag a boulder weighing more than a ton. This Pokemon also has powerful vision that lets it see even in murky water. Poochyena. At first sight, Poochyena takes a bite out of at anything that moves. This Pokemon chases after prey until the victim becomes exhausted. However, it may turn tail if the prey strikes back. Poochyena is an omnivore. It will eat anything. A distinguishing feature is how large its fangs are compared to its body. This Pokemon tries to intimidate its foes by making the hair on its tail bristle out. Mightyena. Mightyena gives obvious signals when it is preparing to attack. It starts to growl deeply and then flattens its body. This Pokemon will bite savagely with its sharp pointed fangs. Mightyena travel and act as a pack in the wild. The memory of its life in the wild compels the Pokemon to obey only trainers that recognizes to possess superior skill. Zigzagoon. It marks its territory by rubbing its bristly fur on trees. This variety of Zigzagoon is friendlier and calmer than the kind native to Galar. Zigzagoon that adapted to regions outside Galar acquired this appearance. If you've lost something, this Pokemon can likely find it. Galarian form. Thought to be the oldest form of Zigzagoon, it moves in zigzags and wreaks havoc upon its surroundings. Its restlessness has constantly running around. If it sees another Pokemon, it will purposely run into them in order to start a fight. Linoon. Its fur is strong and supple. Shaving brushes made with shed Linoon hairs are highly prized. Jesus, man. It uses explosive speed and razor-sharp claws to bring down prey. Running along with winding paths, it is not a strong suit. Galarian form. This very aggressive Pokemon will recklessly challenge opponents stronger than itself. It uses its long tongue to taunt opponents. Once the opponent is enraged, this Pokemon hurls itself at the opponent, tackling them forcefully. Wurmple. Using the spikes on its rear end, Wurmple peels the bark off trees and feeds on the sap that oozes out. This Pokemon's feet are tipped with suction pads that allow it to cling to glass without slipping. Wurmple is targeted by Swallow as prey. This Pokemon will try to resist by pointing the spikes on its rear at the attacking predator. It will weaken the foe by leaking poison from the spikes. Silcoon. Silcoon tethers itself to a tree branch using silk to keep it from falling. This Pokemon hangs out quietly while it awaits evolution. It peers out of the silk cocoon through a small hole. Silcoon was thought to endure hunger and not consume anything before its evolution. However, it is now thought that this Pokemon slakes its thirst by drinking rainwater that it collects on its silk. Beautifly. Beautifly's favorite food is the sweet pollen of flowers. If you want to see this Pokemon, just leave a potted flower by the open window. Beautifly is sure to come looking for pollen. What? Okay. Beautifly has a long mouth like a coiled needle, which is very convenient for collecting pollen from flowers. This Pokemon rides the spring winds as it flits around gathering pollen. Cascoon makes its protective cocoon by wrapping its body entirely with a fine silk from its mouth. Once the silk goes around its body, it hardens. This Pokemon prepares for its evolution inside the cocoon. If it is attacked, Cascoon remains motionless. However badly it may be hurt, it does so because if it were to move, its body will be weak upon evolution. This Pokemon will not forget the pain it endured. Dustox. Dustox is instinctively drawn to light. Swarms of this Pokemon are attracted by the bright lights of cities, where they wreak havoc by stripping the leaves off roadside trees for food. When Dustox flaps his wings, they find dust is scattered all over. This dust is actually a powerful poison that will make even a pro wrestler sick. This Pokemon searches for food using its antenna-like radar. Lotad. It searches about for clean water. If it does not drink water for too long, the leaf on its head wilts. Its leaf grew too large for it to live on land. That is how it began to live floating in the water. Lombre. It is nocturnal and becomes agitative at nightfall. It feeds on aquatic mosses that grow the riverbed. It lives at the water's edge where it is sunny. It sleeps on a bed of water grass by day and becomes active at night. Ludicolo. The rhythm of bright, festive music activates Ludicolo cells, making it more powerful. If it hears festive music, it begins moving in rhythm in order to amplify its power. C-Dot. It remains still. It looks like it's a real nut. It delights in surprising foraging Pokemon. It attaches itself to a tree branch by using the top of its head. Strong winds can sometimes make it fall. Nuzleaf lives deep in forests. With the leaf on its head, it makes a flute whose song makes listeners uneasy. They live in holes bored in large trees. The sound of Nuzleaf's grass flute fills listeners with dread. Shiftry, a Pokemon that was feared as a forest guardian. It can read the foe's mind and take preemptive action. It lives quietly in the deep forest. It is said to create chilly winter winds with the fan it holds. Tailo. Tailo courageously stands its ground against foes, however strong they may be. This gutsy Pokemon will remain defiant even after a loss. On the other hand, it cries loudly if it becomes hungry. Tailo is young. It has only just left its nest. As a result, it sometimes becomes lonesome and cries at night. This Pokemon feeds on Wurmple that live in forests. Swellow. Swellow flies high above our heads, making graceful arcs in the sky. This Pokemon dives at a steep angle as soon as it spots its prey. The hapless prey is tightly grasped by Swellow's clawed feet, preventing escape. Swellow is very conscientious of the upkeep of its glossy wings. Once two Swellow are gathered, they diligently take care of it, cleaning each other's wings. Wingull, it makes its nest on sheer cliffs. Riding the sea breeze, it glides up to expansive skies. It soars on updrafts without flapping its wings. It makes a nest on sheer cliffs at the sea's edge. Pelipper, it is a messenger of the skies, carrying small Pokemon and its eggs to safety in its bill. Skimming through the water's surface, it dips its large bill in the sea, scoops up food and water, and carries it. Ralts, it is highly attuned to the emotions of people and Pokemon. It hides if it senses hostility. Its horns capture if its horns capture the warm feelings of people or Pokemon, its body warms up slightly. Kirlia, if its trainer becomes happy, it overflows with energy, dancing joyously while spinning about. It has psychic power that enables it to distort the space around it and see into the future. Gardevoir, it has the power to predict the future. Its power peaks when it's protecting its trainer. To protect its trainer, it will expand all its psychic power to create a small black hole. Mega Gardevoir. Gardevoir has a psychokinetic power to distort the dimensions to create a small black hole. This Pokemon will protect its trainer even at the risk of its own life. Gardevoir has the ability to read the future. If it senses impending danger to its trainer, this Pokemon is set to unleash its psychokinetic energy at full power. Surskit, if it's in a pinch, it wants to create a sweet liquid from the tip of its head. Syrup made from gathering that liquid is tasty on bread. Okay. It lives on ponds and marshes that feature lots of plant life. It often fights with Dewpider, whose habitat and diet are similar. Masquerain. Masquerain intimidates enemies with the eye-like patterns on its eye spots. If that doesn't work, it definitely makes its escape on its set of 4 wings. Its thin wing-like antennae are highly absorbent. It waits out rainy days in tree hollows. Shroomish. Shroomish live in damp soil in the dark depths of forests. They are often found keeping still under fallen leaves. This Pokemon feeds on compost that is made up of fallen, rotted leaves. If Shroomish senses danger, it shakes its body, and scatters spores from the top of its head. This Pokemon's spores are so toxic they make trees and weeds wilt. Fuck. Breloom. Breloom closes in on its foe with lightly and sprightly footwork, and then throws punches with its stretchy arms. This Pokemon's fighting technique puts boxers to shame. The seeds ringing Breloom's tail are made of hardened toxic spores. It is horrible to eat the seeds. Just taking a bite of this Pokemon seed will cause your stomach to rumble. Slackoth. Slackoth lolls around for over 20 hours a day. Because it moves so little, it does not need much food. This Pokemon's sole daily meal consists of just 3 leaves. That's funny. Slackoth's heart beats just once a minute. Whatever happens, it is content to loaf around motionless. Rare to see this Pokemon in motion. Vigoroth. Vigoroth is always itching and agitating to go on a wild rampage. It simply cannot tolerate sitting still for even a minute. This Pokemon's stress level rises if it can't be moving constantly. Vigoroth is simply incapable of remaining still. Even when it tries to go to sleep, the blood in its veins grows agitated, compelling this Pokemon to run wild throughout the jungle before it can settle down. Slacking. Slacking spends all day lying down and lolling about. It eats grass growing within its reach. If it eats all the grass it can reach, this Pokemon reluctantly moves to another spot. Wherever Slacking live, rings of over a yard in a diameter appear in grassy fields. They are made by the Pokemon as it eats all the grass within its reach while lying prone on the ground. Nincada, because it lived almost entirely underground, it is nearly blind. It uses its antenna to see. It can sometimes live underground for more than 10 years. It absorbs nutrients from the roots and trees. Ninjask, its cry leaves a lasting headache if heard for too long. It moves so quickly that it is almost invisible. This Pokemon is so quick it is said to be able to avoid any attack. It loves to feed on tree sap. Shedinja, a most peculiar Pokemon that somehow appears in a Pokeball when a Nincada evolves. Strange Pokemon. It flies without moving its wings. It has a hollow shell for a body and does not breathe. Yep. Whismer. The cry of a Whismer is over 100 decibels. If you're close to Whismer when it lets out a cry, you'll be stuck with an all-day headache. When Whismer cries, the sound of its own voice startles it, making the Pokemon cry even louder. It cries until it's exhausted, then it falls asleep. Loudred. Loudred's ears serve as speakers that can put out sound waves powerful enough to blow away a house. The force of this Pokemon's loud voice isn't just the sound, it's also the wave of air pressure that blows opponents away and damages them. Exploud. In the past, people would use the loud voices of these Pokemon as a means of communication between distant cities. This Pokemon can do more than just shout. To communicate with others of its kind, it'll emit all sorts of sounds from the holes in its body. Makuhita. It practices its slaps by repeating slapping the tree trunks. It has been known to slap an executor and get flung away. There's a rumor of a traditional recipe for stew that trainers can cause to raise strong Makuhita. Hariyama. Although they enjoy comparing their strength, they're also kind. They value etiquette, praising opponents they battle. Hariyama are big and fat, aren't necessarily strong. There are some small ones that move nimbly and use moves skillfully. Azuro. The ball on Azuro's tail bounces like a rubber ball, and it's full of nutrients the opponent needs to grow. Let me read that again. The ball in Azuro's bounces like a rubber ball. It's full of nutrients the Pokemon needs to grow. I said opponent. Although Azuro are normally docile, an angry one will swing around the big ball in its tail and try to smash its opponents. Nose Pass. It moves less than an inch a year, but when it is in a jam, it will spin and drill down into the ground in a split second. It hunts without twitching a muscle by pulling in its prey with its powerful magnetism, but sometimes it pulls natural enemies in close. Skitty. Skitty has the habit of becoming fascinated by the moving objects and chasing them around. This Pokemon is known to chase after its own tail and become dizzy. Skitty is known to chase around playfully after its own tail. In the wild, this Pokemon lives in holes in the trees of forests. It is very popular as a pet because of its adorable looks. Delcatty. Delcatty prefers to live in an unfettered existence in which it can do what as it pleases at its own pace. Because this Pokemon eats and sleeps whatever it decides, the daily routines are completely random. Delcatty sleep anywhere it wants without keeping a permanent nest. If other Pokemon approach it as it sleeps, this Pokemon will never fight. It will just move away somewhere else. Yo. Sableye. This Pokemon is feared when its gemstone begins to glow with a sinister shine. It is believed that Sableye will steal people's spirits away. It feeds on gemstones crystal. In darkness, its eyes sparkle with the glitter of jewels. Mega Sableye. It blocks any and all attacks with its giant-sized gemstone. However, the stone's a heavy burden and it limits Mega Sableye's movements. Bathed in the energy of Mega Evolution, the gemstone in its chest expands and rips through its skin and falls out. Mawile. It uses its docile-looking face to lull foes into complacency. Okay, this word might do me in. It uses its docile-looking face to lull foes into complacency. Jesus. Then bites with its huge, relentless jaws. It chomps with its gaping mouth. Its huge jaws are actually steel horns that have been transformed. Mega Mawile. Its two sets of jaws thrash about violently as if they each had a will of their own. One gnash from them can turn a boulder into dust. It has extremely vicious disposition. It grips prey in its two sets of jaws and tears them apart with raw power. Aron. It eats iron ore and sometimes railroad tracks to build up the steel armor that protects its body. When Aron evolves, its steel armor peels off. In ancient times, people will collect Aron's shed armor and make good use of it in their daily lives. Larion live in mountains brimming with spring water and iron ore, so these Pokemon often came into conflict with humans in the past. During territorial disputes, Larion fight by slamming into each other. Close inspection of their steel armor reveals scratches and dents. Agagron. Agagron has a horn sharp enough to perforate thick iron sheets. It brings down its opponents by ramming into them horn first. Long ago, there was a king who wore a helmet that meant to resemble the head of an Agagron. He was trying to channel the Pokemon's strength. I really gotta sneeze. Agagron is protective of its environment. If its mountain is ravaged by a landslide or fire, this Pokemon will haul topsoil to the area, plant trees, and beautifully restore its own territory. Agagron claims an entire mountain as its own territory. It mercilessly beats up anything that violates its environment. This Pokemon vigilantly patrols its territory at all times. Meditite. Meditite undertakes rigorous mental training deep in the mountains. However, whenever it meditates, this Pokemon always loses its concentration and focus. As a result, its training never ends. Meditite heightens its inner energy through meditation. It survives on just one berry a day. Minimal eating is another aspect of this Pokemon's training. Medicham. It is said that through meditation, Medicham heightens energy inside its body and sharpens its sixth sense. This Pokemon hides its presence by merging itself with fields and mountains. Through the power of meditation, Medicham developed its sixth sense. It gained the ability to use psychokinetic powers. This Pokemon is known to meditate for a whole month without eating. Mega Medicham. Through the power of meditation, Medicham developed its sixth sense and it gained the ability to use psychokinetic powers. This Pokemon is known to meditate for a whole month without eating. It is said that through meditation, Medicham heightens its energy inside its body and sharpens its sixth sense. This Pokemon hides its presence by merging itself with fields and mountains. That's my train that's passing right now. God damn it. It's electric. It stores static electricity in its furs for discharging. It gives off sparks if a storm approaches. It stores electricity in its fur. It gives off sparks from all over its body in seasons when the air is dry. Manectric. It stimulates its own muscles with electricity so it can move quickly. It eases its soreness with electricity too, so it can recover quickly as well. It rarely appears before battle. It is said to nest where lightning has fallen. Mega Manectric. Too much electricity has built up in its body, irritating Manectric. Its explosive speed is equal to that of a lightning bolt. Mega Evolution fills its body with a tremendous amount of electricity, but it is too much to Manectric to fully control. Plusle. Plusle always acts as a cheerleader for its partners. Whenever a teammate puts out a good effort in a battle, this Pokemon shorts out its body to create the crackling noises of spark to show its joy. When Plusle is cheering on its partner, it flashes with electric sparks from all over its body. If its partner loses, this Pokemon cries loudly. Minun is more concerned about cheering on its partner than its own safety. It shorts out the electricity in its body to create brilliant showers of sparks to cheer on its teammates. Minun loves to cheer on his partner in battle. It gives off sparks from his body while doing so. If its partner is in trouble, this Pokemon gives off increasing amounts of sparks. Volbeat. With the arrival of night, Volbeat emits light from its tail. It communicates with others by adjusting the intensity and flashing of its light. This Pokemon is attracted by the sweet aroma of Illumise. Volbeat's tail... what? Oh no, it's different. Volbeat's tail glows like a light bulb. With other Volbeat, it uses its tail to draw geometric shapes in the night sky. This Pokemon loves the sweet aroma given off by Illumise. Okay. Illumise attracts a swarm of Volbeat using its sweet fragrance. Once the Volbeat have gathered, this Pokemon leads the light-up swarm in drawing geometric designs on the canvas of the night sky. Illumise leads a flight of illuminated Volbeat to draw in signs of the night sky. This Pokemon is said to earn the greater respect from its peers by composing more complex designs in the sky. Roselia. Its flowers give off a relaxing fragrance. The stronger the aroma, the healthier the Roselia is. It uses different poisons in each hand separately when it attacks. The stronger its aroma, the healthier it is. Awesome. Gulpin. Virtually all the Gulpin's body is its stomach. As a result, it can swallow something its own size. This Pokemon's stomach contains a special fluid that digests anything. Most of the Gulpin's body is made up of its stomach. Its heart and brain are very small in comparison. This Pokemon's stomach contains special enzymes that dissolve anything. Swalot. When Swalot spots prey, it spurts out a hideously toxic fluid from its pores and sprays the target. Once the prey has weakened, this Pokemon gulps it down whole with its cavernous mouth. Swallow has no teeth, so when it eats, it swallows whole, no matter what. Its cavernous mouth yawns widely. An automobile tire could easily fit in this Pokemon's mouth. Carvanha. It won't attack while it's done, not even if it spots prey. Instead, it waits for another Carvanha to join it, and then the Pokemon attack as a group. These Pokemon have sharp fangs and powerful jaws. Sailors will avoid Carvanha dens at all costs. Sharpedo. As soon as it catches a scent of prey, Sharpedo will jet seawater from its backside, hurtling toward the target to attack at 75 miles per hour. This Pokemon is known as the bully of the sea. Any ship entering the water Sharpedo calls home will be attacked, no exceptions. Mega Sharpedo. The moment it charges into opponent, sharp spikes pop out of Sharpedo's head, leaving its opponent with deep wounds. The yellow patterns it bears are old scars. The energy from Mega Evolution runs through them, causing its sharp pain and suffering. Yikes. Whalmer. It shows off its spraying jets of seawater from the nostrils above its eyes. It eats a solid ton of wishy-washy every day. Ooh. When it sucks in a large volume of seawater, it becomes like a big bouncy ball. It eats a ton of food daily. Wishy-washy to be exact. Whalelord. It can sometimes knock out opponents with the shock created by breaching and crashing its body into the water. Its big body into the water. Its immense size is the reason for its popularity. Whalelord watching is favorite sightseeing activity in various parts of the world. Nummel. Nummel is extremely dull-witted. It doesn't even notice being hit. However, it can't stand hunger for even a second. This Pokemon's body is seething cauldron of boiling magma. Nummel stores magma for almost 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit within its body. If it gets wet, the magma cools and hardens. In that event, the Pokemon's body grows heavy and its movements become sluggish. Camerupt. Camerupt has a volcano inside its body. Magma of 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit courses through its body. Occasionally, the humps on this Pokemon's back erupt, spewing the superheated magma. The humps on the Camerupt's back are formed by a transformation of its bones. They sometimes blast out molten magma. This Pokemon apparently erupts when it is rage. Mega Camerupt. The humps on Camerupt's back are formed by a transformation of its bones. They sometimes blast out molten magma. This Pokemon apparently erupts when it is enraged. Camerupt has a volcano inside its body. Magma of 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit courses through its body. Occasionally, the humps on this Pokemon's back erupt, spewing the superheated magma. I hate these megas. Fuck. Torkoal. It burns coal inside its shell for energy. It blows out black soot if it is endangered. You find abandoned coal mines full of them. They dig tirelessly in search of coal. Spoink. Spoink bounces around on its tail. The shock of its bouncing makes its heart pump. As a result, this Pokemon cannot afford to stop bouncing. If it stops, its heart will stop. Spoink keeps a pearl on top of its head. The pearl functions to amplify this Pokemon's psychokinetic powers. It is therefore on a constant search for a bigger pearl. Grumpig. Grumpig uses the black pearls on its body to amplify its psychic power waves for gaining total control over its foe. When this Pokemon uses its special power, its snorting breath grows labored. Grumpig uses the black pearls on its body to wield its fantastic powers. When doing so, it dances bizarrely. This Pokemon's black pearls are valuable as works of art. Spinda. Its steps are shaking, stumbling. Walking for a long time makes it feel sick. Each Spinda's spot pattern is different. With its stumbling movements, it evades opponents' attacks brilliantly. Trapinch. Its nest is sloped like... Try that again. Trapinch. Its nest is sloped. Let me try that again. Trapinch. Its nest is a sloped bowl-like pit in the desert. Once something has fallen in, there is no escape. It makes an inescapable conical. Oh, okay. Trapinch. It makes an inescapable conical pit and lies in wait at the bottom for prey to come tumbling down. I'm forgetting English at this point. God. Vibravo. The ultrasonic waves it generates by rubbing its two wings together, causing several headaches. To help make its wings grow, it dissolves quantities of prey in its digestive juices and guzzles them down every day. Pretty fucking hardcore. Flygon. This Pokemon hides in the heart of sandstorms it creates and seldom appears where people can see it. It is named the Desert Spirit because the flapping of its wings sounds like a woman singing. Okay. Cacnea. Cacnea lives in arid locations such as deserts. It releases a strong aroma from its flower to attract prey. When prey comes near, this Pokemon shoots sharp thorns from its body to bring the victim down. The more arid and harsh the environment, the more pretty and fragrant a flower Cacnea grows. This Pokemon battles by wildly swinging its thorny arms. Cacturn. During the daytime, Cacturn remains unmoving so that it does not lose any moisture to the harsh desert sun. This Pokemon becomes active at night when the temperature drops. If a traveler is going through a desert in a thick of the night, Cacturn will follow in a ragtag group. The Pokemon are biding their time, waiting for the traveler to tire and become incapable of moving. Swablu, its cottony wings are full of air, making them light and fluffy to the touch. Swablu takes diligent care of its wings. Since Swablu looks like a cumulus cloud, foes can have a hard time finding it. Apparently, its wings turned white over many generations. Altaria, as it flies in a calm and relaxed manner, Altaria performs a humming song that would enrapture any audience. This Pokemon has a kind disposition, but if it's provoked, it will threaten opponents with its shrill cries before attacking them without mercy. Altaria sings in a generous soprano. Its wings are like cotton clouds. This Pokemon catches updrafts with its buoyant wings and soars way up into the wild blue yonder. Altaria dances and wheels through the sky among billowing cotton-like clouds. By singing melodies in its crystal-clear voice, this Pokemon makes its listeners experience dreamy wonderment. Zangoose. Memories of battling its arch-rival Seviper are etched into every cell of Zangoose's body. This Pokemon adroitly dodges attacks with incredible agility. Zangoose usually strays on all fours, but when angered, it gets up on its hind legs and extends its claws. This Pokemon shares a bitter rivalry with Seviper that dates back over generations. Seviper shares a generations-long feud with Zangoose. The scars on its body are evidence of vicious battles. This Pokemon attacks using its sword-edged tail. Seviper's sword-like tail serves two purposes. It slashes foes and douses them with secreted poison. This Pokemon will not give up its long-running blood feud with Zangoose. Lunatone. The phase of the moon apparently has some effect on its power. It's active on the night of a full moon. It was discovered at the site of a meteor strike 40 years ago. Its tail can lull its foes to sleep. Solrock. When it rotates itself, it gives off light similar to the sun, thus blinding its foes. Solar energy is the source of its power, so it is strong during the daytime. When it spins, its body shines. How long am I going? Almost 2 hours now. Holy crap. Barboach. Its slimy body is hard to grasp. In one region, it is said to have been born from hardened mud. It probes muddy riverbeds with its two long whiskers. Its slimy film protects its body. Whiscash. It makes its nest at the bottom of swamps. It will eat anything. If it is alive, Whiscash will eat it. It claims a large swamp to itself. If a foe comes near it, it sets off tremors by thrashing about. Corfish. No matter how dirty the water in the river, it will adapt and thrive. It has a strong will to survive. It was originally a Pokemon from afar that escaped into the wild. It can adapt to the dirtiest river. Groudon, a rough customer that wildly flails its giant claws. It is said to be extremely hard to raise. A brutish Pokemon that loves to battle. It will crash itself into any foe that approaches its nest. Baltoy, it moves while spinning around on its single foot. Some Baltoy have been seen spinning on their heads. It was discovered in ancient ruins. While moving, it constantly spins. It stands on one foot even when asleep. Claydol. This mysterious Pokemon started life as an ancient clay figurine made over 20,000 years ago. It appears to have been born from clay dolls made by ancient people. It uses telekinesis to float and move. Lileep. This Pokemon was restored from a fossil. Lileep once lived in warm seas that existed approximately 100 million years ago. Lileep clings to rocks on the seabed. When prey comes close, this Pokemon entangles it with petal-like tentacles. Cradily. It has short legs and can walk very fast, but its neck and tentacles extend to over 3 times their usual length to nab distant prey. Once Cradily catches prey in its tentacles, it digests them whole and absorbs the nutrients. Anorith. This Pokemon was restored from a fossil. Anorith lived in the ocean about 100 million years ago, hunting with its pair of claws. Anorith can swim swiftly by pulling its 8 wings through the water like oars on a boat. This Pokemon is an ancestor of modern bug Pokemon. Good for you. Armaldo, after evolution, this Pokemon emerged onto land. Its lower bodies become stronger and blows from its tail are devastating. Though it lives on land, it is also a good swimmer. It dives into the ocean in search of prey, using its sharp claws to take down its quarry. Phoebus. Although unattractive and popular, this Pokemon's marvelous vitality has made it a subject of research. It is a shabby and ugly Pokemon. However, it is hardy and can survive on little water. Milotic has provided inspiration to many artists. It has even been referred as the most beautiful Pokemon of all. It is said that a glimpse of a Milotic and its beauty will calm any hostile emotions you are feeling. Gas form, although it form changes with the weather, that is apparently the result of a chemical reaction and not the result of its own free will. Its form changes depending on the weather. The form changes depending on the weather. The rougher conditions get, the rougher cast form's disposition. Kecleon, it changes its hue to blend into its surroundings. If no one takes notice of it for too long, it will pout and never reveal itself. Its color changes for concealment, and also when its mood or health changes. The darker the color, the healthier it is. Shuppet. It eats up emotions like malice, jealousy, and resentment, so some people are grateful for its presence. There's a proverb that says, shun the house where Shuppet gather in the growing dusk. Okay. Bayonet is a stuffed toy that was thrown away and became possessed, ever searching for the one who threw it away so it could exact its revenge. Resentment has cast off, made it spring into being. Some say that treating it well will satisfy it and will once more become a stuffed toy. Mega Evolution increases its vindictiveness, and the cursed power that was held back by its zipper comes spilling out. Extraordinary energy amplifies its cursing power to such an extent that it can't help but curse its own trainer. Duskull, if it finds bad children who won't listen to their parents, it will spirit them away. Or so it is said. Making itself invisible, it silently sneaks up to prey. It has the ability to slip through thick walls. Dusclops, its body is entirely hollow. When it opens its mouth, it sucks everything as if it were a black hole. It seeks thrifting will-o'-the-wisps and sucks them into its empty body. That's what happens inside is a mystery. Tropius, the bunches of fruit growing around the necks of Tropius and Alola are especially sweet compared to those in other regions. Bunches of delicious fruit grow around its neck in warm areas. Many ranches raise Tropius. Chimecho makes its cries echo inside its hollow body. When this Pokemon becomes enraged, its cries result in ultrasonic waves that have the power to knock foes flying. In high winds, Chimecho cries as it hangs from a tree branch or the eaves of a building using a suction cup on its head. This Pokemon plucks berries with its long tail and eats them. Absol. Swift as the wind, Absol runs through fields and mountains. Its curved bow-like horn is acutely sensitive to the warning signs of natural disasters. Because of this Pokemon's ability to detect danger, people mistook Absol as a bringer of doom. Mega Absol, it converts the energy from Mega Evolution into an intimidating aura. Faint-hearted people expire from shock at the sight of it. Normally it dislikes fighting, so it really hates changing to this form for battles. It's pretty funny. Why not? It tends to move in a pack. Individuals squash together. It tends to move in a pack. Individuals squash against one another to toughen their spirits. It tends to move in a pack with others. They cluster in a tight group to sleep in a cave. Snorunt. It is said that if they are seen at midnight, they'll cause heavy snow. They eat snow and ice to survive. It can only survive in cold areas. It bounces happily around even environments as cold as below 150 degrees Fahrenheit. Glalie has a body of ice that won't melt even with fire. It can instantly freeze moisture in the atmosphere. It uses the power to freeze its foes. Mega Glalie. The power of Mega Evolution was so strong that it smashed Glalie's jaw. Its inability to eat very well leaves Glalie irritated. When it spews stupendiously cold air from its broken mouth, the entire area around it gets whited out. Spheal. This Pokemon's body is covered in blubber and impressively round. It's faster for Spheal to roll than walk. As it drifts among waves, Spheal probes the sea. As soon as it spots prey, it forms the Walrein in its herd. Celio live on top of drift ice. They go swimming when they are on the hunt, seeking out their prey by scent. This Pokemon has a habit of spinning around things on its nose, whether it's those things are Pokeballs. Horsefeel! Walrein form herds of 20 to 30 individuals. When a threat appears, the herd's leader will protect the group with its life. Walrein's tusks keep growing throughout its life. Tusks broken in battle will grow back to their usual impressive size in a year. Clamperl. Despite its appearance, it's carnivorous. It clamps down on its prey with both sides of its shell. Doesn't let go until they stop moving. Clamperl's pearls are exceedingly precious. They can be more than 10 times as costly as a Shelder's pearl. Ooh. Huntail, it's not the strongest swimmer. It wags its tail to lure in prey and then gulps them down as soon as they get close. Deep seas are their habitats. According to the tradition, when Huntails wash up ashore, something unfortunate will happen. Gorbis. The color of its body changes with the water temperature. The coloration of Gorbis and Alola is almost blindingly vivid. It sucks bodily fluids out of its prey. The leftover meat sinks to the sea floor and becomes food for other Pokemon. Relicanth. Rock-hard scales and oil-filled swim bladders allow this Pokemon to survive the intense water pressure of the deep sea. This Pokemon was discovered during deep sea exploration and its appearance hasn't changed in 100 million years, so it's called a living fossil. Love-Disc. There was an era when it was overfished due to the rumor that having one of its heart-shaped scales would enable you to find a sweetheart. Love-Disc makes its home in coral reefs and warm seas, and especially likes sleeping in the space between Corsola branches. Bagon. Bagon jumps off cliffs every day, trying to grow stronger so that someday it will be able to fly. Bagon is a solitary Pokemon that doesn't form groups with others of its kind. It also has a head hard enough to cleave a boulder in one strike. Shelgon. This Pokemon has covered its body in a hard shell that has the same composition as bone. Shelgon stores energy for evolution. Shelgon ignores its hunger entirely, never eating any food. Apparently, Shelgon will once all its energies. I'm dying here. Shelgon ignores its hunger entirely, never eating any food. Apparently, Shelgon will evolve once all its energy stores are used up. Boy, English is hard. Salamence is an unusual Pokemon in that it was able to evolve a body with wings by constantly wishing to be able to fly. While basking in the joy of flight generally keeps his Pokemon in high spirits, Salamence turns into an uncontrollable menace if something angers it. Mega Salamence. It puts its forelegs inside its shell to streamline itself for flight. Salamence flies at high speeds over all kinds of topographical features. The stress of its two proud wings become misshapen and stuck together because of a strong energy that makes it go on a rampage. Beldum. From its rear, Beldum emits a magnetic force that rapidly pulls opponents in. They get skewered on Beldum's sharp claws. The cells in this Pokemon's body are composed of magnetic material. Instead of blood, magnetic forces flow through this. The cells in this Pokemon's body are composed of magnetic material. Instead of blood, magnetic forces flow through Beldum's body. Metang. Two Beldum have become stuck together via their own magnetic forces. With two brains, the resulting Metang has double psychic powers. Using magnetic forces to stay aloft, this Pokemon flies at high speeds, weaving through harsh mountain terrain in pursuit of prey. Metagross. Because the magnetic powers of these Pokemon get stronger in freezing temperatures, Metagross living on snowy mountains are full of energy. Metagross is the result of the fusion of two Metang. This Pokemon defeats his opponents using the use of its supercomputer-level brain. Mega Metagross. When it knows it can't win, it digs its claws on its legs on its opponents and starts to come down to a big explosion. Its intellect surpasses its previous level, resulting in battles so cruel they'll make you want to cover your eyes. Okay. Regirock. Every bit of Regirock's body is made of stone. As parts of its body erode, this Pokemon sticks rocks to itself to prepare what has been lost. Cutting-edge technology was used to study the internals of this Pokemon's rock body, but nothing was found, not even a brain or heart. Regice. With cold air that can reach temperatures as low as 0 below 328 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. Regice instantly freezes any creature that approaches it. This Pokemon's body is made of solid ice. It's said that Regice was born beneath thick ice in the Ice Age. Registeel. Registeel's body is made of a strange material that is flexible enough to stretch and shrink, but also more durable than any metal. It is rumored that this Pokemon was born deep underground the planet's mantle and that it's emerged onto the surface 10,000 years ago. Latias. Latias is highly sensitive to the emotions of people. If it senses any hostility, this Pokemon ruffles the feathers all over its body and cries shrilly to intimidate the foe. Latias is highly intelligent and capable of understanding human speech. It is covered with a glass-like down. The Pokemon enfolds its body with its down and refracts light to alter its appearance. Megalodios. Latias is highly intelligent and capable of understanding human speech. It is covered with a glass-like down. The Pokemon unfolds its body with its down and refracts light to alter its appearance. Latias is highly sensitive to the emotions of people. If it senses any hostility, this Pokemon ruffles the feathers all over its body and cries shrilly to intimidate the foe. Why is this repeated? Latios. Latios has the ability to make others see an image of what it has seen or imagines in its head. This Pokemon is intelligent and understands human speech. Latios will only open its heart to a trainer with a compassionate spirit. This Pokemon can fly faster than a jet plane by folding its forelegs to minimize air resistance. Megalodios. Latios will only open his heart to a trainer with a compassionate spirit. This Pokemon can fly faster than a jet plane by folding its forelegs to minimize air resistance. Latios has the ability to make others see an image of what it has seen or imagines in its head. This Pokemon is intelligent and understands human speech. Kyogre, through primal reversion and with nature's full power, it will take back its true form. It can summon storms that can cause the sea levels to rise. Kyogre is said to be the personification of the sea itself. Legends tell of many clashes against Groudon, as each sought to gain the power of nature. Primal reversion. Kyogre is said to be the personification of the sea itself. Legends tell of its many clashes against Groudon, as each sought to gain the power of nature. Through primal reversion, with its nature's full power, it will take back its true form. It can summon storms that can cause sea levels to rise. Okay. Groudon. Groudon is said to be the personification of land itself. Legends tell of its many clashes against Kyogre, as each sought to gain the power of nature. Through primal reversion and with its nature full power, it will take back its true form and can cause magma to erupt and expand the land masses of the world. Through primal reversion and with nature's full power, it will take back its true form. It can cause magma to erupt and expand the landmass of the world. Groudon is said to be the personification of the land itself. Legends tell of many clashes of Kyogre as each sought to gain the power of nature. Rayquaza. Rayquaza is said to have lived for hundreds of years. Rayquaza is said to have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Legends remain of how it put to rest the clash between Kyogre and Groudon. It flies forever through the ozone layer, consuming meteoroids for sustenance. The many meteoroids in its body provides the energy it needs to make it evolve. Mega Rayquaza. It flies forever through the ozone layer, consuming meteoroids for sustenance. The many meteoroids in its body provide the energy it needs to evolve. Rayquaza is said to have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Legends remain of how it put to rest the clash between Kyogre and Groudon. Jirachi. A legend states that Jirachi will make any wish come true. What? A legend states that Jirachi will make true any wish that is written on notes attached to its head when it awakens. If this Pokemon senses danger, it will fight without awakening. Jirachi will awaken from its sleep of 1,000 years if you sing to it in a voice of purity. It is said to make true any wish that people desire. Weird ass fucking wording is throwing me off. Deoxys. The DNA of a space virus underwent a sun mutation upon exposure to a laser beam and it resulted in Deoxys. The crystalline organ on this Pokemon's chest appears to be its brain. Deoxys emerged from a virus that came from space. It is highly intelligent and wields psychokinetic powers. This Pokemon shoots lasers from its crystalline organ on its chest. Is it all the same? Okay, I'm not going to read this 4 times over. Defense form, attack form, speed form. You know what? Since I've been doing it for all of them, I will. Attack form. The DNA of a space virus underwent a sudden mutation upon exposure to a laser beam, and it resulted in Deoxys. The crystalline organ on this Pokemon's chest appeared to be its brain. Deoxys emerged from a virus that came from this space. It is highly intelligent and wields psychokinetic powers. This Pokemon shoots lasers from the crystalline organ on its brain. Defense form. Deoxys emerged from a virus that came from space. It is highly intelligent and wields psychokinetic powers. This Pokemon shoots lasers from the crystalline organ on its head. The DNA of a space virus underwent a sudden mutation upon exposure to a laser beam that resulted in Deoxys. The crystalline organ on this Pokemon's chest appears to be its brain. Speed form. The DNA of a space virus underwent a mutation upon exposure to a laser beam and it resulted in Deoxys. The crystalline organ on this Pokemon's chest appeared to be its brain. Deoxys emerged from a virus that came from space. A highly intelligent psychokinetic power. This Pokemon shoots lasers from a crystalline organ on its chest. This is the stupidest thing. Turtwig. So photosynthesis occurs across its body under the sun. The shell on its back is actually hard soil. It undertakes photosynthesis with its body making oxygen. The leaf on its head wilts if it is thirsty. Rottle. It lives along it lives along water and forests. In the daytime, it leaves the forest to sunbathe in its tread seed. It knows where pure water wells up. It carries fellow Pokemon there on its back. Torterra. Ancient people imagined that beneath the ground a gigantic Torterra dwelled. Small Pokemon occasionally gather on moving back to begin building the nests. Oh, I really got to burp. Oh, fuck. Its fiery rear ended a fueled. Its fiery rear end is fueled by gas made in its belly, and even rain can extinguish the fire. This gas is made in belly burns from its rear end. The fire burns weakly when it feels sick. Monferno. It skillfully controls the intensity of the fire on its tail to keep its foes at an ideal distance. It uses ceilings and walls to launch aerial attacks. Its fiery tail is but one weapon. Infernape. Its crown of fire is indicative of its fiery nature. It is beaten by none in terms of quickness. It tosses its enemies around with agility. It uses all its limbs to fight in its own unique style. Piplup. It does not like to be taken care of. It's difficult to bond with since it won't listen to its trainer. Because of it, if it's very proud, it hates accepting food from people. Its thick down guards it from cold. Brimplup. It lives alone, away from others. Apparently every one of them believes it is the most important. It lives a solitary life. Its wings deliver wicked blows that can snap even the thickest of trees. Napoleon. It swims as fast as a jet boat. The edges of its wings are sharp and can slice apart drifting ice. The 3 horns that extend from its beak attest to its power. The leader has the biggest horns. Starly. They flock in great numbers. Though small, they flap their wings with great power. They flock around mountains and fields, chasing after bug Pokemon. Their singing is noisy and annoying. Saravia. They maintain huge flocks, although fierce scuffles break out between various flocks. It lives in forests and fields. Squabbles over territory occur when flocks collide. Staraptor. The muscles in its wings are legs and strong. It can easily fly while gripping small Pokemon. With Saravia involved in Staraptor, they leave the flock to live alone. They have sturdy wings. 2 hours in. With nerves of steel, nothing can perturb it. It is more agile and active than it appears. It constantly gnaws on logs and rocks to whittle down its front teeth. It nests alongside water, but barrel. It busily makes its nest with stacks of branches and roots it has cut up with its sharp sizers. It makes its nest by damming streams with bark and mud. It is known as an industrious worker. Cricketot. It chats with others using the sounds of its colliding antenna. These sounds are all hallmarks. When its antennae hit each other, it sounds like the music of a xylophone. Cricketune. It crosses its knife-like arms in front of its chest. When it cries, it can compose melodies ad lib. It signals its emotions with its melodies. Scientists are studying these melodic patterns. Shinx. This Pokemon generates electricity by contracting its muscles. Excited. Trembling is a sign that a Shinx is generating a tremendous amount of electricity. Electricity makes his Pokemon fur glow. Shinx sends signals to others of its kind by shaking the tip of its tail while the tail tip is shining brightly. Luxio. By joining its tail with that of another Luxio, this Pokemon can receive some of the other Luxio's electricity and power up its own electric blasts. Upon encountering an opponent, this Pokemon prepares for battle by extending its claws, which can put out 1,000,000 volts of electricity. Luxray. Luxray can see through solid objects. It will instantly spot prey trying to hide behind walls, even if the walls are thick. Seeing through solid objects uses up a lot of Luxray's electricity, so the Pokemon sleeps for long periods of time to store up energy. Badoo. The pollen it releases contains poison. If this Pokemon is raised on clean water, the poison's toxicity is increased. This Pokemon is highly sensitive to temperature changes. When its bud starts to open, that means spring water is right around the corner. Spring is right around the corner. Roserade. After captivating opponents with its sweet scent, it lashes them with its thorny whips. The Pokemon on the poison on its right hand is quick acting. The poison on its left hand is slow acting. Both are life threatening. Cranidos, a primeval Pokemon. It's a primeval Pokemon. It possesses a hard and sturdy skull lacking any intelligence within. Its hard skull is a distinguishing feature. It snapped trees by headbutting them, then it fed on their bed right. And that its hard skull is a distinguishing feature. It snapped trees by headbutting them, and then it fed on their ripe trees. Okay. Rampardos. In ancient times, people would dig up fossils of this Pokemon and use its skull, which is harder than steel, to make helmets. This ancient Pokemon used headbutts skillfully. Its brain was really small, so some theories suggest that it stupidly led to its extinction. Shieldon, a mild-mannered herbivorous Pokemon. It used its face to dig up tree roots to eat. The skin on its face was plenty rough. Although its fossils can be found in layers of primal rock, nothing but its face has ever been discovered. Okay. Bastiodon. The bones of its face are huge and hard, so they were mistaken for spine until after this Pokemon was successfully restored. This Pokemon is from roughly 100 million years ago. Its terrifyingly tough face is harder than steel. Burmy. To shelter itself from cold, wintry winds, it covers itself with a cloak made of twigs and leaves. If its cloak is broken in battle, it quickly remakes the cloak with materials nearby. If its cloak is broken in battle, it quickly makes the cloak with materials nearby. To shelter itself from cold, wintry winds, it covers itself with a cloak made of twigs and leaves. Trash cloak. To shelter itself from cold, wintry winds, it covers itself with a cloak made of twigs and leaves. If its cloak is broken in battle, it quickly remakes the cloak with materials nearby. Wormadam. Its appearance changes depending on where it was evolved. The materials on hand become a part of its body. When Burmy evolved, its cloak became a part of this Pokemon's body. The cloak is never shed. Sandy Cloak. When Burmy evolved, its cloak became part of its body. This Pokemon's body. The cloak is never shed. Its appearance changed depending on where it evolved. The materials on hand become a part of its body. Trash Cloak. Its appearance changes depending on where it evolved. The materials on hand become a part of its body. When Burmy evolved, its cloak became a part of this Pokemon's body. The cloak is never shed. Mothim. It loves the honey of flowers and steals the honey collected by Combee. It flutters around at night and steals honey from the Combee hive. Combee. The members of the trio spend all their time together. Each one has a slightly different taste in nectar. It ceaselessly gathers nectar from sunrise to sundown, all for the sake of Vespiquen in the swarm. Vespiquen is skillfully commands its grubs in battle with enemies. The grubs are willing to risk their lives to defend Vespiquen. Vespiquen that give off more pheromones have larger swarms of Combee attendants. Pachirisu, it makes fur balls that crackle with static electricity. It stores them with berries and tree holes. A pair may be rubbing their cheek pouches together in an effort to share stored electricity. Buizel. It swims by rotating its two tails like a screw. Then, when it dives, its flotation sac that collapses. It inflates its flotation sac around its neck and pokes its head out of the water to see what's going on. Floatzel. It floats using well-developed flotation sac. It assists in the rescues of drowning people. Its flotation sac developed as a result of pursuing aquatic prey. It can double as a rubber raft. Cherubi. It nimbly dashes about to avoid getting pecked by its bird Pokemon that would love to make off with its small, nutrient-rich storage ball. The deeper Cherubi's red, the more nutrients it has stockpiled in its body, the sweeter and tastier its small ball. Okay. Overcast form. As a bud, it barely moves. It sits still, placidly, waiting for sunlight to appear. Getting really hard to swallow now. Holy fuck. Its folded petals are pretty tough. Bird Pokemon can peck at them all they want. Cherubi won't be bothered at all. Sunshine form. The faint cell that emanates from its full blossom entices Pokemon to it. After absorbing plenty of sunlight, Cherubi takes its form. It's full of energy when it's like this, and its liveliness will go on until sundown. West Sea. This Pokemon habitat, Shellos, West Sea. This Pokemon's habitat shapes its physique. According to some theories, life in warm ocean waters causes variation to develop. Subjecting this Pokemon to a strong forces causes it to secrete a strange purple fluid. Though harmless, the fluid is awfully sticky. EC. Its appearance changes depending on the environment. One theory suggests that living in cold seas causes Shellos to stick on this form. There's speculation that its appearance is determined by what it eats, but the truth remains elusive. Gastrodon, West Sea. Its search for food sometimes leads it onto land. where it leaves behind a sticky trail of slime as it passes through. The softness of its body, this helps disperse the force of impact, so although its body is uncommonly squishy, it is also surprisingly resilient. EC. His body is covered in sticky slime. It is susceptible to dehydration, so it can't spend too much time on land. It secretes purple fluid to deter enemies. This fluid isn't poison. Instead, it's super sticky. When once it sticks, it's very hard to unstick. Ambipom. In their search for comfortable trees, they get into territorial disputes with groups of Passimian. They win about half the time. It uses its tails for everything. If it wraps both of its tails around you and gives you a squeeze, that's proof it really likes you. I thought that was going somewhere else. Riffloon, perhaps seeking company, it approaches children. However, it often quickly runs away again when the children play too rough with it. The gathering of many souls gave rise to this Pokemon. During humid seasons, they seem to appear in abundance. Driftblim, some say this Pokemon is a collection of souls burdened with regrets, silently drifting through the dusk. It grabs people and Pokemon carries them off somewhere. Where do they go? Nobody knows. Baneri. If both of Baneri's ears are rolled up, something is wrong with its body or mind. It's a sure sign that the Pokemon is in need of care. Baneri can attack by rolling up its ears and then striking with the force created by unrolling them. This attack becomes stronger with training. Lopunny. Lopunny is constantly monitoring its surroundings. If danger approaches, this Pokemon responds with super destructive kicks. Once hot seasons are over, Lopunny's coat will be replaced with fur that holds a lot of insulating air in preparation for colder weather. Mega Lopunny. Mega Evolution awakened its combative instincts and has shed any fur that got in the way of its attacks. It swings its ears like its whips and strikes enemies with them. It's intensely combative to position. And by the way, did you notice it has stockings now? I didn't. Mismagius. Feared for its wrath and the curse it spreads, this Pokemon will also on a whim cast spells that help people. Its muttered curses can cause awful headaches or terrifying visions that torment others. Honchkrill. It will absolutely not forgive failure from or betrayal by its goons. It has no choice in this if it wants to maintain the order of the flock. Its goons take care of most of its fighting for it. The only time it dirties his own hands is in delivering a final blow to finish off an opponent. Glameow. Its claws are displeased and purrs when affectionate. Its fickleness is popular amongst some. When it's happy, Glameow demonstrates beautiful movements of its tail like a dancing ribbon. Paragly. It would claim another Pokemon's nest as its own if it finds a nest sufficiently comfortable. To make itself appear intimidatingly beefy, it tightly cinches its waist with its own tail. Ooh. Chingling. Each time it hops, it makes a ringing sound. It deafens foes by emitting high-frequency cries. There is an orb inside its mouth. When it hops, the orb bounces all over, makes a ringing sound. Stunky. From its rear, it sprays a foul-smelling liquid at opponents that aims for their face. It aims for their faces and can hit them from over 16 feet away. If it lifts its tail and points its rear at you, beware. It's about to spray you with a fluid stinky enough to make you faint. Skuntank. In its belly, it's a reserved stinky fluid that shoots out from its tail during battle. As this Pokemon's diet varies, so does the stench of its fluid. It digs holes on the ground to make its nest. The stench of the fluid it lets fly from the tip of its tail is extremely potent. Bronzor. It appears in ancient ruins. The pattern on its body doesn't come from anywhere from any culture in the Galar region, so it remains shrouded in mystery. Polishing Bronzor to a shine makes its surface reflect the truth. According to common lore, be that as it may, Bronzor hates being polished. Bronzong. Some people believe it to be a deity that summons rain clouds. When angered, it lets out a warning cry that rings out like a tolling of a bell. Many scientists suspect that this Pokemon originated outside the Galar region based on the patterns on its body. Okay. I'm not... 2 hours and 20 minutes in. Oh boy. Bonsly. It expels sweat and tears from its eyes. The sweat is a little salty, while the tears have a slight bitterness. This Pokemon lives in dry rocks. This Pokemon lives in dry, rocky areas. As its green spheres dry out, their dull luster increases. Mime Jr. It mimics everyone it sees, but it puts extra effort into copying the graceful dance steps of Mr. Rime as practice. As it looks for a Mr. Rime that's a good dancer and carefully copies Mr. Rhyme's steps like an apprentice. Happiny. Mimicking Chansey, Happiny will place an egg-shaped stone in its belly pouch. Happiny will treasure the stone. Happiny is willing to lend its precious round stone to those it's friendly with, but if the stone isn't returned, Happiny will cry and throw a tantrum. Chatot. It mimics the cries of other Pokemon to trick them into thinking it's one of them. This way, they won't attack it. It can learn and speak human words. If they gather, they all learn the same saying. Spiritomb. Exactly 108 spirits gathered to become this Pokemon. Apparently, there are all some ill-natured spirits in the mix. All Spiritomb's mischiefs and misdeeds compelled a traveler to use a mysterious spell to bind Spiritomb to an alt keystone. Gibble. Gibble prefers to stay in narrow holes in the sides of caves heated by geothermal energy. This way, Gibble can stay warm during even a blizzard. Gibble attacks anything it moves, and it drags whatever it catches into a crevice that is its lair. Despite the big mouth, Gibble's stomach is small. Kabite. This Pokemon emits ultrasonic waves from a protrusion on either side of its head to probe pitch-dark caves. Jewels are buried in the caves these Pokemon nest in, but you'll be torn apart by claws and fangs the moment you enter one of these caves. Garchomp. Garchomp makes its home in volcanic mountains. It flies through the sky as fast as a jet airplane, hunting down as much prey as it can. It flies? What the fuck? Garchomp is fast both underground and above. It can bring down prey and return to its den before its body has chilled from being outside. Mega Garchomp. Its disposition is more vicious than before its Mega Evolution. Garchomp carves its opponents up with its scythes on both arms. Its arms and wings melted into something like scythes. Mad with rage, it rampages on and on. Munchlax. Stuffing itself with vast amounts of food is his only concern. Whether the food is rotten or fresh, yummy or tasteless, it does not care. Stores food beneath its fur. It might just share just one bite, only if he really trusts you. Riolu. It's exceedingly energetic with enough stamina to keep running all through the night. Taking it for walks can be a challenging experience. It can use waves called auras to gauge how others are feeling. These same waves can also tell this Pokemon about the state of the environment. Lucario. It controls waves known as auras, which are powerful enough to pulverize huge rocks. It uses these waves to take down its prey. It can tell what Pokemon are thinking. Only trainers who have justice in their hearts can earn this Pokemon's trust. Mega Lucario, bathed in explosive energy. Its combative instincts have awakened for its enemies. It has no mercy whatsoever. Its aura has expanded due to Mega Evolution. Governed only by combative instincts, it strikes enemies without mercy. Hippopotas. It moves through the sand with its mouth open, swallowing sand along with its prey. It gets rid of the sand by spouting from its nose. This Pokemon is active during the day and passes the cold desert nights burrowed snugly into the sand. Hippowdon. Its stones get stuck in the supports of their bodies. Dweb will help dislodge such stones, so Hippowdon look after these Pokemon. When roused to violence by its rage, it spews out the quantities of sand that it has swallowed and whips up a sandstorm. Skorupi. After burrowing into the sand, it waits patiently for its prey to come near. This Pokemon, Sizzlipede, share common descent. It attacks using claws on its tail. Once locked into its grip, its prey is unable to move as this Pokemon poison seeps in. Drapion. Its poison is potent but rarely sees use. This Pokemon prefers to use physical force instead, going on rampages with its heart-crushing strength. It's so vicious that it's called a sand demon, yet when confronted by Hippowdon, Drapion keeps a low profile and will never pick a fight. Croagunk. It makes frightening noises with its poison-filled cheek sacs when opponents flinch. Croagunk hits him with a poison jab. Once diluted, its poison becomes medicinal. This Pokemon came into popularity after a pharmaceutical company chose it as its mascot. Toxicroak. It bounces towards opponents and gouges them with poisonous claws. No more than a scratch is needed to knock out its adversaries. It booms out a victory croak when it prays. It booms out a victory croak when it praise goes down in defeat. This Pokemon and Seismitoad are related species. Carnivine. It attracts prey with sweet-smelling saliva and then chomps down. It takes a whole day to eat prey. It binds itself to trees and marshes. It attracts prey with its sweet-smelling drool and gulps it down. Finneon. When night falls, their pink pattern begins to shine. They're popular with divers, so there's resorts that feed them to keep them close. It lures in prey with its shining tail fins. It stays near the surface during the day and moves to the depths when night falls. Lumineon. Deep down at the bottom of the ocean, prey is scarce. Lumineon gets into fierce disputes with Lantern over food. They traverse the steep waters as if crawling over the seafloor. The fantastic lights of its fins shine like stars in the sky. Night sky. Mantike living in Galar seem to be somewhat sluggish. The colder waters of the seas in this region may be the cause. It swims along with a school of Remoraid, and they will all fight together to repel attackers. Snover, it lives on snowy mountains. It sinks its legs into the snow to absorb water and keep its own temperature down. The berries that grow around its belly are like ice pops. Galarian Darumaka absolutely love these berries. Abomasnow, if it sees any packs of Darumaka going after Snover, it chases them off, swinging its sizable arms like hammers. Its Pokemon is known to bring blizzards. A shake of its massive body is enough to cause whiteout conditions. Mega Abomasnow, it lives quietly. It lives a quiet life in mountains that are perpetually covered in snow. It hides itself by whipping up blizzards. It blankets wide areas in snow by whipping up blizzards. It's also known as the Ice Monster. Weavile, they attack their quarry in packs. Prey as large as Mamoswine easily fall to the teamwork of a group of Weavile. With its claws, it leaves behind signs for its friends to find. The number of distinct signs is said to be over 500. Magnezone. Some say that Magnezone receives signals from space via the antenna on its head and that it's being controlled by some mysterious being. It's thought that a special magnetic field changed the molecular structure of this Pokemon's body, and that's what caused the Pokemon's evolution. Licky Licky's strange tongue can stretch to many times the length of its body. No one knows. Try that again. Licky's strange tongue can stretch to many times the length of its body. No one has figured out how Licky's tongue can stretch so far. Licky can just do about anything with its tongue, which is dexterous as the human hand. In contrast, Licky's use of the fingers is clumsy. Rhyperior, it can load up to 3 projectiles per arm into the holes in its hand. What launches out of these holes could be either rocks or Roggenrola. It relies on the carapace to deflect incoming attacks and throw its enemies off balance. As soon as that happens, it drives its drill into its foe. Christ. Tangrowth has 2 arms that can extend as it pleases. Recent research has shown that these arms are in fact bundles of vines. Vine growth is accelerated for Tangrowth living in warm climates. If the vines grow long, Tangrowth shortens them by tearing parts off of them. Electivire. The amount of electrical energy this Pokemon produces is proportional to the rate of its pulse. The voltage jumps while Electivire is battling. In terms of electrical energy output, Electivire is one of the best among all electric Pokemon. It discharges high voltage current from its tails. When Magmortar inhales deeply, the fire burning in its belly intensifies, rising in temperatures to over 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. Why is that number coming up constantly? What? Is that somebody's favorite number? Working in Game Freak or something? What the hell? Living in the crater of a volcano has caused this Pokemon's body to resemble its environment. It has an organ similar to a magma chamber. Togekiss. These Pokemon are never seen anywhere near conflict or turmoil. In recent times, they've hardly been seen at all. Known as a bringer of blessings, it's been depicted on good luck charms since ancient times. Yanmega. It prefers to battle by biting apart foes' heads instantly while flying by at high speeds. Okay. This 6-legged Pokemon is easily capable of transporting an adult in flight and bite its head off. The wings on its tail help it stay balanced. Leafeon. Galarians favor the distinctive aroma that drifts from this Pokemon's leaves. There's a popular perfume made using that scent. This Pokemon's tail is blade sharp, with a fantastic cutting edge that can slice right through large trees. Any who become captivated by the beauty of snowfall that Glaceon creates will be frozen before they know it. The coldness emanating from Glaceon causes powdery snow to form, making it quite popular Pokemon at ski resorts. Gliscor observes prey while hanging inverted from branches. When the chance presents itself, it swoops! Its prey is soundless. It uses its lengthy tail to carry off its prey. Then its elongated fangs do the rest. Mamoswine. This Pokemon can be spotted in wall paintings from as far back as 10,000 years ago. For a while, it was thought to have been gone extinct. It looks stronger, and that's exactly what it is. It looks strong, and that's exactly what it is. As the weather grows colder, its ice tusks grow longer, thicker, and more impressive. Porygon Z. Porygon Z has a program installed to allow it to move between dimensions, but the program will also cause instability in Porygon Z's behavior. Some say an additional program made this Pokemon evolve, but even academics can't agree on whether Porygon Z is really an evolution. Jesus. Gallade. Due to its honorable war image, it uses the blade on its elbows only in defense of something or someone. Sharply attuned to others' wishes for help, this Pokemon seeks out those in need and aids them in battle. Mega Gallade, because it can sense what its foe is thinking, its attacks burst out first, fast and fierce. A master of courtesy and swordsmanship, it fights using extending swords on its elbows. Probopass. Although it can control its units known as mini noses, they sometimes get lost and don't come back. Wah, wah. It uses 3 small units to catch prey and battle enemies. The main body mostly just gives orders. Dusknoir. At the bidding of transmissions from the spirit world, it steals people and Pokemon away. No one knows whether it has a will of its own. With the mouth on its belly, Dusknoir swallows its target whole. The soul is the only thing that's eaten. Dusknoir disgorges the body before departing. Okay. Frostlass. After a woman met her end on a snowy mountain, her regrets lingered on. From them, this Pokemon was born. Its favorite food is frozen souls. It spits out cold air of nearly below 60 degrees zero. Negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit to freeze its quarry. It brings frozen prey back to its lair and neatly lines them up. Okay. Rotom. One boy's invention led to the development of many different machines that take advantage of Rotom's unique capabilities. With a body made of plasma, it can inhabit all sorts of machines and loves to surprise others. Heat Rotom. This form of Rotom enjoys making mischief by turning up the heat. It will gleefully burn your favorite outfit. This Rotom has possessed a convection microwave oven that uses a special motor. It also has a flair for manipulating flames. Wash Rotom. This form of Rotom enjoys coming up with water-based pranks. Be careful with it. You don't want to get your room flooded. This Rotom has possessed a washing machine that uses a special motor. It blasts out water to get enemies back down. Frost Rotom. When it's like this, Rotom likes to play pranks that are freezing cold. You might find it's turned the bath you just filled to solid ice. Rotom assumes this form when it takes over a refrigerator powered by a special motor. It battles by spewing cold air. Fan Rotom. In this form, Rotom applies its new power over wind to its love of pranks. It will happily blow away any important documents it can find. This Rotom has taken over a fan that has a special motor. Its gust of wind blows its opponents away. Mow Rotom. In this form, Rotom focuses his antics on plants. Any flowers you were growing are going to get mowed down. Yikes. This Rotom has, after it seizes control of a lawnmower that has a special motor, as it mows down grass, it scatters the clippings everywhere. Uxie, known as the being of knowledge, it is said that it can wipe out the memory of those who see its eyes. It is said that its emergence gave humans the intelligence to improve their quality of life. Thanks. Mesperit, known as the being of emotion, it taught humans the nobility of sorrow, pain, and joy. It sleeps at the bottom of a lake. Its spirit is said to leave its body to fly on the lake's surface. Azelf, known as the being of willpower, it sleeps at the bottom of a lake to keep the world in balance. It is thought that Uxie, Mesper, and Azelf all came from the same egg. Triplets? Dialga, a Pokemon spoken of legend, it is said that time began moving when Dialga was born. It has the power to control time. It appears in Sinnoh region myths as an ancient deity. Palkia, it is said to live in a gap in the spatial dimension parallel to ours. It appears in mythology. It has the ability to distort space. It is described as a deity in Sinnoh region mythology. Heatran, it dwells in the volcanic caves. It digs in with the cross-shaped feet to crawl into ceiling or walls. Boiling blood like magma circulates through its body. It makes its dwelling place in volcanic caves. Regigigas, it is said to have made Pokemon that look like itself from a special ice mountain, rocks, and magma. There is an enduring legend that states this Pokemon towed continents with ropes. Fucking Giga Chat over here, Jesus Christ. Giratina. This Pokemon is said to live in a world on the reverse side of ours, where common knowledge is distorted and strange. It was banished for its violence. It is silently gazed upon the old world from the distortion world. Origin form. It was banished for its violence. It silently gazed upon the old world from the distortion world. This Pokemon is said to live in a world on the reverse side of ours, where common knowledge is distorted and strange. Cresselia. Shiny particles are released from its wings like a veil. It's said to represent the crescent moon. Those who sleep holding Cresselia's feathers are assured of joyful dreams. It is said to represent the crescent moon. Fione. iPhone. When the water warms, they inflate the flotation sacks on their head and drift languidly on the sea in packs. It drifts in warm seas. It always returns to where it was born, no matter how far it may have drifted. Manaphy is born with a wondrous power that lets it bond with any kind of Pokemon. It starts its life with a wondrous power that permits it to bond with any kind of Pokemon. Darkrai chases people and Pokemon from its territory by causing them to experience deep and nightmarish slumbers. It can lull people to sleep and make them dream. It is active during nights of the new moon. Shaman, landform. It can dissolve toxins in the air to instantly transform ruined lands into a lush field of flowers. The blooming of Gracidia flowers confers the powers of flight upon it. Feeling of gratitude are the message it delivers. Skyform. The blooming of Gracidia flowers confers the power of flight upon it. Feelings of gratitude are the message it delivers. It can dissolve toxins in the air to instantly transform ruined land into a lush field of flowers. Arceus. According to the legend of Sinnoh, this Pokemon emerged from an egg and shaped all there is in this world. It is told in mythology that this Pokemon was born before the universe even existed. Take that, Ace. Victini. This Pokemon brings victory. It is said that trainers with Victini always win regardless of the type of encounter. When it shares the infinite energy it creates, that being's entire body will be overflowing with power. Snivy. Being exposed to its sunlight makes its movements swifter. It uses vines more adeptly than its hands. They photosynthesize by bathing their tails in sunlight. When they are not feeling well, their tail droops. Servine. It moves along the ground as if sliding. Its swift movements befuddle its foes, and then it attacks with a vine whip. When it gets dirty, its leaves can be used in photosynthesis, so it keeps itself clean. It always keeps itself clean. Superior. It only gives its all against strong opponents who are not faced by the glare from Superior's noble eyes. It can stop its opponent's movements with just a glare. It takes in solar energy and boosts it internally. Tepig. It can definitely dodge its foes' attacks while shooting fireballs from its nose and roast berries before it eats them. It loves to eat roasted berries, but sometimes it gets too excited and burns them to a crisp. Big Knight. The more it eats, the more fuel it has to make the fire in its stomach stronger. If this fills it with even more power. When its eternal fire flares up, its movements go sharper and faster. When in trouble, it emits smoke. Emboar. It can throw a fire punch by setting its fists on fire with its fiery chin. Cool. It cares deeply about its friends. Oh. It has mastered fast and powerful fighting moves. It grows a beard of fire. Did you notice it has a fiery beard? Oshawott. The scout chop on its stomach isn't just used for battle. It can be used to break open hard berries as well. It uses a scout chop on its stomach. In response to an attack, it retaliates immediately by slashing. I've never heard of that. A scout chop? I thought it was just like a clam. The Watt. Strict training is how it learns its flowing double scout chop technique. As a result of strict training, each DeWalt learns different forms for using the scout chops. I've never said this word this amount of times in a single year. Jesus. Samurai. In this time it takes a full to blink, it can draw and sheath the scimitars attached to its front legs. What? Scimitars? One swing of the sword incorporated in its armor can fell an opponent, and a simple glare from one of them quiets everybody. Patrat. Using food stored in its cheek pouches, they can keep watch for days. They use their tails to communicate with others. Extremely cautious, one of them will always be on the lookout, but if it won't notice if a foe is coming from behind. Watchog. Using luminescent matter, it makes its eyes and body glow and stuns attacking opponents. When they see an enemy, their tail stands high and they spit the seeds of berries stored in their cheek pouches. Lillipop. This Pokemon is courageous but also cautious. It uses the soft fur covering its face to collect information about its surroundings. This Pokemon is far brighter than the average child, okay? And Lillipop won't forget the love it receives or any abuse it suffers. Herdier. It's a soft, smart, and friendly Pokemon. So much so that there's a theory that Herdier was the first Pokemon to partner with people. The black fur that covers this Pokemon's body is dense and springy. Even sharp fangs bounce right off. Stoutland. These Pokemon seem to enjoy them living with humans. Even a Stoutland caught in the wind will warm up to people in about 3 days. Stoutland is immensely proud of its immense mustache. It is said that the mustache length is what determines the social standing among the species. Purloin. It steals things that people just to amuse itself with their administration. Its rivalry exists with its Pokemon and Nickit. Oh, cool. Pokemon opponents that get drawn in by its adorable behavior come away with stinging scratches from its claws and stinging pride from its Liepard. Don't be fooled by this gorgeous fur and elegant figure. This is a moody and vicious Pokemon. This stealthy Pokemon sneaks up behind prey without making any sound at all. It competes with Thievul for its territory. Pansage. It shares a leaf on its head with wary-looking Pokemon. These leaves are known to relieve stress. It's good at fighting berries and gathers them from all over. It's kind enough to share them with friends. Simisage. It attacks enemies with strikes of its thorn-covered tail. This Pokemon is well-tempered. Ill-tempered. It fights by swinging its barbed tail around wildly. The leaf growing on its head is very bitter. Panseer. Very intelligent. It roasts berries before eating them. It likes to help people. This Pokemon lives in caves and volcanoes. The fire within the tuft on its head can reach 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Simisear. A flame burns inside its body. It scatters embers from its head and tails to sear its opponents. When it gets incited, embers rise from its head and tail and gets hot. For some reason, it loves sweets. Oh my god. Pampor. The water stored inside the tuft on its head is full of nutrients. It waters plants with it using its tail. The wording is so weird. The water stored inside the tuft on its head is full of nutrients. Plants that receive its water grow large. Simipour. The high pressure water expelled from its tail is so powerful it can destroy a concrete wall. It prefers places with clean water. When its tuft runs low, it replenishes by siphoning up water with its tail. Muna. Late at night, it appears beside people's pillows as it feeds on dreams. The patterns on its body give off a faint glow. Oh, okay. It eats dreams and releases mist. The mist is pink when it's eating a good dream, and black when it's eating a nightmare. Masharna. When dark mists emanate from its body, don't get too near. If you do, your nightmares will become reality. It drowses and dreams all the time. It's best to leave it be when it's woken up, as its terrible grump when freshly roused from sleep. Pidove. Where people go, these Pokemon will follow. If you're scattering food for them, be careful. Several hundred of them can gather at once. It's forgetful and not very right, but many trainers love it anyway for its friendliness and sincerity. Tranquil. It can fly moderately quickly. No matter how far it travels, it can always find its way back to its master and its nest. These bright Pokemon have acute memories. Apparently, delivery workers often choose them as their partners. Unfezant. Unfezant are exceptional flyers. The females are known for their stamina, while the males outclass them in terms of speed. This Pokemon is intelligent and intensely proud. People will sit up and take notice if you become the trainer of one. Okay, there's a female. This Pokemon is intelligent and intensely proud. People will sit up and take notice if you become the trainer of one. Females of this species are very capable flyers, particularly notable for their stamina. They also take longer to adjust to people. Oh, so they have different entries. Okay. Blitzel. When thunderclouds cover the sky, it would appear. It can catch lightning with its mane and store the electricity. Its mane shines when it discharges the electricity. They use the frequency and rhythm of these flashes to communicate. Zebstrika. When this ill-tempered Pokemon runs wild, it shoots lightning from its mane in all directions. When they have lightning-like movements. When Zebstrika runs at full speed, the sound of thunder reverberates. Rock'n'Rolla. It's hard to steal, but apparently has a long soak in water will cause it to soften. It's hard to steal, but apparently a long soak in water will cause it to soften a bit. When it detects noise, it starts to move. The energy core inside it makes this Pokemon slightly warm to the touch. Boldore. If you see these orange crystals starting to grow, be wary. It's about to fire off bursts of energy. It relies on sound in order to monitor what is in its vicinity. When angered, it will attack without ever changing the direction it's facing. Gigalith. This hardy Pokemon can often be found on construction sites and in mines, working alongside people in Copperajah. Although its energy blast can blow away a dump truck, they have a limitation. They can only be fired when the sun is out. Woobat. While inside a cave, you look up and see lots of heart-shaped linings on the wall. It's evidence that Woobat lived there. It emits ultrasonic waves as it flutters about, searching for its prey, bug Pokemon. Swoobat, emitting powerful sound waves, tires it out. Afterward, it won't be able to fly for a little while. The auspicious shape of this Pokemon's nose apparently led some regions to consider Swoobat a symbol of good luck. Drillbur brings his claws together and swirls around at high speeds before rushing towards its prey. It's a digger, using its claw burrow through the ground that causes damage to vegetable crops. So many farmers have little love for it. Excadrill. It's not common for tunnels that appear to have formed naturally to actually be a result of Excadrill's rampant digging. Known as the Drill King, this Pokemon can tunnel through the terrain at speeds of over 90 miles per hour. Aldino's sense of Jesus, I'm having a meltdown here. Aldino's sense of hearing is superb. Not even a pebble rolling around a mile away will escape Aldino's ears. That sucks to have. This Pokemon has a kind heart. By touching with its feelers, Aldino can gauge other creatures' feelings and physical conditions. Mega Aldino. It touches others with the feelers on its ears, using the sound of their heartbeats to tell how they are feeling. Using the feelers on its ears, it can tell how much. Using the feelers on its ears, it can tell someone feeling or when an egg might hatch. Timber. It loves helping out with construction projects. It loves it so much it loves helping out so much with construction projects. It loves it so much that if rain causes work to halt, it will swing its logs around and throw a tantrum. Timber that have started carrying. I got a hair in my mouth. Oh my god, this is gonna be bad. Got it. Timber that have started carrying logs that are about 3 times their size are nearly ready to evolve. Congrats. Girder. It shows off its muscles to Machoke and other Girder. If it fails to measure up to other Pokemon, it lies low for a little while. Girder excels in demolition. Construction is not its forte. In any case, there's skill in this way this Pokemon wields its Metal Beam. Conkeldurr. Concrete mixed by Conkeldurr is much more durable than normal concrete, even when the composition of the materials are the same. When it goes all out, this Pokemon throws aside its concrete pillars and leaves at opponents to pummel them with their fists. Temple. Graceful ripples are running across the water surface are sure sign that the temple are singing in high-pitched voices below. It uses sound waves to communicate with others of its kind. People and other Pokemon species can't hear its cries of warning. Palpitoad. It weakens its prey with sound waves intense enough to cause headaches, then entangles them with its sticky tongue. On occasion, their cries are sublimely pleasing to the ear. Palpitoad with larger lumps on their bodies can sing with a wider range of sounds. The vibrating of the bumps all over this body causes the earthquake-like tremors. Seismitoad and Croagunk are similar species. This Pokemon is popular among the elderly who say the vibrations of its lumps are great for massages. It performs throwing moves with first-rate skill. Over the course of many battles, throws, I don't know. Belts grow darker and absorbs its wearer's sweat. That's disgusting. Ever heard of a fucking washing machine, dude? They train in groups of 5. Any member that can't keep up with will discard its belt and leave the group. You've been banished from the dojo. Sock. If you see a sock training in its mountain in single-minded pursuit of strength, it's best to quietly pass by. The karate chops of a sock that trains itself. The karate chops of a sock that's trained itself. The limit can cleave the ocean itself. Suwaddle. This Pokemon makes clothes for itself. It chews up its sleeves and sews them with sticky thread extruded from its mouth. Since this Pokemon makes its own clothes out of leaves, it's a popular mascot for fashion designers. Swadloon. Forests where Swadloon live have superb foliage because of the nutrients they make from fallen leaves nourish the plant life. It protects itself from the cold by wrapping up in leaves. It stays on the move eating leaves in forests. Leaveney. Upon finding a small Pokemon, it weaves clothing for it from leaves by using the sticky silk secreted from its mouth. It keeps its eggs warm with heat from fermenting leaves. It also uses leaves to make warm wrappings for Suwaddle. Venipede. Venipede and Sizzlipede are similar species, but when the two meet, a huge fight ensues. Its fangs are highly venomous. If this Pokemon finds prey it thinks it can eat, it leaps for them without thought of how things might turn out. Whirlipede. This Pokemon spins itself rapidly and charges into its opponents. Its top speed is just over 60 miles per hour. Its Whirlipede protects itself with a sturdy shell and poisonous spikes while it stores up the energy it will need for evolution. Scolipede. Scolipede lashes onto its prey with the claws on its neck before it slams them into the ground and jabbing them with claws' toxic spikes. Scolipede engaged in fierce territorial battles with Scented Scorch. At the end of the battle, at the end of one of these battles, the victor makes a meal of the loser. That's nice. Cottony. It shoots cotton from its body to protect itself. If it gets caught up in a hurricane-strength winds, it can get sent to the other side of the earth. Weaving together the cotton of both Cottony and Eldegoss produces exquisite cloth that's highly prized by many luxury brands. Whimsicott. It scatters cotton all over the place as a prank. If it gets wet, it becomes too heavy to move and have no choice but to answer for its mischief. As long as this Pokemon bathes in sunlight, its cotton keeps growing. If too much cotton fluff builds up, Whimsicott tears it off and scatters it. Petalil. Petalil appears around sources of clean water. Boiling leaves from this Pokemon's head results in a liquid that's sometimes used as a bug repellent. The deeper the color of Petalil's leaves, the healthier the Pokemon is. Petalil sometimes makes its home in a well-tended field or flower bed. If I'm looking to my right, it's because I want to see if I'm still recording, because life would end for me immediately if I found out I stopped recording. It's believed that even first-rate gardeners have a hard time getting the flower on a Lilligant's head to bloom. Lilligant. Ooh, okay. Essential oils from Lilligant's flowers have a sublime scent, but they are also staggeringly expensive. Basculin, Repstrat form. Anglers love the fight this Pokemon puts up on the hook. They're always more to catch. Many more people release them into lakes illicitly. In the past, it has often appeared on the dinner table. The meat of the red striped basculin is on the fatty side and is more popular with the youth. Blue striped form. Known for their violence, these Pokemon have the most fights with the school of red striped basculin. Blue striped basculin used to be a common food source. They apparently have an inoffensive light flavor. Sure. Sandile. The desert gets cold at night, so when the sun sets, this Pokemon burrows deep into the sand and sleep until sunrise. Sandile is small, but its legs and lower body are powerful. Pushing sand aside as it goes, Sandile moves through the desert as if it's swimming. Crackerrock. Crackerrock has specialized eyes that enable it to see in the dark. This ability lets Crackerrock hunt in the dead of night without getting lost. Although this Pokemon has specialized eyes that allow it to see in the dark, Crackerrock won't move much at night. The desert gets cold after sunset. Crocodile. This Pokemon is known as the bully of the sands. Crocodile's mighty jaws can bite through heavy plates of iron with almost no effort at all. While terribly aggressive, Crocodile also has the patience to stay under the sands for days, lying in wait for prey. Darumaka. It derives its power from the fire burning its body. If the fire dwindles, this Pokemon will immediately fall asleep. Galarian form. It lived in snowy areas for so long that the fire sac cooled off and atrophied. And now it has an organ that generates cold instead. Darmanitan, standard mode. The thick arms of this hot blood Pokemon can deliver punches capable of obliterating a dump truck. This Pokemon's power level rises along with the temperature of its fire, which can reach 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Galarian form. Though it has a gentle disposition, it's also very strong. It will quickly freeze the snowball on its head before going for a headbutt. On days when blizzards blow through, it comes down to where people live. It stashes food in the snowball on its head, taking it home for later. There's no Zen form. Interesting. Maractus. With noises that can be mistaken for rattles of maracas, it creates an upbeat rhythm, startling bird Pokemon to make them fly off in a hurry. Once each year, this Pokemon scatters its seeds. They're jam-packed with nutrients, making them a precious food source out in the desert. Dwebble. When it finds a stone appealing, it creates a hole inside and uses it as a home. This Pokemon is the natural enemy of rock and roll and roly-coly. It first tries to find a rock to live in, but if there are no suitable rocks to be found, the Hippowdon may move into the ports of a Hippowdon. Crustle. This highly territorial Pokemon prefers dry climates. It won't come out of its boulder on rainy days. Its thick claws are its greatest weapons. They're mighty enough to crack Rhyperior's carapace. Scraggy. If it locks eyes on you, watch out. Nothing and no one is safe from the reckless headbutts of this troublesome Pokemon. It protects itself with its durable skin. You mean the foreskin? It has thought that this Pokemon evolved once its skin has completely stretched out. Ooh. Scrafty. As half-hearted as this Pokemon kicks may seem, they pack enough power to shatter Conkeldurr's concrete pillars. Ooh. While mostly known for having the temperament of an aggressive ruffian, this Pokemon takes very good care of its family, friends, and territory. Sigilyph. Psychic power allows this Pokemon to fly. Some say they're the guardians of an ancient city. Others say they're guardians emissaries. They were guardians emissaries. A discovery was made in the desert where Sigilyph fly. The ruins of what may have been an ancient city were found beneath the sands. Yamask. If it wanders during the ruins of night, carrying a mask that is said to have been the face, it was still human. The spirit of a person from a bygone age became this Pokemon. It rambles through ruins searching for someone who knows its face. Galarian form. It is said that this Pokemon was formed when an ancient clay tablet was drawn to a vengeful spirit. A clay slab with cursed engravings took possession of a Yamask. The slab is to be absorbing the Yamask's dark power. Return the slab. Cofagrigus. This Pokemon has a body of sparkling gold. People say it no longer resembles that it once was human. There are many depictions of Cofagrigus decorating ancient tombs. They're symbols of wealth that kings of bygone eras had. Tortuga. This Pokemon inhabited ancient seas, although it can only crawl. It still comes up onto land in search of prey. Tortuga is considered to be the ancestor of many turtle Pokemon. It was restored to life from a fossil. Caracosta. Caracosta completely devours its prey, bones, shells, and all. Because of this, Caracosta's own shell grows thick and sturdy. This Pokemon emerges from the water in search of prey, despite the fact that it moves slowly on land. Archon. This Pokemon was successfully restored from a fossil. As research suggested, Archon is unable to fly, but is very good at jumping. Archon is said to be the ancestor of bird Pokemon. It lived in treetops, eating berries and bog Pokemon. Archeops. It needs a running start to take off. Archeops wants to fly, but it first needs to run at 25 miles per hour, building speed over a course of 2.5 miles. Okay. Though capable of flight, Archeops was apparently better at hunting on the ground. Trubbish. Its favorite places are unsanitary ones. If you leave trash lying around, you can even find one of these Pokemon living in your room. Okay. This Pokemon was born from a bag stuffed with trash. Galarian wheezing relished the fumes belched by Trubbish. Garbodor. This Pokemon eats trash, which turns into poison inside its body. The main component of the poison depends on what sort of trash was eaten. The toxic liquid it launches from its right arm is so virulent that it can kill a weakened creature instantly. Gigantamax Garbodor. It sprays toxic gas from its mouth and fingers. If the gas engulfs you, the toxins will seep in and all the way down into your bones. Due to Gigantamax energy, Pokemon's toxic gas has become much thicker, congealing into its masses shaped like discarded toys. Zorua. Zorua is a timid Pokemon. Zorua is a timid Pokemon. This disposition seems to be what led the development of Zorua's ability to take on forms of other creatures. Zorua sometimes transforms into a person and goes into cities to search for food. When Zorua does this, it usually takes on the form of a child. Zoroark. This Pokemon cares deeply about the others of its kind and will conjure terrifying illusions to keep its den and pack safe. Seeking to ease the burden of their solitude, lonely trainers tell Zoroark to show illusions to them. Okay. Minccino. The way it brushes away grime with its tail can be helpful with cleaning, but its focus on spotlessness can become... Rewind. The way it brushes away grime with its tail can be helpful when cleaning, but its focus on spotlessness can make cleaning more of a hassle. They pet each other with their tails as a form of greeting. Of the two, the one with the tail is fluffier is a bit more boastful. Cinccino. Its body secretes oil that this Pokemon spreads over its nest as a coating to protect it from dust. Cinccino won't tolerate even a speck of the dust. A special oil that seeps through their fur helps them avoid attacks. The oil fetches a high price at the market. Gothita. Though they're still only babies, there's a psychic power stored in those ribbon-like feelers, and sometimes they use that power to fight. Even when nobody seems to be around, Gothita can still be heard making a muted cry. Many believe it's speaking to something only it can see. Ooh. Gothorita. It's said that when stars shine in the night sky, this Pokemon will spirit away. Great movie. Sleeping children. Some call it the Witch of Punishment. On nights where the stars shine, this Pokemon's psychic powers is as strong as it unknown. Just what link Gothorita has to the greater universe. Gothito. It has a tremendous psychic power, but it dislikes conflict. It also is able to predict the future based on the movement of stars. A criminal who was shown his fate by a Gothito went missing that same day and was never seen again. Solosis. It communicates with others telepathically. It uses its body encapsulated in liquid. Its body is encapsulated in liquid, but if it takes a heavy blow, the liquid will leak out. Many say that special liquid covering this Pokemon will allow it to survive in the vacuum of space. Duosion. Its psychic power can supposedly cover a range of more than a half a mile, but only its two brains can agree with each other. Its brain has split into two and has two halves. Its brain has split into two, and the two halves rarely think alike. Its actions are utterly unpredictable. Runkelus. While it could use its psychic abilities in battle, this Pokemon prefers to swing its powerful arms around to beat opponents into submission. It's said that drinking the liquid surrounding Runkelus grants wisdom. Problem is, the liquid is highly toxic to anything besides Runkelus itself. Ducklet. When attacked, it uses its feather to splash water, escaping under cover of the spray. They're better at swimming than flying, and they happily eat their favorite food, peat moss, as they dive underwater. Swanna. Despite their elegant appearance, they can flap their wings strongly and fly for thousands of miles. Holy shit. Swanna start to dance at dusk. The one dancing in the middle is the leader of the flock. Jesus Christ. Vanillite. Unable to survive in hot areas, it makes itself uncomfortable by breathing out air cold enough to cause snow. It burrows into the snow to sleep. Supposedly, this Pokemon was born from an icicle. It spews out freezing air at negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit to make itself more comfortable. Vanillish. By drinking pure water, it grows its icy body. This Pokemon can be hard to find on days with warm, sunny weather. It blasts enemies with cold air reaching negative 148 degrees Fahrenheit, freezing them solid, but it spares their lives afterwards. It's a kind Pokemon. No. Vanillix. When its anger reaches a boiling point, this Pokemon unleashes a fierce blizzard that freezes every creature around it, be they friend or foe. People believe this Pokemon formed when two Vanillish stuck together. Its body temperature is roughly 21 degrees Fahrenheit. Deerling, spring form. Their coloring changes according to the seasons and can be slightly affected by the temperature and humidity as well. The turning of the seasons changes the color and scent of this Pokemon's fur. They use it to mark the seasons. The turning of this Pokemon changes the color and scent of this Pokemon's fur. People use it to mark the seasons. The color changing according to the seasons can be slightly affected by the temperature and humidity as well. Autumn form. Their color changing according to the temperature. I'm having a malfunction here. Their coloring changes according to the season. They can be slightly affected by the temperature and humidity as well. The turning of the seasons changes the color and the scent of this Pokemon's fur. People use it to mark the seasons. Nope, it's winter. The turning of the seasons changes the color and the scent of this Pokemon's fur. People use it to mark the seasons. Their coloring changes according to the seasons and can be slightly affected by the temperature and humidity as well. I hate these dear Pokemon. Sawsbuck, spring form. They migrate according to the seasons. People can tell the seasons by looking at Sawsbuck's horns. Or just, how about you just look outside? Look around you. Hey, it's winter. It's snowing. They migrate according to the seasons, so some people call Sawsbuck the harbingers of spring. Summer form. They migrate according to the seasons, so some people call Sawspring the harbingers of spring. They migrate according to the seasons. People can tell the seasons by looking at Sawsbuck's horns. Autumn form. They migrate according to the seasons. People can tell the season by looking at Sawsbuck's horns. They migrate according to the seasons, so some people call the Sawsbuck the harbingers of spring. Winter form. So they migrate according to the seasons, so some people call Sawsbuck the harbingers of spring. They migrate according to the seasons, so people can tell the season by looking at Sawsbuck's horns. Fuck. Emolga flutters through the air. It crackles with electricity. This Pokemon is cute, but it can cause a lot of trouble. This Pokemon absolutely loves sweet berries. Sometimes it stuffs its cheeks full of so much food that it can't fly properly. Carablast. Its strange physiology reacts to electrical energy in interesting ways. The presence of a shellmate will cause this Pokemon to evolve. It spits liquid from its mouth to melt enough shellmate's shell. Carablast doesn't eat the shell. It just eats only the contents. Escavalier. They use their shells they've stolen from shellmate to arm and protect themselves. They're very popular Pokemon in the Galar region. It charges his enemies, lances at the ready. An image of one of its duels is captured in a famous painting of Escavalier clashing with Sarfetch. Where's Shellman, right? Interesting. Fungus. No one knows what the Pokeball pattern pattern on the fungus among us. Who's sus? No one knows what the Pokeball like pattern on the fungus means or why fungus has it. The spores released from the Pokemon's hands are highly poisonous, but when thoroughly dried, the spores can be used as stomach medicine. Amoonguss. This Pokemon puffs poisonous spores at its foes. If the spores are washed off quickly, they'll grow into mushrooms wherever they land. Amoonguss generally doesn't move much. It tends to stand still near Pokeballs that have been dropped on the ground. Frillish. It envelops its enemy in veil-like arms and draws it down to the deeps. 5 miles below the ocean's surface. Legend has it that the residents of a sunken ancient city changed into these Pokemon. Female. Its thin veil-like arms have tens of thousands of poisonous stingers. Females have slightly larger stingers. It envelops its prey in veil-like arms and draws it to the deep 5 miles below the ocean surface. Shallow male. Most of this Pokemon's composition is identical to seawater. It makes sunken ships its lair. Whenever a full moon hangs in the night sky, schools of Jellicent gather near the surface of the sea, waiting for their prey to appear. Female. The crown on its head gets bigger and bigger as it absorbs more and more of the life force of other creatures. These Pokemon have body compositions that are almost identical to seawater. They make their layers from sunken ships. Alomomola. Fishermen take them along on long voyages because if you have an Alomomola with you, there will be no need for a doctor or medicine. The reason it helps Pokemon in a weakened condition is that any Pokemon coming after them may also attack Alomomola. Okay. Joltik. Joltik can be found clinging to other Pokemon. It's soaking up the static electricity because it can't produce a charge on its own. Loser. Joltik latch onto other Pokemon and suck out the static electricity. They're often found sticking to Yamper's hindquarters. That's hilarious. That's so funny. Galvantula. It launches electrified fur from its abdomen as it means of attack. Opponents hit by a fur could be in for 3 full days of nights of paralysis. It lays traps of electrified threads near the nests of bird Pokemon, aiming to snare chicks that are not yet good at flying. Bitch. It defends itself by launching spikes, but it defends itself by launching spikes, but its aim isn't very good at first. Only after a lot of practice it will improve. Mossy caves are the preferred dwellings. Enzymes contained in mosses help Ferroseed spikes grow big and strong. Ferrothorn. This Pokemon scrapes its spikes across rocks and then uses the tips of its feelers to absorb the nutrients it finds within the stone. Its spikes are harder than steel. This Pokemon crawls across rock walls by stabbing the spikes on its feelers into the stone. Clink. The 2 mini-gears that compose this Pokemon are closer than twins. They mesh well only with each other. It's suspected that Clink were the inspiration behind ancient people's inventions of the first gears. Okay. Clang. When Clang goes all out, the mini gear links up perfectly with the outer part of the big gear, and this Pokemon rotates. When Clang goes all out, the mini gear links up perfectly with the outer part of the big gear, and this Pokemon's rotation speed increases sharply. Many companies in the Galar region chose Clang as their logo. This Pokemon is considered the symbol of industrial technology. From its spikes, it launches powerful blasts of electricity. Its red core contains an enormous amount of energy. The 3 gears that compose this Pokemon spin at high speed. Its new spiked gear isn't a living creature. Dynamo. While one alone isn't much power, a chain of many Dynamo can be as powerful as lightning. One alone can emit a trickle of electricity, so a group of them gathers to unleash a powerful electric shock. Electric. It wraps itself around its prey, and it paralyzes it with electricity from its round spots on its sides, and it chomps. These Pokemon have a big appetite. When they spot their prey, they attack and it paralyzed with electricity. Electros. With their sucker mouths, they can suck and prey. They then use their fangs to shock the prey with electricity. They crawl out of the ocean using the arms. They will attack their prey on shore and immediately drag it to the ocean. Elgium. If this Pokemon stands near a TV, strange scenery will appear on the screen. The scenery is said to be from its home. That's disturbing. This Pokemon was discovered about 50 years ago. Its highly developed brain enables it to exert its psychic powers. Beheeyem. Whenever a Beheeyem visits a farm, a double mysteriously disappears. That's pretty funny. Sometimes found drifting above wheat fields, this Pokemon can control the memories of its opponents. Litwick. The flame on its head keeps its body slightly warm. This Pokemon takes lost children by the hand to guide them to the spirit world. Okay. The younger the life this Pokemon absorbs, the brighter and eerier the flame on its head burns. Okay, you win creepiest dex entry so far. Lampent. This Pokemon appears just before someone passes away, so it's feared as an emissary of death. Okay. It lurks in cities, pretending to be a lamp. Once it finds someone whose death is near, it will trail them quietly after them. Bruh. This Pokemon, Chandelure. This Pokemon haunts dilapidated mansions. It sways its arms to hypnotize opponents with the ominous dancing of its flames. In homes illuminated by a chandelier instead of light, funerals were a constant occurrence, or so it's said. Hold up. Axew. These Pokemon nest in ground and use their tusks to crush hard berries. Crushing berries is also how they test each other's strength. They play with each other by knocking their large tusks together. Their tusks break sometimes, but they grow back quickly, so that's not a concern. Fracture. After battle, this Pokemon carefully sharpens its tusk on river rocks. It needs to take care of its tusk. If one breaks, it will never grow back. If its skin is as hard as a suit of armor, Fracture's favorite strategy is to tackle its opponent, stabbing them with its tusk at the same time. Haxorus. Its resilient tusks are its pride and joy. It licks up dirt to take in the minerals and needs to keep its tusks in top condition. While usually kind-hearted, it can be terrifying if angered. Tusks that can slice through steel beams are how Haxorus deals with its adversaries. Cubchoo. When this Pokemon is in good health, its snot becomes thicker and stickier. It will smear its snot on anyone it doesn't like. Its sniffles become a performing move. It sniffles before performing a move, using its frosty snot to provide an icy element to any move that it needs. Beartic. It swims through frigid seas, searching for prey. From its frozen breath, it forms icy fangs that are harder than steel. It swims energetically through frigid seas. When it gets tired, it freezes the seawater with its breath so that it can rest on ice. Cryogonal. With its icy chains, Cryogonal freezes those who encounter it. With its icy chains, Cryogonal freezes those it counters and then takes its victims away to somewhere unknown. When the weather gets hot, these Pokemon turn into water vapor. Cryogonal are almost never seen during summer. There we go. Shellman. When attacked, it tightly shuts the lid of its shell. This reaction feels protected from Carablast, however, because they can still go into the shell. It has strange physiology that responds to electricity. When together with Carablast, Shellmet evolves for some reason. Acelgor. It moves with blinding speed and lobs poison at foes. Featuring Acelgor as the main character is a surefire way to make a movie or comic popular. Discarding its shell made it nimble to keep itself from dehydrating and wraps its body in bands of membrane. Okay. Stunfisk. Thanks to bacteria that live in the mudflats with it, this Pokemon developed the organs it uses to generate electricity. For some reason, this Pokemon smiles slightly whenever it emits a strong electric current from the yellow markings on its body. Galarian form. Its conscious lips lure prey as it lies in wait in the mud. When its prey gets close, Stunfisk clamps its jagged steel fins down on them. Living in mud with a high iron content has given it its strong steel body. Mienfoo. In 1 minute, a well-trained Mienfoo can chop with its arms more than 100 times. I could fucking do that. What the hell? Though small, Mienfoo's temperament is fierce. Any creature that approaches Mienfoo carelessly will be greeted with a flurry of graceful attacks. Mienshao. When Mienshao comes across a truly challenging opponent, it will lighten itself by biting off the fur on its arms. Delivered at blinding speeds, kicks from this Pokemon can shatter massive boulders into tiny pieces. Druddigon. Druddigon lives in caves, but it never skips sunbathing. It won't be able to move if its body gets too cold. Druddigon are vicious and cunning. They take up residence in nestings dug out of, by other Pokemon, treating the stolen nests as their own lairs. Jesus Christ. Golets. They were sculpted from clay in ancient times. No one knows why, but some of them are driven continually to line up boulders. This Pokemon was created from clay. It received orders from its master many years ago, and it still follows those orders to this day. Golurk. Artillery platforms built into walls of ancient castles served as perches from which Golurk could fire energy beams. There's a theory that inside Golurk is a perpetual motion machine that produces limitless energy, but this belief hasn't been proven. Poniard. It uses river stones to maintain the cutting edge of the blades covering its body. These sharpened blades allow it to bring down opponents. A pack of these Pokemon forms to serve a Bishop boss. Each Poniard trains diligently, dreaming of one day taking the lead. Bisharp. It's accompanied by a large retinue of Poniard. Bisharp keeps a keen eye on its minions, ensuring that none of them even think of double-crossing it. Violent conflicts erupt between Bisharp and fractures over places where sharpening stones can be found. Bouffalant. These Pokemon can crush a car with no more than a headbutt. Bouffalant, with more hair on their heads, hold higher positions within the herd. These Pokemon live in herds of about 20 different individuals. Bouffalant can betray the herd. Bouffalant that betray the herd will lose their hair on their heads for some reason. Okay. Rufflet. If it spies a strong opponent, Rufflet can't resist challenging it to a battle. But if Rufflet loses, it starts bawling. A combative Pokemon is ready to pick a fight with anyone. It has talents that can crush hard berries. And it seems that hard berries are a testament of strength, apparently. Bravery. And known for its bravery and pride, this majestic Pokemon is often seen as a motif for various kinds of emblems. Because of this Pokemon is hot-headed and belligerent, it's Corviknight that has taken the role of transportation in Galar. Vullaby. It wears a bone to protect its rear. It often squabbles with other of its kind to particularly comfy bones. Vullaby grow quickly. Bones that have gotten too small for older Vullaby to wear will often get passed down to younger ones in the nest. Mandibuzz. Although a bit of a ruffian, this Pokemon will take lost Vullaby under its wing and take care of them until they're ready to leave the nest. They adorn themselves with bones. They seem to be fashion trends among them, as different bones come into and out of popularity. That's funny. Heatmore. There's a small hole in its tail that allows it to draw in the air it needs to keep its fire burning. If the hole gets blocked, this Pokemon will fall ill. A flame serves as its tongue, melting through the hard shell of Durant so that Heatmore can devour their insides. Durant, they lay their eggs deep inside their nests. When attacked by Heatmore, they retaliate using their massive mandibles. With their large mandibles, these Pokemon can crush their way through rock. They work together to protect their eggs from Sandaconda. Dino. When it encounters something, its first urge is to usually bite it. If it likes what it tastes, it will commit to the associated scent to memory. Okay. Because it can't see, this Pokemon is constantly biting at everything it touches, trying to keep track of its surroundings. Zuelu. While hunting for prey, Zuelu wanders its territory, its two heads often bickering over which way to go. Their two heads will fight each other over a single piece of food. Zuelu are covered in scars even without battling others. Hydreigon. There are a slew of stories about villages that were destroyed by Hydreigon. If it bites anything that moves. The three heads take turns sinking their teeth into the opponent. Their attacks won't slow until their target goes down. Larvesta. The people of ancient times believed that Larvesta fell from the sun. Larvesta's body is warm all over. It spouts fire from the tips of its horns to intimidate predators and scare prey. Volcarona. Volcarona scatters burning scales. Some say it does this to start fires. Others say it's trying to rescue those that suffer in the cold. This Pokemon emerges from a cocoon formed of raging flames. Ancient murals depict Volcarona as a deity of fire. Cobalion. This Pokemon appears in legend alongside Terrakion and Verzian, fighting against humans in the defense of the Unova's region's Pokemon. From the moment it is born, this Pokemon radiates the air of a leader. Its presence will never calm even vicious foes. Terrakion, one of my favorite Pokemon. It has phenomenal power. It will mercilessly crush anyone or anything that bullies small Pokemon. In Unovan legends, Terrakion battled against humans in an effort to protect other Pokemon. Virizion. A legend tells of this Pokemon working together with Cobalion and Terrakion to protect the Pokemon of the Unova region. It darts around opponents with its flurry of quick movements, slicing them up with its horns. Tornadus, incarnate form. The lower half of this body is wrapped in a cloud of energy. It zooms around the sky at 200 miles per hour. Tornadus expels massive energy from its tail, causing severe storms. Its power is great enough to blow houses away. Therian form. Tornadus expels massive energy from its tail, causing several severe storms. Its power is great enough to blow houses away. The lower half of his body is wrapped in a cloud of energy. It zooms through the sky at 200 miles per hour. Thunderous, incarnate form. The spikes on its tail discharge immense bolts of lightning. It flies around the Unova region, firing off lightning bolts. It flies around it, shooting lightning all over the place and causes forest fire. It is for disliked. Therian form. As it flies around and shoots lightning all over the place and causes forest fires, it is therefore disliked. The spikes on its tail discharge immense bolts of lightning. It flies around the Unova region, firing off lightning bolts. Reshiram, this legendary Pokemon scorched the world with fire. It helps those who want to build a world of truth. When Reshiram's tail flares, the heat energy moves the atmosphere and changes the world's weather. Zekrom, this legendary Pokemon scorched the world with lightning. It assists those who want to build an ideal world. Concealing itself in lightning clouds, it flies throughout the Unova region. It creates electricity in its tail. Landorus, incarnate form. Lands visited by Landorus grants such bountiful crops that it has been hailed the guardian of the fields. From the forces of lightning and wind, it creates energy to give nutrients to the soil and make the land abundant. Therian form. From the forces of lightning and wind, it creates energy to give nutrients to the soil and make the land abundant. Lands visited by Landorus grants such bountiful crops that it has been hailed as the guardian of the fields. Kyurem, this legendary ice Pokemon waits for a hero to fill in the missing parts of his body with truth or ideals. It generates a powerful freezing energy inside itself, but its body became frozen when the energy leaked out. Wait, Kyurem, it generates a powerful freezing energy inside itself, but its body became frozen when the energy leaked out. This legendary ice Pokemon waits for a hero to fill in the missing parts of his body with truth and ideals. Black Kyurem, this legendary ice Pokemon waits for a hero to fill in the missing parts of its body with truth or ideals. It generates a powerful freezing energy inside itself, but its body became frozen when the energy leaked out. Keldeo, ordinary form. It crosses the world, running over the surfaces of oceans and rivers. It appears at scenic waterfronts when it's resolute. Its body fills with power and it becomes a swifter. Its jumps are then too fast to follow. Resolute form. When it's resolute, its body fills with power and it becomes swifter. Its jumps are then too fast to follow. It crosses the world running over the surfaces of oceans and rivers. It appears at scenic waterfronts. Meloetta, area form. The melodies sung by Meloetta have the power to make Pokemon that hear them happy or sad. Its melodies are sung with a special vocalization method that can control the feelings of those who hear it. Pirouette form. The melodies sung by Meloetta have the power to make Pokemon that hear them happy or sad. Its melodies are sung with a special vocalization method that can control the feelings of those who hear it. Genesect. This ancient bug Pokemon was altered by Team Plasma. They upgraded the cannon on its back. This Pokemon existed 300 million years ago. Team Plasma altered it and attached a cannon to its back. That's a hilarious concept. Okay, Gen 6 stuff. Okay, alright. Chespin. The quills on its head are usually soft. When it flexes them, the points become so hard and sharp they can pierce rock. Such a thick shell of wood covers its head and back that even a direct hit from the truck won't phase it. Okay. Quilladin. It relies on its sturdy shell to deflect predators. It counterattacks with sharp quills. They strengthen their lower bodies by running into one another. They are very kind and won't start fights. Chestnut. Its tackle is force enough to flip a 50-ton tank if it shields its allies from danger with its own body. When it takes a defensive posture with its fists guarding its face, it could withstand a bomb blast. Fennekin. Eating a twig fills it with energy, and your roomy ears give vent to air hotter than 390 degrees Fahrenheit. As it walks, it munches on a twig in place of a snack. It intimidates opponents by puffing hot air out of its ears. Breakson. It has a twig stuck in its tail. With friction from its tail fur, it sets the twig on fire and launches it into battle. When the twig is plucked from its tail, friction sets the twig alight. The flame is used to send signals to its allies. The fox. It gazes into the flame at the tip of its branch to achieve a focus state, which allows it to see into the future. Using psychic power, generates a fire vortex of 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit, incinerating foes swept into this whirl of flame. Froakie. It secretes flexible bubbles from its chest and back. The bubbles reduce the damage it would take otherwise when attacked. It protects its skin by covering its body in delicate bubbles. Beneath its happy-go-lucky air, it keeps a watchful eye on its surroundings. Frogadier. It can throw bubble-covered pebbles with precise control and hitting empty cans up to 100 feet away. Its swiftness is unparalleled. It can scale a tower more than 2,000 feet in a minute's time. Greninja. It creates throwing stars out of compressed water. When it spins them and throws them at high speed, these stars can split metal in two. It appears and vanishes with a ninja's grace. It toys with enemies using swift movements while slicing them with throwing stars of sharpest water. Ash Greninja. It appears and vanishes with a ninja's grace. It toys with its enemies using swift movements while slicing them with throwing stars of sharpest water. It creates throwing stars out of compressed water. When it spins them and throws them into high speed, these stars can split metal into two. Bunnelby. It excels at digging holes. Using its ears, it can dig a nest 33 feet deep in one night. It's very sensitive to danger. The sound of Corviknight's flapping will have Bunnelby digging a hole to hide underground in moments. Diggersby. With power equal to an excavator, it can dig through the dense bedrock. It's a huge help during tunnel construction. The fur on its belly retains heat exceptionally well. People use to make heavy winter clothing from fur shed by this Pokemon. Fletchling. Its melodious cries are actually warnings. Fletchling will mercilessly peck at anything that enters its territory. When this Pokemon gets excited, its body temperature increases sharply. If you touch a Fletchling with bare hands, you might get burned. Fletchinder. Fletchinder launches embers into its den of its prey. When the prey comes leaping out, Fletchinder sharp talons finish it off. Fletchinder are exceedingly territorial and aggressive. These Pokemon will fight among themselves or feeding grounds. Talonflame. Talonflame mainly preys upon other bird Pokemon. To intimidate opponents, it sends embers spewing from gaps between its feathers. Talonflame dives toward prey at speeds of up to 310 miles per hour and assaults them with powerful kicks, giving the prey no chance to escape. Scatterbug. When under attack from bird Pokemon, it spews a poisonous black powder that causes paralysis on contact. The powder that covers its body regulates its temperature so it can live in any region or climate. Spupa. It lives hidden within thicket shadows. When predators attack, it quickly bristles the fur covering its body in an effort to threaten them. The beaks of bird Pokemon can begin to scratch a stalwart body. To defend itself, it spews powder. Oh god. Oh no. Vivillon. Vivillon with many different patterns are found all over the world. These patterns are affected by the climate of their habitat. The patterns on this Pokemon's wings depend on the climate and topography of its habitat. It scatters colorful scales. No. I can't. There's no way. Like I'll show them off, but there's no way I'm going through every single one of these, especially if it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. I can't. It's pointless doing that. Litleo. When they're young, they live with their pride. Once they're able to hunt down prey on their own, they're kicked out and have to make their own way. This hot-blooded Pokemon is filled with curiosity. When it gets angry, it starts fighting. Its short mane gets hot. Pyroar, male. These males are usually lazy, but when they're attacked by a strong foe, a male will protect its friends with no regard for its own safety. The temperature of its breath is over 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but Pyroar doesn't use it on its prey. This Pokemon prefers to eat raw meat. Female. The temperatures of its breath is over 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But Pyroid doesn't use it on its prey. This Pokemon prefers to eat raw meat. The males are usually lazy, but when attacked by a strong foe, a male will protect its friends with no regard for safety. Flabebe. It's not safe without the power of a flower, but it will keep traveling around until it finds one with the color and shape of it wants. Flabebe wears a crown made from pollen. It's collected from its flower. The crown has hidden healing properties. Floette. It raises flowers and uses them as weapons. The more gorgeous the blossom, the more power it contains. It gives its own power to flowers. Jesus Christ, so many. Pouring its heart into caring for them. Floette never forgives anyone who messes up a flower bed. Florges. It controls the flowers it grows. The petal blizzards that Florges controls, the triggers are overwhelming in their beauty and power. Its life can span several hundred years. It's said to devote its entire life to protecting gardens. Skiddo. Though to be one of the first Pokemon to live in harmony with humans, it has a placid disposition. If it has sunshine and water, it doesn't need to eat because it can generate energy from the leaves on its back. Go. It can tell how a trainer is feeling by subtle shifts in the grip of its thorn. This emphatic sense lets them run as if one being. They inhabit mountainous regions. The leader of the herd is decided by a battle of clashing horns. Pancham. It chooses a Pangoro as its master and then imitates its master's actions. This is how it learns to battle and hunt for prey. Wanting to make sure it's taken seriously, Pancham always gives others a glare, but if it's not focusing, it ends up smiling. Pangoro. This Pokemon is quick to anger and has no problem using its prodigious strength to get its way. It lives for duels against Obstagoon. Oh, cool. Using its leaf, Pangoro can predict the movements of its opponents. It strikes with punches that can turn a dump truck into scrap with just hard berries and dump trucks. Okay. Those are the parameters we measure strength with. Furfru. There was an era where aristocrats would compete to see who could trim their Furfru's fur into the most exquisite style. Left alone, its fur will grow longer and longer, but it will only allow someone to trust to cut it. Okay, there's like different forms, and they're all the same Pokedex entries. So, yeah, I'm not reading that. Esper. I hate this Pokemon. Though Esper's expression never changes, behind that blank stares an intense struggle to contain its devastating psychic power. There's enough psychic power in an Esper to send a wrestler flying, but because this power can't be controlled, Esper finds it troublesome. Meowstic. Male. Revealing the eye-like patterns on its insides of its ears will unleash its psychic powers and normally keeps the patterns hidden, however. The defensive instinct of the males is strong. It's when they're protecting themselves or their partners that they unleash their full power. If it doesn't hold back when it unleashes its psychic power, it can tear apart a tanker. Its unfriendliness is part of its charm. Females are a bit more selfish and aggressive than males. If they don't get what they want, they will torment you with their psychic abilities. Hoenn. Hoenn's soul once belonged to a person that was killed in a long time ago by the sword that makes up Hoenn's body. The blue eye on the sword's handguard is the true body of Hoenn. With its old cloth, it drains people's lives away. Doublade. Hoenn evolved into twins. The two blades rub together to emit metallic sounds that unnerves opponents. The two swords employ a strategy of rapidly alternating between offense and defense to bring down their prey. Aegislash, shield form. In this defensive stance, Aegislash uses its steel body and force field of spectral power to reduce the damage of any attack. Its potent spectral powers allow it to manipulate others. It once used its powers to force people and Pokemon to build a kingdom to its liking. Blade form. This stance is dedicated to offense. It can cleave any opponent with the strength and weight of its steel blade. Once upon a time, a king with an Aegislash reigned over the land. His Pokemon eventually drained him of his life, and his kingdom fell with him. Happens. Spritzy. A scent pouch within this Pokemon's body allows it to create various scents. A change in its diet will alter the fragrance it produces. The scent of its body gives off enraptures those who smell it. Noble ladies had no shortage of love for Spritzy. Aromatisse, the scent of the scent that constantly emits from this fur is so powerful that this Pokemon's companions will eventually lose their sense of smell. The scents Aromatisse can produce range from the sweet smells that bolster allies to foul smells that sap an opponent's will to fight. Swirlix. It eats its own weight in sugar every day. If it doesn't get enough sugar, it becomes incredibly grumpy. The sweet smell of cotton candy perfumes Swirlix's fluffy fur. This Pokemon spits out sticky string to tangle up its enemies. Yo, alliteration is doing me in. Slurpuff. By taking a person's scent, it can sniff out their mental and physical condition. It's hoped that this skill will have many medical applications. But Slurpuff's fur contains a lot of air, making it soft to the touch and lighter than it looks. Inkay. It spins while making its luminescent spots flash. These spots allow it to communicate with others by using different patterns of light. By exposing foes to the blinking of its luminescent spots, Inkay demoralizes them and then seizes the chance to flee. Malamar. Gazing at its luminescent spots will quickly induce a hypnotic state, putting the observer under the Malamar's control. It is said that Malamar's hypnotic powers played a certain history role change. What? It is said that Malamar's hypnotic powers played a role in certain history-changing events. Like what? The fucking Spanish Inquisition? What are we talking about? Binnacle. After two Binnacle fight in a suitable sized rock, they adhere themselves to live together, and they cooperate to gather food during high tide. Awesome. If the two don't work well together, both their offense and defense fall apart. Without good teamwork, they won't survive. Barbaracle. 7 Binnacle come together to form one Barbaracle. The Binnacle that serves as the head gives orders to those serving as the limbs. Having an eye on each palm allows Having an eye on each palm allows it to keep a watch in all directions. In a pinch, its limbs start to act on their own to assure enemies' defeat. Skrelp. It drifts in the ocean, blending in with floating seaweed. When other Pokemon come to feast on the seaweed, Skrelp feasts on them instead. Skrelp looks like a piece of run seaweed, so it can blend in with seaweed drifting on the ocean and avoid being detected by enemies. Dragalge. Dragalge uses a poisonous liquid capable of corroding metal to send tankers that send into its territory to the bottom of the sea. Clauncher. Clauncher's claws can fall off during battle, but they will regenerate. The meat inside the claws is popular as a delicacy in Galar. By detonating the gas that accumulates in its right claw, this Pokemon launches water like a bullet. This is how Clauncher defeats its enemies. Clawitzer. After using its feelers on its oversized claw to detect the location of prey, Clawitzer launches a cannonball of water at its target. At Clawitzer's right arm is a cannon that launches projectiles made of seawater. Shots from a Clawitzer cannon arm can sink a tanker. Helioptile. When spread, the frills on its head act like solar panels, generating the power behind this Pokemon's electric moves. The sun powers this Pokemon's electricity generation. Interruption of that process stresses the Helioptile to the point of weakness. Heliolisk. A now vanished desert culture treasured these Pokemon. Appropriately, the Heliolisk came to the Galar region. Treasure came with them. One Heliolisk basking in the sun with its frills outspread is all it will take to produce enough energy to power a city. Tyrunt. This is an ancient Pokemon arrived in modern times. It has a violent disposition that will tear apart anything that it gets between its hefty jaws. This Pokemon is selfish and likes to be pampered. It can also inflict grievous wounds on its trainer just by playing around. Tyrantrum. This Pokemon is from about 100 million years ago. It has the presence of a king, vicious but magnificent. A single bite of Tyrantrum's massive jaws will demolish a single bite of Tyrantrum's massive jaws will demolish a car. This Pokemon was a king of the ancient world. Amaura. This Pokemon was successfully restored from a fossil. In the past, it lived with others of its kind in cold lands where there were few predators. Amaura is an ancient Pokemon that has gone extinct. Specimens of this species can sometimes be found frozen in ice. Aurorus. Aurorus was restored from a fossil. It is said that when this Pokemon howls, auroras appear in the night sky. When gripped by rage, Aurorus will emanate freezing air, covering everything around it in ice. Sylveon. Finally 700. Sylveon. By releasing Enmity Erasing, waves from its ribbon-like feelers, Sylveon stops any conflict. There's a Galarian fairy tale that describes a beautiful Sylveon vanquishing a dreadful dragon Pokemon. Hawlucha. It drives its opponents to exhaustion with its agile maneuvers, then it ends the fight with a flashy finishing move. It always strikes a pose before going for its finishing move. Sometimes opponents take advantage of that time to counterattack. Dedenne. It detonate whiskers pick up electric waves other detonates send out. These Pokemon shared locations of food or electricity with one another. Since the Dedenes can't generate much electricity on its own, it steals electricity from outlets or other electric Pokemon. Carbink. When beset by attackers, Carbink wipes them all out by firing high energy beams from gems embedded in its body. It is said that somewhere in the world there is a mineral vein housing a large pack of slumbering Carbink. It also said that this pack has a queen. Goomy. Because most of its body is water, it will dry up if the weather becomes too arid. It's considered the weakest dragon Pokemon. Their horns are powerful sensors. As soon as Goomy pick up any signs of enemies, they go into hiding. This is how they've survived. Sliggoo. Although this Pokemon isn't very strong, its body is coated in a caustic slime that can melt through anything, so predators steer clear of it. One lump on its back contains its tiny brain. It thinks only of food and in escaping its enemies. Goodra sometimes misunderstands instructions and appears dazed or bewildered. Many trainers don't mind, finding this behavior to be adorable. Its form of offense is forcefully stretching out its horns. The strikes land 100 times harder than any blow from a heavyweight boxer. Klefki. This Pokemon is constantly collecting keys and trusts to Klefki with important keys, and the Pokemon will protect him no matter what. Klefki sucks in metal ions with the horns topping its head. It seems this Pokemon loves keys so much that its head needed to look like one too. Phantom. After a lost child perished in the forest, their spirit possessed a street stump, causing the spirit's rebirth as Pokemon. With a voice like a human child's, it cries out to lure adults into the forest, getting them lost among the trees. Trevenant. People fear it due to a belief that it devours any who try to cut down trees in its forest, but to the Pokemon it shares woods with its kind. Small roots that extend from this tip of this Pokemon's feet can tie into the trees of the forest and give Trevenant control over them. My lungs are raisins at this point. Holy crap. Punkaboo. Spirits that wander this world are placed into Punkaboo's body. They're then moved on to the afterlife. Oh, that's rough. The light that streams out of this from the holes in the Pokemon can hypnotize and control the people, the Pokemon that see it. Come on. Gorgeist. Eerie cries emanate from its body in the dead of night. The sounds are said to be wails of spirits who suffering in the afterlife. Like moi. In the darkness of a new moon night, Gorgeist will come knocking. Whoever answers the door will be swept off into the afterlife. Okay. Bergmite. They chill the air around them to negative 150 degrees Fahrenheit, freezing the water in the air into ice that they use as armor. This Pokemon lives in the areas of frigid cold and secures itself to the back of an Avalugg by freezing its feet in place. Avalugg. At high altitudes, this Pokemon can be found with clusters of Bergmite on its back as it swims among the icebergs. As Avalugg moves about during the day, the cracks on its body deepen. This Pokemon returns to a pristine state overnight. Noibat. After nightfall, they emerge from the caves they nest in during the day. Using their ultrasonic waves, they go on the hunt for ripened fruit. No wavelength of sound is beyond Noibat's ability to produce. The ultrasonic waves it generates can overcome much larger Pokemon. Noivern. Aggressive and cruel, this Pokemon ruthlessly torment enemies that are helpless in the dark. Flying through the darkness, it weakens enemies with ultrasonic waves that can crush stone. Its fang finished the fight. Xerneas. Legends say that it can share eternal life. It slept for 1,000 years in the form of a tree before revival. When the horns on its head shine in 7 colors, it is said to be sharing everlasting life. And Yveltal. When this legendary Pokemon's wings and tail feathers spread wide and glow red, it absorbs the life force of living creatures. When its life comes to an end, it absorbs the life of energy of every living thing and turns into a cocoon once more. What a Debbie Downer. Zygarde, 50%. This is Zygarde's form when about half its species have been assembled. It plays the role of monitoring the ecosystem. Some say it can change to an even more powerful form when battling those who threaten the ecosystem. 10%. When around 10% of Zygarde cells have been gathered from all over. This form is skilled in close range combat. This Zygarde is when about 10% of its pieces have assembled. It leaps at an opponent's chest and sinks its sharp fangs into them. Complete form. This Zygarde's perfect form. From the orifice on its chest, it radiates high powerful energy that eliminates everything. Born when all Zygarde's cells have been gathered together, it uses its force to neutralize those who harm the ecosystem. The Yancy, a sudden transformation of Carbink. Its pink, glimmering body is said to be the loveliest sight in the whole world. It can instantly create many diamonds by compressing the carbon in the air between its hands. Mega the Yancy, it can constantly create many diamonds by compressing the carbon in the air between its hands. It's the same shit. Its sudden transformation of Carbink, its pink, glimmering body is said to be the loveliest sight in the whole world. Hoopa confined. In its true form, it possesses a huge amount of power. Legends of this avarice tell how it once carried off an entire castle to gain the treasure hidden within. It is said that it is able to seize anything it desires with its 6 rings and its 6 huge arms. With its power sealed, it's transformed into a much smaller form. Hoopa Unbound is said to be able to seize anything it desires with its 6 rings and 6 arms. With its power sealed, it's transformed into a much smaller form. In its true form, it uses a huge amount of power. Legends of its avarice tell how it once carried off an entire castle to gain treasure in within. Volcanion, it lets out billows of steam and disappears into the dense fog. It is said to live in mountains where humans do not tread. It expels an eternal steam from its arms on its back. It has enough power to blow away a mountain. Alola, Rowlet. It sends its feathers, which are sharp as blades, at flying in an attack. Its legs are strong, so its kicks are also formidable. It feels relaxed at night, in tight, dark places, and has been known to use its trainer's pocket, her bag, as a nest. Dartrix, this narcissistic Pokemon is a clean freak. If you don't groom it diligently, it will stop listening to you. Supremely sensitive to the presence of others, it can detect opponents standing behind it, flinging its sharp feathers to take them out. No, go back. No. Okay, I did it. Okay. Decidueye, it knocks its arrows, quills, and shoots them at opponents when it simply can't afford to miss. It tugs the vine on its head to improve its results, its focus. The Decidueye can knock and fire an arrow at an enemy in a tenth of a second, so battles are decided in the blink of an eye. Litten, if you try too hard to get close to it, it won't open up to you. Even if you do grow close, giving it too much affection is still a no-no. Its coat regrows twice a year. When the time comes, Litten sets his own body on fire and burns away old fur. Torracat, it can act spoiled if it grows too close to its trainer. It's a powerful Pokemon. Its sharp claws can leave its trainer whole body covered in scratches. When its mane is standing on the end, you can tell it's feeling good. When it isn't feeling well, its fur will lie down flat. Incineroar, although it's rough-mannered and egotistical, it finds beating down other opponents boring. It gets motivated for stronger opponents. When its fighting spirit is set alight, the flames around its body become especially intense. Poplio, the balloons it inflates with its nose grow larger and larger as it practices day by day. Poplio gets on top of its bouncy water balloons to jump higher. It's quite the acrobatic fighter. Brion, it gets excited when it sees a dance it doesn't know. This hard worker practices diligently until it can learn that dance. It attacks by smacking its enemies with exploding water balloons that it creates. Primarina, to Primarina, every battle is a stage. It takes down its prey with beautiful singing and dancing. And also known as a songstress, it has a fantastical look on moonlight nights when it leads its colony in song. Pigapec, it pecks at trees with its hard beak. You can get some idea of its mood or condition from the rhythm of its pecking. It may look spindly, but its neck muscles are heavy duty. It can pick at a tree 16 times per second. Trumbeak, it can bend the tip of its beak to produce over 100 different cries at will. From its mouth, it fires a seed of berries it has eaten. The scattered seeds give rise to new plants. Toucanon, they smack beaks with others of their kind to communicate. Their strength and numbers of hits tell each other how they feel. Known for forming harmonious couples, this Pokemon is brought to wedding ceremonies as Galar Charm. That's an actual cannon, dude. Careful. Young Goose. Its stomach takes up most of its long torso. It's a big eater, so the amount of trainers have to spend on its food is no laughing matter. Although it will eat anything, it prefers fresh living things, so it marches down streets in search of prey. Gumshoes. Although it doesn't originally found in Alola, this Pokemon was brought over after a long time ago when there was a huge Rattata outbreak. Patient by nature, these Pokemon lose control of itself and pounces when it spots its favorite meal. Rattata. Rubbit. Its natural enemies like Rookidee may flee rather than risk getting caught in its large mandibles that snap thick tree branches. It uses big jaws to dig nests into the forest floor, and it loves to feed on sweet tree sap. Charger Bug. While its durable shell protects it from attacks, Charger Bug strikes at enemies with jolts of electricity discharged from the tips of its jaws. Its digestive process converts the leaves it eats into electricity. An electric sac in the belly stores the electricity for later use. Vikavolt. It builds up electricity in its abdomen, focuses its through its jaws, and then fires the electricity off in concentrated beams. It carries a Charger Bug to use as a spare battery. A flying Vikavolt can rapidly fire high-powered beams of electricity. Crabrawler. Its hard pincers are well suited to both offense and defense. Fights between two Crabrawler are like boxing matches. Crabrawler are known to mistake Executor for a coconut tree and climb it. The enraged Executor shakes it off and stomps it. Crabominable. It stores coldness in its pincers and pummels its foes. It can even smash thick walls of ice to bits. Before it stops to think, it just starts pummeling. There are records of its turning back avalanches with flurry of punches. That's a sight. Oricorio, Bale style. It wins the hearts of its enemies with its passionate dancing and then uses its opening to burn them up with blazing flames. This Oricorio drunk red nectar. If its trainer gives the wrong order, the passionate Pokemon becomes fiercely angry. Pom-Pom style. This Oreo has drunk bright white, yellow... What? This Oricorio has drunk bright yellow nectar. When it sees someone looking gloom, it will try to cheer them up with a dance. It lifts opponent's spirits with its cheerful dance and moves. When they let the guard down, it electrocutes them with a jolt. Pow style. It relaxes its opponent with elegant dancing. When they let their guard down, it showers them with psychic energy. This Oricorio has sipped pink nectar. It gets so caught up in its dancing that sometimes it doesn't hear its traitor's orders. Sensu style. This Oricorio has sipped purple nectar. Some dancers use it as graceful and elegant dancing as inspiration. It charms its opponents with its refined dancing. When they let their guard down, it places a curse on them that will bring them on their demise. Cutiefly. Nectar and pollen are its favorite fare. You can find Cutiefly hovering around Gossifleur, trying to get some of Gossifleur's spoil land. An opponent's aura can tell Cutiefly what that opponent's next move will be. The Cutiefly can glide around the attack and strike back. Ribombee. It makes pollen puffs from pollen and nectar. The puffs' effects depend on the type of ingredients and how much of each one is used. Ribombee absolutely hate getting wet or rained on. In the cloudy Galar region, they are very seldom seen. Rockruff. This Pokemon can bond very strongly with its trainer, but it also has a habit of biting. Raising a Rockruff for a long time can be challenging. This Pokemon intimidates opponents by striking the ground with the rocks on its neck. The moment an opponent flinches, Rockruff attacks. Lycanroc, midday form. This Lycanroc is calm and cautious. The rocks jutting from its mane are ridge sharp. With swift movements, this Pokemon gradually backs its prey to a corner. Lycanroc's fangs are always aimed toward opponents' weak spots. Midnight form. It's invigorated by powerful opponents. The stronger the better. A full force headbutt from one of these Lycanroc can shatter giant boulders. This form of Lycanroc is reckless. It charges headlong at its opponents, attacking without any care about what injuries it may receive. Dusk form. This form of Lycanroc is normally calm and quiet. Once a battle begins, however, this Pokemon displays its ferocious fighting spirit. These Pokemon have both calm and ferocious qualities. Their temperamental natures make them a difficult species to raise. Swishy-washy, solar form. Individually, they're incredibly weak. It's by gathering up into schools that they're enabled to confront opponents. When they sense danger, its eyes tear up. The sparkle of its tears signal other wishy-washies to gather. School form. When facing tough opponents, they get into formation, but if they get wounded in battle, they'll scatter and become solitary again. On their own, they're very weak, but when wishy-washy pool their power together in a school, they become a demon of the sea. Marini. The first symptom of its sting is numbness. The next is itching sensations that are so intense that it's impossible to resist the urge to claw your skin. Unlike Alolan counterparts, the Marini of the Galar region have not yet figured out that the branches of Corsola are delicious. Toxapex. To survive the cold waters of Galar, this Pokemon forms a dome with its legs enclosing its body so it can capture its own body heat. With the poison sac in its body is a poison. Within the poison sac in its body is a poison so toxic that Pokemon as large as Wailord will still be suffering 3 days after it takes effect. Mudbray loads weighing up to 50 pounds as much as its own body weight pose no issue for this Pokemon. It's skilled at making use of mud. It eats dirt to create mud and smears its mud all over its feet, giving them the grip they need to walk on rough terrain without slipping. Mudsdale. Mud that hardens around Mudsdale's legs sets harder than stone. It's so hard that it allows this Pokemon to scrap a truck with a single kick. Mudsdale that has so much stamina it could carry over 10 tons across the Galar region without rest or sleep. Dewpider. It forms a water bubble. It forms a water bubble at the rear of its body, and then it covers its head within it. And then, meeting another Dewpider means comparing water bubble sizes. Dewpider normally lives underwater. When it comes onto land in search for food, it takes water with it in order to form a bubble. What? Dewpider normally lives underwater. When it comes onto land in search of food, it takes water with it in the form of a bubble on its head. Come on, man. Araquanid. It launches water bubbles with its legs, drowning prey within the bubbles. This Pokemon can then take its time to savor its meal. It acts as a caretaker of Dewpider. For Dewpider, putting them inside the bubble and letting them eat any leftover food. Oh. Fomantis. When bathed in sunlight, this Pokemon emits this pleasantly sweet scent which causes the bug Pokemon to gather around it. During the sky, Fomantis basks in sunlight and sleeps peacefully. It wakes and moves around at night. Lurantis. This Pokemon resembles a beautiful flower. A properly raised Lurantis will have gorgeous, brilliant colors. The petals on this Pokemon's arms are thin and super sharp, and they can fire laser beams if Lurantis gathers light first. Morlul. Pokemon living in the forest eat the delicious caps on Morlul's head. The caps regrow overnight. Morlul live in forests that stay dark even during the day. They scatter flickering spores that put enemies to sleep. Shinotic. Its flickering spores lure and prey and put them to sleep. Once this Pokemon has its prey snoozing, it drains their vitality with its fingertips. If you see light deep in the forest at night, don't go near. Shinotic will make you fall fast asleep. Salandit. Its venom sacs produce a fluid that this Pokemon then heats up with its flame in its tail. This process creates Salandit's poisonous gas. This sneaky Pokemon will slink behind its prey and immobilize it with poisonous gas before the prey even realizes Salandit is there. Salazzle. Only female Salazzle exists. They emit a gas laden with pheromones to captivate male Salandit. The winners of competition between Salazzle is decided by which of the one has the most male Salandit with it. Cool. Stuffle. Its fluffy fur is a life to pet, but carelessly reaching out to touch its Pokemon can result in painful retaliation. The way it protects itself by flailing its arms may be adorable at sight, but stay away. This flailing can snap takes tree trunks. Beware. Once it accepts you as a friend, it tries to show its affection with a hug. Letting to do that is dangerous. It can easily shatter your bones. The moves it uses to take down prey would make a martial artist jealous. It tucks subdued prey into its arms to carry them to its nest. Oh. No, that's terrible. That's... Jesus. Bounce Sweet. It gives off a sweet, fruity scent that is extremely appetizing to bird Pokemon. When under attack, it secretes a sweet and delicious scent. The scent only calls more enemies to it. Steenie. As it twirls like a dancer, a sweet smell spreads out around it. Anyone who inhales the scent will feel a surge of happiness. Any Corvus Squire that pecks at this Pokemon will be greeted with a smack from its supples, followed by a sharp kick. Serena. This feared Pokemon has long, slender legs and has a cruel heart. It shows no mercy as it stomps on its opponents. Please step on me. A kick from the hardened tips of this Pokemon's legs leaves a wound in the opponent's body that's then soul that'll never heal. Oh. Comfey. Comfey picks flowers with its vine and decorates itself with them. For some reason, flowers won't wither once they've attached to a Comfey. These Pokemon smell very nice. All Comfey wear different flowers, so each of these Pokemon has their own individual scents. Oranguru, with waves of its fan made from leaves and its own fur, Oranguru skillfully gives instructions to other Pokemon. It knows the forest inside and out. If it comes across a wounded Pokemon, Oranguru will gather medicinal herbs to treat it. Passimian, displaying amazing teamwork. They follow the orders of their boss as they help out in order the search of their favorite berries. Passimian live in groups of about 20, with each member performing an assigned role. Through cooperation, the group survives. Fuck. Wimpod, it's nature's cleaner. It eats anything and everything, including garbage and rotten things. The ground near its nest is always clean. Wimpod gather in swarms, constantly on the lookout for danger. They scatter the moment they detect an enemy's presence. Galissapod, they will do anything to win, taking advantage of every opening and finishing opponent with the small claws on its front legs. They live in sunken ships or in holes in the seabed. When Galissapod and Grapploct meet, the loser becomes the winner's meal. Sandygast. Grudges of the dead have possessed a mound of sand and become a Pokemon. Sandygast is fond of the shovel and sand. Sandygast mainly inhabits beaches. It takes control of anyone who puts their hand into its mouth, forcing them to make its body bigger. Palossand. Palossand is known as the beach nightmare. It pulls its prey down into the sand by controlling the sand itself, and then it sucks out their souls. This Pokemon lives on beaches, but it hates water. Palossand can maintain its castle-like shape if it gets drenched by heavy rain. Pyukumuku. It lives in water. It lives in warm, shallow waters. If it encounters a foe, it will spit out its internal organs as a means to punch them. Okay. It's covered in a slime that keeps its skin moist, allowing it to stay on land for days without drying up. Type Null. Rumor has it that the theft of top-secret research notes led to a new instance of this Pokemon being created in the Galar region. It was modeled after a mighty Pokemon of myth. The mask placed upon its limits its power in order to keep it under control. Silvally. A solid bond of trust between this Pokemon and its trainer awakened the strengths hidden within Silvally. It can change its type at will. The final factor needed to release this Pokemon's true power was a strong bond with a trainer it trusts. Minior. It lives... I forgot about this Pokemon. It lives in the ozone layer where it becomes food for stronger Pokemon. When it tries to run away, it falls to the ground. Although its outer shell is uncommonly durable, the shock of falling to the ground smashes the shell to smithereens. Red core. This is a form of when its shell has fallen off. The color of the core depends on the materials that made up the food it ate. Places where Minior fall from the night sky are few and far between, with Alola being one of the precious few. Komala. It stays asleep from the moment it's born. When it falls asleep... It falls asleep from the moment it's born. When it falls into a deep sleep, it stops moving altogether. It remains asleep from birth to death as a result from the sedative properties of the leaves that formed its diet. Okay. Turtonator. Explosive substances coat the shell on its back. Enemies that dare attack it will be blown away in an immense detonation. Eating sulfur in its volcanic habitat is what causes explosive compounds to develop in its shell. Its droppings are also dangerously explosive. Togedemaru. With the long hairs on its back, this Pokemon takes in electricity from other electric Pokemon. It stores what it absorbs in an electric sac. When it is in trouble, it curls up into a ball, makes its first spikes stand on end, and then discharges electricity indiscriminately. Mimikyu. It wears a rag fashioned to a Pikachu costume in an effort to look less scary. Unfortunately, the costume only looks creepier. There was a scientist who peeked under Mimikyu's old rag in the name of research. The scientist died of a mysterious disease. Okay. Bruxish. It burrows beneath the sand, radiating psychic power from the protuberance on its head. It waits for prey as it surveys the area. Its skin is thick enough to fend off Marini's spikes. With its robust teeth, Bruxish crunches up the spikes and eats them. Grandpa. The mountains it calls home are nearly 2 miles in height. On rare occasions, it descends to play with the children living in the towns below. Grandpa is a kind and friendly Pokemon, up until it's angered. When that happens, it stirs up a gale and flattens everything around. Demise. After a piece of seaweed merged with debris from a sunken ship, it was reborn as this ghost Pokemon. After lowering its anchor, it waits for its prey. If it catches a large Willor, it drains their life force. Jangmo-O. They learn to fight by smashing their head scales together. The dueling strengthens both their skills and their spirits. Jangmo-O strikes its scales to communicate with others of its kind. Its scales are actually fur that's become as hard as metal. Hakomo-O. The scaleless, scarred parts of its body are signs of its strength. It shows them off to defeated Pokemon. Before attacking its enemies, it clashes its scales together and roars. Its sharp claws shred the opposition. Como-O. It clatters its tail scales to nerve opponents. This Pokemon will battle only those who stand steady fast in the face of its display. Certain ruins have paintings of ancient warriors wearing armor made of Como-O scales. Tapu Koko. Although it's called a guardian deity, if a person or Pokemon puts it in a bad mood, it will become a male deity and attack. The lightning-wielding guardian deity of Melemele, Tapu Koko is brimming with curiosity and appears before people from time to time. Tapu Lele, it heals the wounds of people and Pokemon by sprinkling them with sparkling scales. This guardian deity is worshipped on Akaala. Although called a guardian deity, Tapu Lele is devoid of guilt about its cruel disposition and can be described as a nature incarnate. Tapu Bulu, although it's called a guardian deity, it's violent enough to crush anyone it sees as an enemy. It makes ringing sounds with its tail to let others know where it is, avoiding unneeded conflicts. This guardian deity of Ula Ula controls planets. Tapu Fini, this guardian deity of Pony Island, manipulates water because it lives deep within thick fog. It came to be both feared and revered. Although it's called the guardian deity, terrible calamities sometimes befall those who recklessly approach Tapu Fini. Cosmog, even though its helpless gaseous body can be blown away by the slightest breeze, it doesn't seem to care. Whether or not it's a Pokemon from this world is a mystery. When it's in a jam, it warps away to a safe place to hide. Cosmome, the king who ruled Alola in times of antiquity, called it the cocoon of the stars and built an altar to worship it. As it absorbs lights, Cosmome continues to grow. Its golden shell is surprisingly solid. Solgaleo, sometimes the result of its opening in ultra wormholes, the energy and life forms from other worlds are called here to this world. In writings from the distant past, it's called by the name the beast that devours the sun. Lunala. Records of it exist in writings from long, long ago, where it was known by the name of the beast that calls the moon. Sometimes it summons unknown powers and life forms here to this world from holes that leads to other worlds. Nihiligo, a life form from another world. It is dubbed a UB and is thought to produce a strong neurotoxin. It appeared in this world from an ultra wormhole. Nihiligo appears to be a parasite that lives by feeding on people and Pokemon. Buzzwole. Although it's an alien to this world in danger here, it's apparently a common organism in the world where it never lives. Buzzwole goes around showing off its abnormally swollen muscles. It is one kind of Ultra Beast. Pheromosa, a life form that lives in another world. Its body is thin and supple, but it possesses great power. Although it's alien to this world and in danger here, it's apparently a common organism in the world where it normally lives. Zergatry, although it's an alien in this world in danger, it's apparently a common organism in the world that lives, where it normally lives. They've been dubbed Ultra Beasts. Some of them stand unmoving like trees with their arms and legs stuck to the ground. Celesteela, one of the dangerous UBs. High energy readings can be detected coming from both of its huge arms. Although it's alien to this world and in danger here, it's apparently a common organism in the world where it normally lives. 4 hours plus now, Jesus. This Ultra Beast's body which is as thin as paper, is like a sharpened sword. Although it's alien to this world and in danger here, it's apparently a common organism in the world where it normally lives. Guzzlord, although it's an alien to this world and in danger here, it's apparently a common organism in the world where it normally lives. An unknown life form called a UB. It may be constantly hungry. It is certainly always devouring something. Necrozma. It looks somehow pained as it rages through around. I can't read. It looks somehow pained as it rages around in search of light, which serves as its energy. It's apparently from another world. Light is the source of its energy. If it isn't devouring light, impurities build up in it and on it, and Necrozma darkens and stops moving. Duskmane. This is Necrozma's form when it absorbs the power of Solgaleo, making it extremely ferocious and impossible to control. This is a form while devouring the light of Solgaleo. It pounces on the foes and slashes them with claws on the four limbs on its back. Dawn Wings. Lunala no longer has control of its own will. Now under the control of Necrozma, it continuously expels all of its energy. This is the form while it's devouring the light of Lunala. It grasps foes in the giant claws and rips them apart with brute force. Ultra Necrozma. The light powering from all over its body affects living things in nature, impacting them in various ways. This is the form when it's absorbed overwhelming light energy. It fires laser beams from all over its body. Magirna. It synchronizes its consciousness with others to understand their feelings. This faculty makes it useful for taking care of people. Though roughly 500 years ago by scientists, the part called the soul heart is the actual life form. Marshadow. It slips into the shadows of others and mimics their powers and movements. As it improves and becomes stronger than those it's imitating. It sinks into the shadows of people and Pokemon where it can understand their feelings and copy their capabilities. Porypole, this Ultra Beast, is well enough like to be chosen as a first partner in his own world. An Ultra Beast that lives in a different world. It cackles wildly as it sprays its opponents with poison from its needle on its head. Naganadel. It stores hundreds of liters of poisonous liquid inside its body. It's one of the organisms known as UBs. One kind of Ultra Beast, it fires a glowing venomous liquid from its needle. This liquid is also immensely adhesive. Stakataka. It appeared from an ultra wormhole. Each one appears to be made of many different life forms stacked one on top of each other. When stone walls start moving and attacking, the brute's true identity with his... When stone walls started moving and attacking, the brute's true identity was this mysterious life form, which brings to mind an Ultra Beast. Blacephalon. It slithers towards people, then, without warning, it triggers an explosion of its own head. It's apparently one kind of an Ultra Beast. A UB that appeared from a wormhole. It causes explosions and then takes advantage of opponents' surprise to rob them of vitality. Zeraora. It electrifies its claws and tears its opponents apart with them. Even if they dodge its attacks, they will be electrocuted by the flying sparks. It approaches its enemies at a speed of lightning, then tears for them from limb to limb with its sharp claws. Melton. It melts particles of iron and other metals found in its subsoil so it can absorb them into its body and molten steel. It melts particles... it's the same thing. Melmetal. At the end of its lifespan, Melmetal will rust and fall apart. The small shards left behind will eventually be reborn as Melton. Centrifugal forces behind the punches of Melmetal's heavy hucks nut arms. Melmetal is said to deliver the strongest punches of all Pokemon. Gigantamax Melmetal. It can send electric beams streaking out from the hole in its belly. The beam's tremendous energy can vaporize an opponent in one shot. In a distant land, there are legends about a Cyclopean giant. In fact, the giant was a Melmetal that was flooded with Gigantamax energy. Alright, home stretch, come on. Grookey. When it uses a special stick to strike up a beat, the sound waves produce carrying revitalizing energy to the plants and flowers in the area. It attacks with rapid beats of the stick. As it strikes with amazing speed, it gets more and more pumped. Thwackey. The faster a Thwackey can beat out a rhythm with 2 sticks, the more respect it wins from its peers. When it's drumming out rapid beats in battle, it gets so caught up in the rhythm that it won't even stop. It won't even notice that it's already knocked out its opponent. Rillaboom. By drumming, it's tapping into its power of a special tree stump. The root of the stump follows its direction in battle. The one with the best drumming techniques becomes the boss of the troop. It has a gentle disposition and values harmony among its group. Gigantamax Rillaboom. Rillaboom has become one with its forest of drums and continues to lay beats down that shake all of Galar. Gigantamax energy that has caused Rillaboom's stump to grow into a drum set that resembles a forest. A warm-up of running around gets fire energy coursing through this Pokemon's body. Once that happens, it's ready to fight at full power. It has special pads on the back of its feet and one on its nose. Once it's ready to fight, these pads radiate tremendous heat. Rabu. Its thick and fluffy fur protects it from the cold and enables it to use hotter fire moves. It kicks berries right off the branches of trees and then juggles them with its feet, practicing its footwork. Cinderace. It juggles a pebble with its feet, turning it into a burning soccer ball. Its shot strikes opponents hard and leaves them scorched. It's skilled at both offense and defense and gets it pumped when cheered on, but if starts showbaiting, it could put itself in a tough spot. Gigantamax Cinderace. Gigantamax energy can sometimes cause the diameter of this Pokemon's fireball to exceed 300 feet. If fused with Cinderace's fighting spirit, the gigantic Pyro Ball never misses its target and completely roasts opponents. Sobble. When scared, this Pokemon cries. Its tear pack the chemical punch of 100 onions, and attackers won't be able to resist sweeping. When it gets wet, its skin changes color and this Pokemon becomes invisible as if it were camouflaged. Drizzile. A clever combatant, this Pokemon battles using water balloons created from the moisture secreted from its palms. Highly intelligent but also very lazy, it keeps its enemies out of its territory by laying traps everywhere. Inteleon. It has many hidden capabilities such as fingertips that can shoot water and membrane on its path that can be used to glide through the air. Its nictitating membranes let it pick out foes' weak points so it can precisely blast them with water that shoots from its fingertips at Mach 3. Gigantamax Inteleon has an excellent sniping skill. Shooting a barrier rolling along over 9 miles away is a piece of cake for this Pokemon. Gigantamax Inteleon's water gun fires at Mach 7 as the Pokemon takes aim. It uses the crest on its head to gauge wind and temperature. Squovet. Found throughout the Galar region, this Pokemon becomes uneasy if its cheeks are ever completely empty of berries. It eats berries non-stop, a habit that has made it more resilient than it looks. It'll show up on farms searching for more berries. Greedent. It stashes berries in its tail, so many berries that they fall out constantly. Though this Pokemon is a bit slow-witted, so it doesn't notice the loss. Common throughout the Galar region, this Pokemon has strong enough teeth that can chew through the toughest of berry shells. Rickety. It will bravely challenge any opponent, no matter how powerful. This Pokemon benefits from every battle, even if a defeat increases its strength a bit. Jumping nimbly about, this small-bodied Pokemon takes advantage of even the slightest opportunity to disorientate larger opponents. Corvisquire. Smart enough to use tools in battle, these Pokemon have been seen picking up rocks and flinging them to you, or using ropes to wrap up enemies. Holy shit. The lessons of many harsh battles have taught it how to accurately judge an opponent's strength. Corviknight. This Pokemon reigns supreme in the skies of the Galar region. The black luster of its steel body could drive terror into the hearts of any foe. With their great intellect and fighting strength, these Pokemon are very successfully act as Galar's region's airborne taxi service. Gigantamax Corviknight. The 8 feathers on its back are called blade birds, and they can launch off its body to attack foes independently. Blipbug. A constant collector of information, this Pokemon is very smart. Very strong is what it isn't. Often found in gardens, this Pokemon has hairs on its body that it uses to assess its surroundings. It barely moves, but it's still alive. Dottler. It barely moves, but it's still alive. Hiding in the shell without food or water seems to have awakened its psychic powers. As it grows inside its shell, it uses psychic abilities to monitor the outside world and prepare for evolution. Orbital. It's famous for its high level intelligence, and the large size of its brain is proof that it possesses immense psychic power. It emits psychic energy to observe and study what's around it, and what's around it can include things over 6 miles away. Gigantamax Orbital. If it were to utilize every last bit of its power, it could control the minds of every living being in its vicinity. Its brain has grown to a gargantuan size as the rest of its body. This Pokemon's intellect and psychic abilities are overpowering. Naked. Aided by the soft pads on its feet, it silently raids the food stores of other Pokemon. It survives off its ill-gotten gains. Cunning and cautious, this Pokemon survives by stealing food from others. It erases its tracks with swipes of its tail as it makes it off with its plunder. Thievul. It secretly marks potential targets with its scent. By following the scent, it stalks the target and steals from them what they least expected. With a lithe body and sharp claws, it goes around stealing food and eggs. Bolton is his natural enemy. Gossifleur. It anchors itself in the ground with a single leg and then basks in the sun. After absorbing enough sunlight, it petals spread as it blooms brilliantly. As it whirls around the wind while singing a joyous song, this delightful display has... I think I'm bleeding out of my nose. The delightful display has charmed many into raising this Pokemon. Eldegoss. The seeds attached to this cotton fluff are full of nutrients as it spreads them under the wind so that plants and other Pokemon can benefit from them. The cotton on this head of this Pokemon can be spun into a glossy, gorgeous yarn, a Galar regional specialty. Wooloo. Its curly fleece is such an effective cushion that this Pokemon could fall off a cliff and stand right back up at the bottom unharmed. If its fleece grows too long, Wooloo won't be able to move. Cloth made with the wool of this Pokemon is surprisingly strong. Dubwool. Weave a carpet from the stringy spool and you'll end up with something closer to a trampoline. You start to bounce the moment you set foot on it. Its majestic horns are only meant to impress the opposite gender. They'll never see use in battle. Joodle. Apparently, the itch of its teething impels it to snap its jaws at anything in front of it. It starts off battling by attacking with its hard rock-hard horn, but as soon as an opponent flinches, this Pokemon bites and never lets go. Dreadnought. With jaws that can shear through steel rods, is a highly aggressive Pokemon, chomps down on its unfortunate prey. This Pokemon rapidly extends its retractable neck to sink its sharp fangs into distant enemies and take them down. Gigantamax Dreadnought. And in the Galar region, there's a tale about this Pokemon chewing up a mountain and using the rubble to stomp a flood. Good guy Dreadnought. It responded to Gigantamax energy by becoming bipedal. First, it comes crashing down on its foes, and then it finishes them off with its massive jaws. Yamper. This Pokemon is very popular as a herding dog in the Galar region. As it runs, it generates electricity from the base of its tail. This gluttonous Pokemon only assists people with their work because it wants treats. As it runs, it crackles with electricity. Bolton. This Pokemon generates electricity and channels it into its legs to keep them going strong. Bolton can run non-stop for three full days. It sends electricity through its legs to boost their strength. Running at top speed, it easily breaks 50 miles per hour. Roly-Poly. Most of his body has been the same composition as coal. Fittingly, this Pokemon was first discovered in coal mines about 400 years ago. It can race around like a unicycle even on rough, rocky terrain. Burning coal sustains it. Carcoal. It forms coal inside its body. Coal dropped by this Pokemon once helped fuel the lives of people in the Galar region. By rapidly rolling its legs, it can travel over 18 miles per hour. The temperature of the flame it breathes exceeds 1800 degrees Fahrenheit. Colossal. Usually peaceful, but the vandalism of mines enrages it. Offenders will be incinerated with flames that reach 2700 degrees Fahrenheit. While engaged in battle, its mountain of coal will burn bright red, sending off sparks that scorch the surrounding area. Gigantamax Colossal. When Galar was hit by a cold wave, this Pokemon served as a giant heating stove and saved many lives. Its body is a colossal stove. With Gigantamax energy stoking the fire, this Pokemon's flames burn hotter than 3600 degrees Fahrenheit. Applin. It spends its entire life inside an apple. It hides from its natural enemies, bird Pokemon, by pretending it's just an apple, nothing more. As soon as it's born, it burrows into an apple. Not only does the apple serve as its food source, but the flavor of the fruit determines its evolution. Flapple. It ate its sour apple, and that induced its evolution. Its cheeks, it stores an acid capable of causing chemical burns. So wait, this is out of order then. Interesting. Gigantamax Flapple. Under the influence of Gigantamax energy, it produces more sweet nectar, and its shape has changed into resemble a giant apple. If it stretches its neck, the strong aroma of its nectar pours out. The scent is so sickeningly sweet that one makes another Pokemon faint. Is this out of order? I don't know. Appleton. Eating a sweet apple causes its evolution. A nectarous scent wafts from its body, luring the bug Pokemon it's prey on. Its body is covered in sweet nectar, and the skin on its back is especially yummy. Children used to have it as a snack. Gigantamax Appleton. Due to its Gigantamax energy, this Pokemon's nectar has thickened. The increased viscosity lets the nectar absorb more damage than before. It blasts its Pokemon with massive amounts of sweet, sticky nectar, drowning them from the deluge. Silicobra. As it digs, it swallows sand and stones, and as it digs, it swallows and sand and stores it in its neck pouch. The pouch can hold more than 17 pounds of sand. It spews sand from its nostrils while the enemy is blinded. It burrows into the ground to hide. Holy crap. Sandaconda. When it contracts its body, over 220 pounds of sand spray from its nose. If it ever runs out of sand, it becomes dishardened. Its unique style of coiling allows it to blast sand out of its sand sac more efficiently. Gigantamax Sandaconda. Sand swirls around its body with such speed and power that it could pulverize a skyscraper. Its sand pouch has grown to tremendous proportions. More than 1,000,000 tons of sand now swirl around its body. Epic. Cramorant is so strong that it can knock out some opponents with a single hit, but it may forget what it's battling mid-fight. This hungry Pokemon swallows Aracuda whole. Occasionally, it makes a mistake and tries to swallow Pokemon other than its preferred prey. Arrokuda. If it sees any movement around this Pokemon, charges for it straight away, leading with its sharp, pointed jaw. It's very proud of that jaw. After it's eaten its fill, its movements become extremely sluggish. That's when Cramorant swallows it up. Barraskewda. This Pokemon has a jaw that is sharp as a spear and as strong as steel. Apparently, Barraskewda's flesh is surprisingly tasty too. It spins its tail fins to propel itself, surging forward at a speed over 100 knots before ramming prey and spearing them. Toxel. It stores poison in its internal poison stack and secretes that poison through its skin. If you touch this Pokemon, a tingling sensation follows. It manipulates the chemical makeup of its poison to produce electricity. The voltage is weak, but it can cause a tingling paralysis. Toxtricity. Low-key form. Capable of generating 15,000 volts of electricity. This Pokemon looks down on all that will challenge it. It has an electrical warning on its chest. While generating electricity, it fills its surroundings with what sounds like a strumming of a bass guitar. Amped form. This short-tempered and aggressive Pokemon chugs stagnant water to absorb any toxins it might contain. When this Pokemon sounds as if it's strumming a guitar, it actually is clawing at the protrusions on its chest to generate electricity. Gigantamax Toxicity. Excessive electricity energy and its excessive electric energy is its weapon. This Pokemon can build up more electricity than any thundercloud. Out of control. After its own poison penetrated its brain, it tears across the land in a rampage, contaminating the earth with toxic sweat. Sizzlipede. It stores flammable gas in its body and uses it to generate heat. The yellow sections on its belly gets particularly hot. It wraps its prey up with its heated body, cooking them in its coils. Once they're well done, it will voraciously nibble them down to the last morsel. Centiskorch. When it heats up, its body temperatures reach about 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. It lashes its body like a whip and launches itself at enemies. While its burning body is already dangerous on its own, this excessively hostile Pokemon has also large and very sharp fangs. Gigantamax Centiskorch. The heat that comes off this Gigantamax Centiskorch may destabilize air currents. Sometimes it can even cause storms. Clobbopus. It's very curious, but it means of investigating things is trying to punch them with tentacles. The search for food is what brings it to land. Its tentacles tear off easily, but it is alarmed when that happens. It knows when they will grow back. It's about as smart as a 3-year-old. Grapploct. A body made up of nothing but muscle makes this grappling moves of this Pokemon performs with tentacles and tremendously powerful. Searching for an opponent to test its skills against, it emerges onto land. Once the battle is over, it returns to sea. Sinistea. This Pokemon is said to have been born with a lonely spirit possessed a cold Thor cup of tea. The teacup in which this Pokemon makes a home is a very famous piece of table where many forages are in circulation. Poltegeist. This species lives in antique teapots. Most pots are forgeries, but on rare occasions an authentic work is found. Leaving leftover black tea unattended is asking for this Pokemon to come along and pour itself into, turning the tea into a new Poltegeist. Hatena. Via protrusions on its head, it senses other creatures' emotions. If you don't want to have a calm disposition, they will never warm up to you. If this Pokemon senses a strong emotion, it will run away as fast as it can. It prefers areas without people. Hatrim. No matter who you are, if you bring strong emotions to this Pokemon, it will silence you violently. Using the braids on its head, it pummels foes to get them to quiet down. One blow from those braids will knock out a professional boxer. Hatterene. It emits psychic power strong enough to cause headaches as a deterrent to the approach of others. If you're too loud around it, you risk being torn apart by the claws on its tentacle. This Pokemon is also known as the Force Witch. Gigantamax Hatterene. Beams like lightning shoot down from its tentacles. It is known to some as the Raging Goddess. Impidimp. Through its nose, it sucks in the emanations produced by people and Pokemon when they feel annoyed. It thrives off this negative energy. It sneaks into people's homes and stealing things and feasting on the negative energy of the frustrated occupants. Morgrim, when it gets down on all fours as if to beg for forgiveness, is trying to lure opponents so in that it can stab them with its spear-like hair. While sly cunning, its tries to lure people into the woods. Some people believe it has the power to make crops grow. Okay. Grimmsnarl, with a hair wrapped around his body, helping to enhance its muscles, this Pokemon can overwhelm even Machamp. Its hairs work like muscle fibers. When its hairs unfurl, they latch onto opponents, ensnaring them as tentacles would. Gigantamax Grimmsnarl. Gigantamax energy has caused more hair to sprout all over its body. With the added strength, it can jump over the world's tallest building. By transforming its leg hair, this Pokemon delivers powerful packed drill kicks that can bore huge holes in Galar's terrain. Obstagoon. Its voice is staggering in volume. Obstagoon has a tendency to take on threatening posture and shout. This move is known as Obstruct. Evolved after experiencing numerous fights while crossing its arms, it lets out a shout that will make any opponent flinch. Berserker. What appears to be an iron helmet is actually heart and hair. This Pokemon lives for the thrill of the battle. After many battles, it evolved dangerous claws that come together to form daggers when extended. Cursola. Its shell is overflowing with heightened otherworldly energy. The ectoplasm serves as a protection for this Pokemon's core spirit. Be cautious of the ectoplasmic body surrounding its soul. You'll become stiff as stone if you touch it. Surfetched. Only Farfetch'd that have survived many battles can attain this evolution. When this Pokemon's leak withers, it will retire from combat. After deflecting attacks with its hardened leaf shield, it strikes back with its sharp leek stalk. The leek stalk is both a weapon and food. Mr. Rhyme. It's highly skilled at tap dancing. It waves its cane of ice in time with its graceful movements. Its amusing movements make it very popular and releases its psychic power from the pattern on its belly. Renigerus. A powerful curse was woven into an ancient painting. A powerful curse was woven into an ancient painting, and after absorbing the spirit of a mask, the painting began to move. Never touch its shadow-like body, or you'll be shown the horrific memories behind the picture carved into it. Milcery. This Pokemon was born from sweet-smelling particles in the air. Its body is made of cream. They say that any patisserie visited by Milcery is guaranteed success and good fortune. Alcremie. When a trusted trainer will treat them to berries, and it's decorated with cream. When Alcremie is content, the cream it secretes from its hands becomes sweeter and richer. Vanilla cream. Oh no, that's the only one it has. Okay. Gigantamax Alcremie. It launches swarms of missiles, each made from a cream and loaded with 100,000 kilocalories. Getting hit by one of these and your head will swim. Cream pours endlessly from this Pokemon's body. The cream stiffens and compresses by impact. A harder impact results in harder cream. Phalanx. 5 of them are troopers and one of them is a brass. The brass's orders are absolute. 6 of them work together as one Pokemon. Teamwork is also their battle strategy, and they constantly change their formation as they fight. Pinsirchin. It feeds on seaweed, using teeth to scrape it off rocks. Current flows from the tip of its spines. It stores electricity in each spine. Even if one gets broken off, it still continues to emit electricity for at least another 3 hours. Oh boy. Snom. It spits out thread imbued with frigid sort of energy and uses to tie its body to branches, disguising itself as an icicle while it sleeps. It eats snow while it piles up on the ground. The more snow it eats, the bigger and more impressive the spikes on its back grow. Frostmoth. Icy scales fall from its wings like snow as it flies over fields and mountains. The temperature of its wings is less than negative 290 degrees Fahrenheit. It shows no mercy to any desecrate fields and mountains. It will fly around on its icy wings, causing blizzards to chase offenders away. Stonjourner. It stands in grasslands watching the sun's descent from zenith to horizon. This Pokemon has a talent for delivering dynamic kicks. Once a year on a specific day and a specific time, they gather out of nowhere and form up a circle. Wow. I think I'm starting to taste blood. Not good. Ice Cube. It drifted in on flow of ocean waters from a frigid place. It keeps its head ice constantly to make sure it's nice and cold. This Pokemon keeps its ice-sensitive head cool with ice. It fishes for food, dangling its single hair into the sea to lure in prey. Indeedy, male. It uses the horn on its head to sense emotions of others. Males will act as valets for those they serve, looking for their every need. Fuck. Oh, I'm going crazy. Through its horns, it can pick up emotions of creatures around it. Positive emotions are the source of its strength. Female. They diligently serve people in Pokemon so they can gather feelings of gratitude. The females are particularly good at babysitting. These intelligent Pokemon touch horns with each other to share information between them. Morpeko, full belly mode. As it eats the seeds stored up in its pocket like pouches, this Pokemon is just not satisfying its constant hunger. It's also generating electricity. It carries electrically roasted seeds with it as if they're precious seeds. No matter how much it eats, it always gets hungry again in short order. Hangry mode. Hunger hormones affect its temperament, and so its hunger is to appease. It gets up to a manner of all evil deeds. Intense hunger drives its extreme violence, and electricity in its cheeks have converted it into a dark type energy. Cufant. It digs up the ground with its trunk. It is also very strong and able to carry loads of over 5 tons without any problem at all. If a job requires serious strength, this Pokemon will excel at it. Its copper body tarnishes in the rain, turning a vibrant green color. Caporaja. They come over from another region long ago, and they work together with humans. Their green skin is resistant to water. These Pokemon live in herds. Their trunks have These Pokemon live in herds. Their trunks have incredible grip strength, strong enough to crush giant rocks into powder. Gigantamax Copperjaw. This Pokemon has Gigantamax. Its massive nose can utterly demolish large structures with a single smashing blow. So much power is packed with its trunk that if it were to unleash that power, the resulting blast could level mountains and change the landscape. Fuck. Got something in my eye now. Fuck me. Dragozolt. In ancient times, it was unbeatable thanks to its powerful lower body, but it would extinct anyway after depleting all of its plant-based food sources. The powerful muscles in its tail generate its electricity. Compared to its lower body, its upper body is entirely too small. Arctozolt. The shaking of its freezing upper half is what generates its electricity. It has a hard time walking around. This Pokemon lived on prehistoric seashores and was able to preserve food with its ice on its body. It wouldn't stick because it moves so slowly. Dracofish. Powerful legs and jaws made it the apex predator of its time. Its own overhunting of its prey was what drove it to extinction. Its mighty legs are capable of running at speeds of exceeding over 40 miles an hour, but this Pokemon can't breathe unless it's underwater. What? Arctovish. Though it's able to capture prey by freezing its surroundings, it has trouble eating the prey afterward because its mouth it's on the top of its head. Interesting. The skin on its face is impervious to attack, but the breathing difficulties made this Pokemon go extinct anyway. Duraludon. Its body resembles polished metal and is both lightweight and strong. The only drawback is that it rusts easily. The special metal that composes its body is very light, so this Pokemon has considerate agility. It lives in caves because it dislikes the rain. Gigantamax Duraludon. The hardness of its cells is exceptional, even among steel types. It also has a body structure that's resistant to earthquakes. After being reborn as a ghost Pokemon, Dreepy wanders the areas it used to inhabit back when it was alive in the prehistoric seas. If this weak Pokemon is by itself, a mere child could defeat it, but if Dreepy has friends to help it train, it can evolve and become much stronger. Dracoloak. It's capable of flying faster than 120 miles per hour. It battles alongside Dreepy and dotes on them until they successfully evolve. Without a Dreepy to place on its head to care for, it gets so uneasy it will try to substitute any Pokemon it finds for the missing Dreepy. Dragapult. When it isn't battling, it keeps Dreepy in the holes on its horns. Once a fight starts, it launches the Dreepy like supersonic missiles. Apparently, the Dreepy inside Dragapult horns eagerly look forward to being launched out at Mach speeds. Zacian, hero of many battles. Known as a legendary hero, this Pokemon absorbs metal particles, transforming them into a weapon it uses to battle. This Pokemon has slumbered for many years. Some say it's Zamazenta's older sister. Others say the two Pokemon are rivals. Crown Sword. Able to cut down anything with a single strike, it became known as the Fairy King's Sword, and it inspired awe and friend and foe alike. Now armed with a weapon it used in ancient times, this Pokemon needs only a single strike to fell even Gigantamax Pokemon. The Zamazent's a hero of many battles. In times past, it worked together with a king of the people to save the Galar region. It absorbs metal that it then uses in battle. This Pokemon slept for aeons while in the form of a statue. It was asleep for so long that people forgot that it ever existed. Crown Shield. Now that it's equipped with a Dynamax, it can shrug off impressive blows, including the attacks of Dynamax Pokemon. Its ability to deflect any attack led it to being known as a Fighting Master Shield. It was feared and respected by all. Fuck me, man. Eternatus. The core on its chest absorbs energy emanating from the lands of the Galar region. This energy is what allows Eternatus to stay active. It was inside a meteorite that fell 20,000 years ago. There seems to be a connection between this Pokemon and Dynamax phenomenon. There's no entry for Gigantamax? Cubfu. Cubfu trains hard to perfect its moves. The moves it masters will determine which form it will take when it evolves. If a Cubfu pulls a long white hair on its head, its fighting spirit heightens and the power wells up from the depths of its belly. Ooh. Urshifu, single strike style. This form of Urshifu is a strong reliever in the one-hit KO. Its strategy to leap into close into foes and devastating letting blow. What? Its strategy is to leap in close to foes and land a devastating blow with its hardened fists. Inhabiting the mountains of a distant region, this Pokemon races across sheer cliffs, training its legs and refining its moves. Rapid strike style. This form of Urshifu is a strong reliever in defeating foes by raining many blows down on them. Its strikes are non-stop, flowing like a river. It is believed that this Pokemon modeled its fighting style on the flow of a river, sometimes rapid, sometimes calm. Gigantamax Urshifu, single strike style. People call it an embodiment of rage. It is said that this Pokemon's terrifying expression and shout will rid the world of malevolence. The energy released by this Pokemon's fists forms shockwaves that can blow away Dynamax Pokemon just in one hit. Gigantamax Urshifu, rapid strike style. All it takes is a glare from this Pokemon to take the lives of those with evil in their hearts, or so they say. As it waits for the right moment to unleash its Gigantamax power, this Pokemon maintains a perfect one-leg stance. It won't even twitch. Zarude. Within dense forests, this Pokemon lives in a pack with others of its kind. It's incredibly aggressive, and the other Pokemon of the forest fear it. Once the vines on Zarude's body tear off, they become nutrients in the soil. This helps the plants of the forest grow. I thought I had a nosebleed. Regieleki. This Pokemon is a cluster of electrical energy. It says that removing the rings on Regieleki's body will unleash the opponent's latent power. His entire body is made up of a single organ that generates electrical energy. Regieleki is capable of creating all of Galar's electricity. Regidrago. An academic theory proposes that Regidrago's arms were once the head of an ancient dragon Pokemon. The theory remains unproven. Its body is composed of crystallized dragon energy. Regidrago is said to have the powers of every dragon Pokemon. Glastrier. Glastrier emits the intense cold from its hooves. It's also a belligerent Pokemon. Anything it wants, it takes by force. Glastrier has tremendous physical strength, and the mask of ice covering its face is 100 times harder than diamond. Spectrier. It probes its surroundings with all senses and saves one. It doesn't use its sense of sight. Spectrier's kicks are said to separate soul from body. As it dashes through the night, Spectrier observes the life force of sleeping creatures. It craves silence and solitude. Oh my god. Calyrex is a merciful Pokemon capable of providing healing and blessings. It reigned over the Galar region in times of yore. Calyrex is known in legend as a king that ruled over the Galar in ancient times. It has the power to cause hearts to mend and plants to spring forth. Ice Rider Calyrex. It is said that this Pokemon moved a large forest and all the Pokemon living there to a new location overnight. According to lore, this Pokemon showed no mercy to those who got in its way, yet it would heal its opponent's wounds after battle. Shadow Rider Calyrex. It is said that Calyrex and a Pokemon that had bonded with it ran across... Shadow Rider Calyrex. It is said that Calyrex and a Pokemon that had bonded with it ran all across the Galar region to bring green to the wastelands. Legend says that by using its power to see all events from past to future, this Pokemon saved the creatures of a forest from a meteor strike. there it is. Please, if you've made it this far, if you're crazy enough to make it this far with me in a almost 5-hour long trekking journey expedition, please subscribe, like, share, I don't know, freaking go on Twitter and hit up Guinness World Record book people, get my names in the books or something. I don't know. Oh man, I'm gonna go try to find the nearest 24-hour clinic available and check myself in. Until then, I'm Ken. See ya. Peace.